Hand here on the back, hand on the front.
Oh, and the name over the door?
Yep.
Well, you know, time is precious. This practice session's going to end soon. They'll get that squared away.
Don't worry about the small stuff.
Right.
Don't worry about the small stuff.
Charles ran last week at Phoenix. And, oh, yeah, and put a yellow strip on the rear bumper.
Exactly.
As well. All right, the field's filling up. Dick?
Well, with most of the cars in my section of the garage sitting still as they're preparing them for qualifying later, this car, number 88, Eric Almirola, his crew is absolutely in a thrash. They have just changed the left front spring, the front anti-roll bar. These guys get the award today for the hardest working crew in the garage. He's still not fast.
He's about a tenth off of what he ran in the first session. Mark Martin, Kyle Busch, and the Gator are quickest.
Wednesday on the new hit reality series Car Warriors. The pressure to win turns friend into foe.
You're so full of your eyes are brown.
Car Warriors, Wednesday 9 Eastern on Speed.
Jeez.
Do you have a problem with
Brent Ford in Brentwood is tough on the competition. We offer great prices, great service, and customer satisfaction that's tough to beat. And if the thought of driving a truck makes your heart pound, you've got to visit Bill Brandt Ford in Brentwood now because it's Truck Month. Power, torque, towing, horsepower, we've got it all. And during Truck Month, get a 2010 or 2011 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months or up to $5,500 in Ford factory rebates. Come experience Bill Brandt tough for yourself. Bill Brandt Ford in Brentwood.
360 degrees of everything is now on sale. Visit NASCAR.com/tickets today.
Download the free Speed app for your phone and keep speed at your fingertips. Fuel your passion for NASCAR between events with Speed on your phone. Latest stats, results, and news as soon as it's available. Download the app from iTunes or the Android market now. Welcome to As the Field Fills. Bob Dillner.
Well, Mike, Joe Nemechek has been just about everything in this practice session. A driver, a politician, and now a mechanic for Kevin Conway in this 97 machine. He's actually grabbed the wrenches and gone to work on this car down here as he awaits to see if he's going to be in the field for the nationwide race tomorrow. And honestly, we may not know until after qualifying, as you guys have pointed out. But right now, he's turned into Mr. Mechanic.
Well, I think we're pretty secure in the idea that Joe has attempted to compete, and he is locked into a top 35 spot. So it will really fall to whether he has to make an official qualifying attempt or not to be able to start the race. And I think attempting to compete is the requirement that has to be met. And again, we'll try to get some confirmation on that before we leave the air today.
But guys, how many times have you ever seen two drivers work on a race car at the same time? One may be the owner driver, and the other one just the driver. But here again, you talk about, you know, Nemco Motorsports, not a big organization, and everybody has to pitch in and do what they can to make sure they maximize their time, get the work done on the vehicle to get them back out on the racetrack. So you see Kevin Conway right there taking the air cleaner off. And you see Joe in there, he's changing spark plugs. So, you know, a lot going on.
This is racing the way it used to be. Everybody worked on the car. Everybody from the hauler driver to the owner. everybody.
Well, this is probably what everybody sitting at home that races on Friday and Saturday night, weekend warriors, I want to call them, that's what they're used to doing. So this is not out of character for them. But when you look at the Nationwide Series, you think, okay, they'd have this better handled. But hey, this is what happens sometimes when you can't afford the big budgets. You have to kind of like cut corners where you can, and that means every now and then you got to get your hands dirty.
Yeah, and there's probably nobody better in the garage area, either garage, at managing resources and making the most out of them than Joe Nemechek. Dick?
Well, Kevin Harvick is having a tough time here, Mike. Last year in this race, he not only led the most laps, he won the event. And that with some pit stops that were not the best. But today, David Hyder, who is crew chief, said that they simply cannot get the car through the bumps. He's only run 7 laps in this practice session, but has already left and gone over to his Cup car. They are going to be struggling when the race takes to the racetrack tomorrow in car 33.
As Dick points out, Sprint Cup practice follows this session. A lot of the double duty drivers have already migrated over to the Sprint Cup garage.
A couple of drivers that are not struggling quite so much. Martin, Jeff, is running even a quicker lap his last time out, 30:24. And look at Reed Sorensen, jumped up to second place, a 30:31 in that 30 car. So those guys are climbing the charts as well.
I like that of the top 5 in this practice, we're watching Denny Hamlin, who's 9th. But of the top 5, 3 of the top 5 are nationwide contenders. Reed Sorensen, Elliott Sadler, and Michael Annett. They are the drivers that we used to call the nationwide regulars to distinguish them from the Sprint Cup invaders, or what were formerly known as the bushwhackers.
Yep.
When was this the NASCAR Busch Series? But the drivers who are racing for this nationwide title, we call them the contenders, as opposed to these drivers like Denny Hamlin, who are not eligible for driver championship points in this series.
What'd you call them at one time? Interlopers?
Something like that.
The Unprepared Man's Guide to Fishing. Modern fishing gear has been pivotal in man's conquest of fish, but the unprepared man can make do without. Attach 2 potato crisp cans at a right angle. Mount a lens from a pair of aviator sunglasses to the joint, and let the fishing begin.
Don't be that guy. Come into Gander Mountain's First Cast event and get everything for your next fishing adventure. We live outdoors.
Beef. Meet flame. Flame, meet flavor. Flavor, meet your crazy cousin. World, meet the BK Stuffed Steakhouse. Flame broiled beef stuffed with bold cheddar cheese and spicy jalapenos deep down inside. The first burger that's fiery from the inside out. The new BK Stuffed Steakhouse, just $3.99, only at Burger King.
Once upon a time, a bunch of guys got together with a crazy idea. Go farther, faster than mankind ever had before. They dreamt with their hands, and the world watched and waited. Well, time has marched on and priorities have changed. It's nice to know America still builds rockets. The 2011 Corvette, only from Chevrolet.
Once Dave and his friends experienced the bone-rattling intensity of NASCAR, they knew it was time to reconfigure his surround sound.
All right, guys, here it comes.
15,000 watts later, they realized that if everything was more like NASCAR, everything would be more awesome.
Caution is out in Speed's presentation of NASCAR Nationwide Final Practice, brought to you in high definition by Funai. Fun and innovative. Experience more at FunaiAmerica.com. Danica Patrick has rolled into the garage area after bringing out this caution. Now she's 15th on the speed chart, but watch her entry into turn 1.
Yeah, Mike, she goes off in there and she makes a late arc down here to try to get to the bottom of the racetrack, and the car just never was underneath her. And again, it got away from her. She got down on the apron, but look at the great save right there. She didn't overcorrect, able to keep the car off the outside wall. I mean, and just, again, great car control.
Great job by her. I mean, it's like a lot of other things. It doesn't do it justice, but she gets off, getting in the corner, and the car just gets away from her. But a great job of not overcorrecting. And sometimes as drivers, you overcorrect too much, head on into the fence. Great job for saving that race car for Danica Patrick.
What did she say about it, Dick?
Well, she said it just came around on her, and then her mentor, Johnny Benson, said that the arc was perhaps a little bit too big for a lap of the speed she was trying to take it.
And again, Johnny's kind of like been her driving coach the last couple of weeks, and he's exactly right, Herman. When you go in there going that fast and you turn that car off, it just will, the yaw moment, it will not allow it to, let the car settle and get back on 4 tires, and it will come around carrying that kind of speed. It's much like pitching it off into the corner on a dirt track. It's okay on a dirt track because you got a cushion, but not in these asphalt tracks.
And these cars are so much on the edge. They don't look like it, but we just saw Joe Nemechek, same place on the racetrack, got away from him, and he wasn't able to correct it. So good job for Danica to bring it back to the garage so they can work on it and give her another shot.
Great session for Reed Sorensen. The Peachtree City, Georgia driver is second fastest, and we have a further update on Joe Nemechek from Bob.
The saga continues for Joe Nemechek here in the garage area. You're seeing the 97 car. We told you Joe Nemechek wouldn't be in there. Well, guess what? He's in the car, but it's only to help Kevin Conway because Kevin took one run in this car, had some things that he didn't like, so Joe figured, hey, I'm just kind of knocking around right now, working on the front end of this machine, working on the spark plugs and so forth. Why don't I get in the car? So Joe said, I'm going to hop in, feel it out for Kevin and see what he was feeling in the car while he awaits to see if he finds a car for him to ride in tomorrow's race.
Hermie, talk about this where you don't like the feel of the car and you want somebody else to see if they're feeling the same. Is that for validation of what you're feeling or to see if they can find a different solution than the one that's being suggested?
It's all about validation right here. I mean, Kevin is telling Joe what the car's doing. The thing that's working against him is they don't have a lot of time. Kevin, it's unfair to him to go to the racetrack for 1 or 2 laps and expect him to get the car up to speed. But Joe has already been on the racetrack a lot this weekend. It's Joe's car out of his shop. He knows the inner workings of the car, the front end, the geometry. And so he wants Joe to get in this car and say, hey, you see if you feel the same things that I'm feeling. And because you know the car's better than I do, maybe you can get it headed in the right direction quicker than I can.
Well, I give Kevin Conway a lot of credit for that because a lot of fellows would say, let me run it some more and let's figure out how we deal with it. But right from the get-go, he's saying, Joe, see if you see the same thing I'm seeing.
What he's saying, and I respect him for this, is help.
Yes.
Give me some help. And that's like, Danica Patrick looking to Johnny Benson for help. Any driver, you know what I'm saying, Herman. You go sometimes your brother or whoever you're comfortable, you're looking for somebody to give you that little extra vote of encouragement, either how to fix it or that what your direction you're going in to fix it is the right way.
Bob?
The reason why it took so long for Joe Nemechek to get in this car, when Kevin took it out there, he felt like it was missing or something. There was just something wrong in the engine compartment. That's why they changed spark plugs. They fired it back up. He was A-OK. So Joe would have liked to have gotten back in it a long time ago, but they had to fix that problem. The interesting thing now here in the garage area of the 97 machine is the series director, Joe Balish, and he's talking to some Nemco representatives here to figure out exactly what's going to go on with Joe Nemechek here tomorrow.
Meanwhile, Scott Wimmer in the Key Motorsports Chevy.
And everybody thought that politics only happened in Washington, D.C. We got a lot of politicking going on down in the garage area right now about clarification of rules and what direction we're going to go in.
All right, Wimmer comes in. Charles Lewandowski goes back out to try to run a lap or two, hopefully with transponder this time.
NASCAR's biggest pre-race show storms into Sin City as Jimmy, Kurt, and Tony join us live. And we relive Jeff Gordon's milestone win. NASCAR Race Day built by the Home Depot from Las Vegas. Sunday at 12:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
I will always. I will respect my elders, even as I run over them.
I will embrace victory and everything that goes with it.
I will have more followers on Twitter.
I will never call my friends a posse. I will never refer to myself in the third person.
I will buy my mom a house.
I will enjoy my moment in the sun. And I will try not to get burned by it.
And most of all,
I will always
be ready
for the highs, the lows,
the unexpected, for life.
For life. There's Ready, and then there's Gillette Ready. Introducing the Gillette Young Guns, class of 2011.
You ready?
You don't have to go bald.
Lead paint poisoning affects over 1 million children today. If your home was built before 1978, your kids could be at risk. Log on to leadfreekids.org or call 800-424-LEAD.
That could have been me without Dinerex to treat my dandruff. Okay, you can have fun with my hair, but thanks to Dinerex, I have some hair to make fun of. Dinerex has the winning team. Dinerex has been my champion for 15 years. Make it yours.
I'm Kenny, and this is my emergency. Not even a flight delay could keep me off the mountain because I pack plenty of emergency. With 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C to support my immune system and energizing B vitamins, I tore it up all day long. No problem. Emergency. Feel the good.
May not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
A lot of action on track and in the sky. Now, this is one of the enemy jets that will be used during the war games later this evening out of Nellis Air Force Base. Some 80 aircraft expected to participate. You know what? After qualifying, I'm going to stick around and watch the show. So Joe Nemechek is on track in this 97 to sort it out for Kevin Conway. And the way we understand the ruling is this. Joe has been on track. He has attempted to compete by making a lap at what NASCAR determines reasonable speed. Joe is locked into the field for Saturday's race. He does not have to make a qualifying attempt. So whatever car they decide to number 87, as long as that's done by tomorrow morning and that car is submitted for inspection as the 87, Joe will be able to start the race with it and try to maintain his position in the point standings. Kevin Conway will drive this number 97 that Joe has just taken 2 exploratory laps in and found a lot of bouncing around with it.
Yeah, that car needs some work. You can see the front end of that car bouncing uncontrollably in the front end, but Danica Patrick back on the track. Jeff, good for her to get back on this racetrack and get some good, solid laps under her. She don't want to end this practice session like she did in turn 1 a little while ago.
No, I'd like to kind of have an opportunity to kind of rewind the tape and do it one more time. And again, they were able to change things around. And guys, she came right back out there and put down a really nice lap, moves up a little bit, up to 14th quickest at a 30.91. So guess what? That little slide for life, it didn't scare her one bit.
Nope. Red and black flags are out. That ends this session. Chevrolet has won this practice with Mark Martin, Elliott Sadler, and Reed Sorensen. These cars will qualify and race tomorrow. And Joe Nemechek, our understanding is, will get to race in the Samstown 300 tomorrow. We have Sprint Cup practice coming up a little later on, and later Sprint Cup qualifying. Right now we're going to turn you over to our favorite jet jockey. Or is it desk jockey? We'll find out shortly from John Roberts.
Mike, thanks a lot. Things are getting busy down here in the Neon Garage, but we have to clear up one misconception. People say that we have it easy on TV, that we don't have to work hard. Well, let me tell you something. This is a very difficult job. This is not glamorous. Kelly and Jenny have come by now to help me out through this this bit of the program we're going to do today. So I tell you, it's just not glamorous. It's just dangerous. So if you guys want to break this, you can certainly welcome to. Let's take a look at the menu, see what's coming up today. There's a lot going on speed, and we are just getting our engines fired up today. Hey, what are you guys doing later? Where are you going? Shoot. Sprint Cup Series practice at 3 o'clock Eastern Time, NASCAR Live at 4:30, and then the day, remembering Dale Earnhardt at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, NASCAR Live at 6 Eastern, and then there is still more programming coming your way on speed as the night goes on. It is Sprint Cup Series qualifying at 6:30. Trackside presented by Walmart features Harry Gant and Kurt Busch, and then Speed Center wraps up the entire world of motorsports at 9:30. Now, a lot of guys have had some bad luck so far this year, not like the good luck we're having out here at Vegas so far. Let's go to Wendy Venturini, who's standing by with one guy who wants to turn around his luck here in Vegas.
Clint Boyer comes into Vegas 21st in points. I know you really want to turn things around this third race of the season. What can we expect in this practice session?
Well, hopefully do just that.
you know, we got to get things turned back around. It hasn't been too, just really, you know, good cars, very frustrating runs. We've had good cars and get caught up in 2 wrecks first 2 weeks of the season. It's just tough. You know, it's so important to get the year started off right, and you know, unfortunately we haven't. We've got a little bit of a hole to dig ourselves out of, but a good run here in Las Vegas will do just that.
Describe this racetrack and the bumps. We had a smooth Daytona, a pretty smooth Phoenix, and we come here, it's a little bit bumpy at Vegas.
Yeah, it is, but you know, it's the same for everybody. You got to be able to bounce through those bumps better than the rest, and if you can do that, you just might have a shot at winning.
What can we expect out of this weekend's race?
Hopefully just, you know, an awesome race. We're in Las Vegas, you know, you got to gamble, and hopefully the cards will be in our favor.
All right, Clint Boyer looking for that luck this weekend in Vegas.
One good thing about that, Wendy, he definitely has a good attitude about it. Their cars have been fast for Richard Childress Racing so far, but they just don't have the results so far to go with it. Let's take a look at some of the drivers who are still looking for Lady Luck to turn on their side. There's Boyer, 21st in points right now. If you take a look at the right side of the screen, in 2010, after 2 races, Clint Boyer was 2nd in points. His teammate Kevin Harvick was 1st. Now they find themselves 21st and 22nd. Pence and McMurray and Biffle, of course, these guys were way up on points after 2 races. James McMurray starting off the season with that Daytona 500 victory. Big turn in fortune right now for Joey Logano, but look to that team to turn around, as will David Rudiman, Jeff Burton, and Brian Vickers is very happy to be back at the racetrack after missing some races last year, but still needs to have that reversal in fortune right now so he can get back on the positive side of things when it comes to points. Let's go for some final thoughts now with Wendy Venturini. Wendy?
Thanks, John. One of my favorite parts about Las Vegas Motor Speedway is this neon garage. Not only does it get you close to the noise and the action, these fans up top, check this out on the neon garage. They have full access to hear what's going on in the garage area. They're waving, they're taking photos of the drivers. The drivers have just made their way into the race cars. This is when action is finally picking up in the garage area, and they are stoked here in Las Vegas. Another part of Vegas that's pretty cool is a lot of our drivers, Johnny, bring their families out here. A lot of the crew members have their wives, significant others here this week. So I've seen a lot of family members this week in Vegas roaming around, and it's good to have everyone out west for this 2-week swing. A lot of the people stayed out here, so that's something different we don't usually see here at Las Vegas. But I'm looking forward to this weekend, and it's even a little bit breezy. It's a nice and windy day here.
So, Wendy, so far out here in the Neon Garage, we've seen an Elvis impersonator, a Carrie Underwood impersonator, Big and Rich impersonators. Have you seen any impersonators in there, or are they all the real thing?
Yeah, I saw a John Roberts impersonator. He's in the Neon Garage. Have you seen him?
Imposter, I think is the correct word. Wendy, thanks a lot. Another good thing about this weekend here in Vegas, there is a lot going on in and around the racetrack, but the weather is cooperating with us in a big way. We're going to have temperatures near 70 or in the 70s for the rest of this weekend. So if you're a NASCAR fan and anywhere around the area, come on down to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway and join us. There are still tickets available. The Nationwide Series and the Sprint Cup Series are going to pack the house here at Vegas. It's going to be a great show. Fast racetrack. Great scenery on the racetrack, on and off, and also a lot of fun here in the Neon Garage. So right now we are going to turn our attention to the Sprint Cup Series, who is getting ready to take this very fast racetrack out here in Vegas, deal with some of the bumps Clint Boyer was talking about, but also have their day in the sun as we have qualifying later on, and we got you covered all day long on speed. But right now, coming up next, NASCAR Sprint Cup Series practice from the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Stay with us.
Speed puts you in the middle of NASCAR's hottest action with Sprint Cup practice and qualifying from Las Vegas. And catch Kurt Busch and Harry Gant on NASCAR Trackside. Live coverage begins today with Sprint Cup practice at 3 Eastern on Speed.
Wednesday, on the new hit reality series Car Warriors, the pressure to win turns friend into foe.
You're so full of your eyes are brown.
Car Warriors, Wednesday, 9 Eastern on Speed.
Hello, sunshine, sweet as you can be.
Wake up to sweetness with Honey Nut Cheerio cereal. Kissed with real honey. And the 100% natural whole grain oats can help lower your cholesterol.
You are so sweet to me.
Be happy, be healthy.
These days, more Americans are using their credit cards less.
Which is why Rent-A-Center makes sense.
Get the brands you want without having to use and abuse credit.
Get a Toshiba 55-inch LCD HD TV, just $29.99 a week.
It's time for the Polaris XP sales event. Sportsman XP, Ranger XP, Ranger Razor XP. 3 extreme machines, 1 extreme event. Get up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 3.99% on select models from the world's best off-road lineup. Deals this extreme won't last long. Get to your Polaris dealer for up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 3.99%. Only during the Polaris XP sales event.
Hey, Kurt, it's Kyle. Hey, you got a minute?
Not really. Kind of busy.
You've got to check out the new NASCAR.com race view. I mean, these new virtual graphics make my car look almost real. Did you know fans can customize this to follow me all race long and listen to my in-car audio? And now my fans can even watch you try to keep up with me in the new head-to-head view. I mean, how cool is that?
Check out the brand new and dramatically improved race view, only at NASCAR.com.
Kurt, hey, Kurt.
Jet planes and horsepower. We're in Las Vegas, baby. It's NASCAR's Sprint Cup Series practice, round 1. At Las Vegas Motor Speedway, where the weather is struggling into the mid-60s and the winds have picked up. 26 miles an hour. That is a breezy day to be sure, but it's a clear day. A lot of nice sun. Nice day in the neighborhood. Hi, everybody. Mike Joy, Darrell Waltrip, Larry McReynolds with you for opening round of Sprint Cup practice on a track that, during the nationwide practice, Carl Edwards said it's acquired character. That's like saying you don't have wrinkles, you have character. This track doesn't have bumps, it has character, and nobody found that out more harshly than Joe Nemechek, who backed into the wall in turn 2 in nationwide series practice. So what are we going to see here for the next hour or so?
I think we're going to see guys going a little high in turn 1 is what I think we're going to see, because the bumps are down low, and it's I guess it's right where the tunnel is. That's where they normally are, and they will actually get you airborne. When these cars are riding down on those bump stops the way they do with the shock package they have, it'll actually get the wheels jumping up off the ground, and when you try to turn, it'll spin out. So that's something you got to watch. Now 3 and 4, it's a piece of cake. And you can sail through there nice and smooth, but the challenge is turn 1.
Now, Larry, the nationwide cars are not allowed to run on the bump stops. They have to coil bind or otherwise set their front suspension. How will this be different with the Cup cars?
Well, these guys, this is going to be truly the fastest racetrack we've been to this year. Yeah, I know Daytona was obviously fast, but we've got a mile-less racetrack to work with here. And these bumps throw these guys a little bit of a curve. But because of the speeds, you're trying to get this car all the way down on the ground as close as you can for aerodynamics reasons. But here's the one thing I would say about this practice. We've said for years it doesn't pay anything to practice. To the contrary, it pays a lot to win this practice, because qualifying this afternoon, you want to go late because the track's going to cool down. How do you go late? You run fast in practice, because this is the second week that we have the slowest to the fastest, the way the qualifying order will go. So I think there'll be a huge contest in this practice to see who can go the quickest.
Well, there's already a huge contest among the not one but 2 hometown heroes as the Busch brothers come in here leading the Sprint Cup standings. Matt Yoakum?
Well, Mike, to quote those prolific poets from England, the new boss looks a lot like the old boss. For the first time in over 2 years, Kyle Busch back on top of the championship standings, entering a month which is his most productive. March, 4 wins on his racing resume, one of which coming right here 2 years ago at Las Vegas. He said, though, the biggest challenge today isn't going to be trying to gear in and focus on a win. It's about the wind. The average wind speed over the past 2.5 to 4 minutes, about 12.5 miles per hour, with gusts up to 20 miles per hour. He says, Chris Devoda, that's going to be the most challenging, going from his nationwide car over here to his Sprint Cup car.
Well, Matt, his big brother Kurt has been watching those earlier practices. He knows those bumps, he told me, are wild. Kurt always starts well at this race, but in the last 4 years hasn't finished better than 23rd. For him, this is like a Daytona. Back at his home track, this is where he wants to win. He hasn't been able to do that in his 10 starts. It's already been a busy week for Kurt. He had a very successful go-kart event last night. And Mike, I am actually pointing to my character on my face. This sunny Las Vegas weather is building character for me down here.
Thanks, Krista. Now, it's coolest early in the session, so instantly this track was full of cars. NASCAR allows 25 cars on track. at a time in the opening minutes of practice, and boom, just before the first car had completed 1 lap, there were 25 of them out there. Everybody trying to nail that quick lap down early.
Yeah, and you know, one thing I'm saying, though, right now, a lot of cars on the racetrack.
Oh, Jeff Gordon
off turn 4, spinning around. Save it, Jeff, save it.
And he does. At least as far as that wall is concerned. My gosh. What was that about turn 3 and 4 being a piece of cake?
I thought that would be the easy corner. That's what it always. That's
my goodness.
You can't get in trouble off turn 4.
Yes, you can.
I just realized that.
Last week's winner is the first car to bring out the caution in this practice.
Well, at Phoenix, the Daytona 500 winner was the first one to bring out a caution in practice.
So what happens here, Darrell?
You can get through here so fast. I mean, you got good grip down here. You're in the throttle really, really early, and that car just snapped. I mean, he didn't have a chance to save it. It just snapped out from under him.
And let me tell you, part of the downside on what has happened right here is because, remember, this year they've taken a set of tires away from these guys for practice and qualifying. You don't have 6 sets, you have 5 sets. You're looking at one of those sets right now that's flat. So now Jeff Gordon, these guys, Alan Gustafson, they have 4 sets of tires to get all their practice, including tomorrow, plus a set to qualify on.
I'm not so sure that maybe Jeff Gordon didn't let his guard down. Because if we look at turns 1 and 2, and that's where everybody says we're going to have a problem, and that's where the bumps are, maybe you kind of say, okay, well, 3 and 4, like I said in the opening, should be a piece of cake. But I think when we look down at turn 1 and 2 and see cars go through those bumps.
Now the right front
is. Just watch this, Mike. Here's the 31 car. Watch. Hits the bumps, bam, 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 and you see the car just step right out. Yeah. And up the hill he goes.
Now, when Jeff Gordon came in the garage, the right front was flat. We assume that was from the slide. We don't know if he might have been having a problem with it. No?
No,
don't think so?
No, I mean, when you slide from turn 4 to the start-finish line, most likely you'll have a flat tire.
Agreed.
Maybe even 4.
I know one thing I feel strongly we're going to see this afternoon. I think we're going to see a new track record because actually Kurt Busch set the track record at a 28.61 a year ago. Carl Edwards, 1 lap is within 4/10 of that track record already.
Carl, I talked to Carl last night. He is still sick over Phoenix last week. He said, I'd never had a car so fast and didn't get to show it. Matt, what you got?
Well, some conversation between Alan Gustafson and Jeff on the radio. Jeff pulled the car in and he started laughing. He says, wow. He goes, I got back in the gas, the car felt great, and then bam, it just came right around. Luckily, he said, I did not hit a thing, but it's always good when your driver can bring the car back without a scratch on it, and he's chuckling.
You know, I know, Darrell, you're going to be with Jeff Gordon, and you've taped a piece for our pre-race show on Sunday, but I read something this week about Jeff Gordon that I found very intriguing. The biggest thing he worked on, focused on, looked at, evaluated during the offseason was being more aggressive on restarts because that truly beat him in some races last year.
Sure it did. You're right. Kevin Harvick was very strong in his nationwide car and is 14th quickest in this session at the moment. Now here's Trevor Bayne, who after having woken up from the dream of Daytona had a nightmare the next week in Phoenix. Not 1 but 2. He's shaken that off. Had a great day Monday, even though it rained in Knoxville for Trevor Bayne Day. They had a huge celebration. He signed autographs for all who wanted them, did interviews all day, and now he comes out here for race 3.
Don't be surprised if he has a big weekend here. I tell you, and the reason why, that 21 team, they always have had great super speedway cars. And the bigger the track, the better they run.
8th quickest for Bayne. Early on in this session, Carl Edwards and David Reagan are the Fords at the top of the board.
Honey, could you grab another bag of ice?
On it. Did you see that pass on turn 3? No, I had to feed the pony. The only ponies at this party are underneath the hood. Look, if I don't get this ice. Oh, if I don't get this ice. You got a 4G face melter in here, man. Let's do this thing. Okay, yeah, just 1 lap. Yeah, just do 1. Yeah.
How's that ice coming?
Fuel your fan with the latest news, stats, and highlights on NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile, only on the Now Network. You gotta love Sunday. It's like everyone came together and said, if it's good, let's save it for Sunday. So here's to the KFC $10 Sunday Bucket. 10 pieces, $10. Every Sunday. Sunday is a KFC day, and today tastes so good.
No, not now.
Nothing's worse than a dead battery. And nothing's more reliable than a Duralast battery. Duralast, proven tough, only at AutoZone.
I don't want to get up. I don't want to go to work. I hate mornings. Great, I have 20 minutes. No time for coffee. Hello, my friend.
Can't get it together in the morning? Try 5 Hour Energy. It's simple, effective, and unlike coffee, it's ready right now. No waiting, no hassle.
Let's do this.
5 Hour Energy, the no wait, no hassle way to a great morning.
Hey, Kurt, it's Kyle. Hey, you got a minute?
Not really. Kind of busy.
You've got to check out the new NASCAR.com race view. I mean, these new virtual graphics make my car look almost real. Did you know fans can customize this to follow me all race long and listen to my in-car audio? And now my fans can even watch you try to keep up with me in the new head-to-head view. I mean, how cool is that?
Check out the brand new and dramatically improved Race View, only at NASCAR.com.
Kurt, hey, Kurt.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup practice from Las Vegas, brought to you in high definition by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at FunaiAmerica.com. And by Toyota.
There you go.
There's a Toyota FedEx Grand Camry of Denny Hamlin, who presently just jumped up from 15th to 13th with that lap.
I thought they would have run a lot better at Phoenix last week than they did. They seem like they struggled all day long out there, and I know this team is anxious to get some momentum on their side.
As good as they were last November at Phoenix, yes.
Surprising.
But you know, they won that race at Texas, the third race from the end of the season last year, and since then, 4 races, no top 10 finishes for this group.
New colors for Juan Pablo Montoya this week. He is 3rd fastest. This week, it's the Clorox car. Krista.
Jamie McMurray sitting in the garage, and what he said to his crew chief Kevin Bono Mannion before he came in, he said, I'm only able to drive at about 85%. It pushes after that. He also said the whole car feels high. He said the attitude just feels high on the racetrack.
Mike, that actually kind of goes back to what we talked about at the top of the show. You know, these drivers, Darrell, they can tell if that car is down in that racetrack and digging rather than what we say sitting up on top of the track.
Yeah, and what some of them may be doing, Larry, is taking some of the information from the NNS cars and thinking, well, we need to run the car a little high because it might bottom out down here. They may want to slip, you know, kind of creep up on that, the attitude of the car and the height of the car until they see how it gets through these bumps down here. Don't want it bottoming out and tearing up something.
David Rudiman in the Tums Toyota. And David is 10th fastest in this session.
This is the kind of racetrack Rudiman will run good on. It's a Chicago kind of racetrack. He liked that. And this, matter of fact, when they ran this car last year with Tums on it at Chicago, he actually won. So maybe there's some omens there.
Right at the start of this session, Jeff Gordon on his very first lap in 3 and 4 lost the car but kept it off the wall. Matt's with him.
An exciting drive last week at Phoenix to score the win, and it was the e-ticket ride early on in this practice.
It sure was. I mean, it's only because the car felt that good. I was just, you know, getting up to speed, and we're seeing, you know, this tire takes a couple laps to get the heat in it. So a little bit of my mistake. I'm just thankful, you know, we didn't hit anything with the DuPont Chevrolet, but the car felt great, and so now we'll kind of take a little more conservative approach for those first couple laps the rest of the day.
All right, Jeff, now I see a lot of the crew guys, they're working on your carbon fiber seat. I see a lot of the seat inserts out. What are they doing?
Well, you know, these are all new race cars and a whole new seat for me this year. This team spent a lot of time over the offseason designing a new seat. And so we've also got a little bit different belt. The lap belt's one of the 2-inch belts. And so we were off a little bit on the measurement. So that was just something that we were going to work on anyway. So now we got some time. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Jeff.
Larry, he might want to use those words of wisdom that you give me. He better tighten them belts up one more time. He's going to be driving like that.
I do get the feeling we're going to see a little different approaches next time out.
Jamie Mack is 13th in this session. 29.82 is his best lap. Carl Edwards at a 29.05 is fastest. And Mark Martin 26th with a 30.28. Mark was one of the fastest in nationwide practice just completed.
And Mark was a little concerned with all the practice going on today about going back and forth. But the one saving grace about this schedule is he will not be in the NASCAR between this practice and qualifying this car a little bit later on this afternoon.
Martin Truex spent the 2 nationwide sessions up on top of the hauler watching younger brother Ryan complete his laps. So this is Martin's first tour behind the wheel today. His Toyota is 14th at a 29.85. And again, remember, qualifying later today will be lined up in reverse order of practice speeds. And a late draw, there's no draw anymore, but a late spot in that order is considered preferred. And right now there's 3 Fords at the top: Edwards, Biffle, and Reagan.
Yeah, the Fords, this is another, it's one of those kind of racetracks, 1.5 miles. Think back through the years, Michigan, a 2-mile track.
Atlanta.
California. These are the kind of tracks when the Ford team gets it right, this is where they run well at.
4 Fords in the top 5, counting Allmendinger. And wow, there's a new, well, it's not brand new. It's kind of a throwback look. We've seen this before when Haas Automation sponsors the number 39 of Ryan Newman. Of course, the team is Stewart Haas Racing, Gene Haas, his company, the largest designer and manufacturer of CNC, computer numerical control equipment, sponsors the car.
He was dancing around a little bit there in the middle of 1 and 2 too. You might want to check that computer, see if it's numerically controlled or not.
You know, this is Ryan's 3rd year with Stewart Haas. And he comes in here now 7th in the points, 16 points out of the lead after 2 races. And even though they were disappointed with the way things went at Daytona for him after leading the most laps, if you look at the first 2 years after 2 races, 34th in 2009 in the points, 36th out of the top 35 a year ago.
You know, look at the side of that and the shape of that 2-tone paint scheme. It's got that kind of 57 Bel Air thing going on. It's cool.
You would know, Mr. Barry.
Wednesday on the new hit reality series Car Warriors. A group of hotshots are out to dominate the All-Stars.
It is complete chaos right now.
But both teams are in for a grueling 72-hour build. Sparks will fly. Tempers will boil over.
Why don't you just call it the Rich Evans Show?
And the pressure to win this challenge will turn friend into foe.
You're so full of your eyes are brown.
And after Car Warriors, stay tuned for an all-new car science. It all begins Wednesday, 9 Eastern on Speed.
For 125 years, Sunoco's been fueling victories on and off the track. Why? Because winning is the greatest feeling in the world.
Is your computer running slowly?
It's fun to watch a funny show with everybody that you know and talk about it later at the water cooler. It's fun to catch up on the twists and binge watch episodes you missed while playing hooky from your job like Ferris Bueller. It's fun to DVR a show wherever when you're on the go and never have to worry that you're missing out. It's fun to watch new movies right away. They're on demand, not on delay. If you're through with satellite, come on and shout. It's fun for you. It's fun for me. It's fun for everyone who likes to watch to Xfinity. Come on, everybody to Xfinity. Come on, everybody to Xfinity.
Time at Walmart. From official gear to snacks for race day, you'll find everything you need. Gear up, stock up, save. There is the third fastest car in this practice. 4 Fords in the top 5. Edwards, Biffle, David Reagan in the UPS Ford, and A.J. Allmendinger. Only one Paulo Montoya is the only Chevy. He is 4th.
Yeah, Darrell touched on this a little while ago about the Fords, and you know, this has been a good racetrack not only for Ford but for Roush Fenway. 3 guys, the top 3 right now.
And as I look down that list, there's a guy that here he is again this week, right up there in the top 10. Regan Smith, 7th quick.
Yep.
And Paul Menard in the 27 car. He's 8th quick.
That's right, new heroes.
Those 2 guys are, you know, hanging tough.
And boom, Matt Kenseth jumps to 4th just as we have a look, and we're looking down the chart for him. He clicks off a lap that is 4th quickest. So that puts 5 Fords in the top half dozen.
You know, I think because of what Jeff Gordon did at Phoenix last week, one of the themes is become winless streaks. And when you look at Matt Kenseth in that 17 car, of course, Jeff Gordon broke that 66 race winless streak. It's been 2 years since Matt Kenseth's been to victory lane. He won those back-to-back races in 2009 at the 500 at Daytona and then Auto Club Speedway. So 2 years sitting there with Matt Kenseth not going to victory lane.
Talking to Carl last night, and he was really anxious to run today. He says, if we have everything figured out like we think we do, this will be the race it'll show. They ended the season strong, you know, won at Homestead. And this is a little bit like Homestead, I think, to some degree. And he felt really good about his car at Phoenix. Nobody kind of makes a literal judgment off how they run at Daytona, but felt real good about his car at Phoenix. Said, if we're as good as we think we are, we'll know it this weekend.
Brad Keselowski and Rutledge Wood are going out on the town this weekend with speed cameras. Now, you talk about the odd couple. Of course, Rutledge and who would not be the odd couple? I'm not too sure. But I suggested on the earlier show that maybe Brad could take Rutledge down to Pawn Stars and see what he get for him.
Might be a thought.
Make an interesting episode. I don't know. Krista.
$5. That's what I say. $5. Let's tell you an update on the number 5 car. Mark Martin sitting in the garage. And one of my favorite things about practice shows is listening to how the drivers describe their car and the feeling of it differently. Mark, so descriptive. He said his car is loose on the initial throttle, real free in, and then loose at the 3rd way mark through the turn. He said, basically, I need you to tighten it up all around. I'm going off the feel. The left rear tire also is out of the racetrack, especially when you give it gas.
I mean, this is definitely, I think we touched on this earlier, one of the bigger challenges for these drivers and these teams with the speeds you're running here. Not near the grip we had at Daytona, more about aero grip than mechanical grip like Phoenix. So this is one of the first real tests.
Tony Stewart drove a taxi cab the other night here in Las Vegas. Well, that was the story that we were sold. It really turned out to be one of his Mobil 1 race cars painted up like a taxi cab, with a taxi cab light, but with all of his decals on it. So obviously he fooled no one who was in a condition not to be fooled. Maybe we'll have video Sunday. We'll see. Matt.
Mike Carl Edwards out of the race car, so a short debrief with Bob. How's the car?
Scott's Fusion is really good. We don't exactly know how good because we don't know how many guys are running qualifying trim, but Bob and I just talked, and if it's as fast as it seems, the biggest thing for us to do is not mess this thing up. So just going to go out here and kind of methodically go through our stuff. Track's really interesting with the sun, the wind, the bumps, and all that stuff. But it seems fast. It seems good.
Out of those 3 issues, which is the most challenging? The bumps, the wind, the tire?
And they all they all 3 combine down there in turn 1 because you got the wind, blowing the car up the track. You're banging over these, huge whoop-de-doos, and that makes it really tough for these guys. Right now, they're all back here just, talking, writing, calculating everything, and what they're trying to do is make sure that the car has the most grip, not just over the bumps, but everywhere else.
A meeting of minds talking about a combo planner.
Yeah. And from someone on Twitter, how you doing?
Well, right now, Carl is half a second faster than the field. I'd say he's doing pretty well.
I'd say it's pretty windy here, too.
NASCAR's biggest pre-race show storms into Sin City as Jimmy, Kurt, and Tony join us live. And we relive Jeff Gordon's milestone win. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot from Las Vegas. Sunday at 12:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? What, do you live under a rock?
No way. Hey, Rick, check this out.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
You're at the age where you don't get thrown by curveballs. This is the age of knowing how to get things done. So, why would you let something like erectile dysfunction get in your way? Isn't it time you talk to your doctor about Viagra? 20 million men already have. With every age comes responsibility. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Do not take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease or loss in vision or hearing. This is the age of taking action. Viagra. Talk to your doctor. See if America's most prescribed ED treatment is right for you.
360 degrees of everything is now on sale. Visit NASCAR.com/tickets today.
Welcome back to Las Vegas. Casey Mears, 26th fastest in this session. He is, however, the fastest of the go-or-go-home cars that will all qualify in one group at the end of the session this afternoon.
He snuck around there last Sunday, got him a top 20 finish. What did he finish there? 18th, I think it was.
He did, yes.
And that was after having some problems, you know, with the engines and so forth. He and Booty Barker, they got that bad boy hooked up, got him a pretty good finish.
And in qualifying last week at Phoenix, he was the fastest of the go-or-go-homers.
Nice recovery from Daytona. Brian Vickers, presently 15th on the board. He's run 14 laps in this session.
Been caught up in wrecks in both of our first two races. Comes in here 33rd in the points right now. You know, something Carl Edwards said a while ago had me thinking, and this is what I somewhat anticipated. Yeah, well, he's got 3/10 on second place now because Jimmy Johnson, the 48 car, ran a 29.34. But with the schedule these drivers have tomorrow with only 1 hour and 15-minute practice to get ready to race, Carl's anticipating, as we are, that a lot of guys are in race trim, and in the last third of this practice will kick over into qualifying trim.
That's what I saw when they opened the track for practice. We had almost everybody in the garage on the racetrack as if they were out shaking down, making some, you know, race runs, not really changed over to qualifying trim yet. I think that track record will be in jeopardy, like Larry said.
And I kind of like Carl's thinking, and Darrell, maybe this new qualifying lineup procedure may have you approach practice differently, because if the track is at its fastest at the very beginning of practice and you want to try to would you start your practice in qualifying trim because the qualifying order here is so important? You want to go last, not first.
Well, I think from if you try to manage your time and the team, you know, they've got to change the car over, do some things to it to get it ready to qualify. I think if I was going to be in qualifying trim, I'd probably assume I'm going to be in it the whole practice.
Okay.
So I'd start, if I'm going to start practice, I don't think I would go back to race and then change back to qualifying again. So managing your time, I think, is what these guys look at with the amount. They only have an hour and a half.
Right. Joey Logano is 10th quickest, 29.74.
Another rough start for this young man. The crash at Daytona and the engine failure at Phoenix last week has him sitting 29th in the points after 2 races.
And Larry, I'll just ask you, if you and I were down there, we had a car, and right now we're 30th in points. We run 2 races, we're 30th in points. Would we be worried? If you as a crew chief, me as a driver, would we look at where we are and say, man, we're in trouble?
Well, as the song says, it's a long way to Richmond. You know, we still have 24 races, and it's funny you mention this because I talked to Todd Barrier this morning, crew chief for Jeff Burton, and they are in quite the hole with that 31 car after the engine failure at Daytona and the crash at Phoenix. But the difference this year versus last year, aside from the points structure, is, you know, go out there and win 2 races. 2 races, the model says, probably will make you eligible for that 11th and 12th place position as long as you stay in the top 20 in points. If you win 2 races, you're going to be in the top 20 in points probably.
See, we always talk about unintended consequences, and they're usually bad. You know, unintended consequences usually aren't something you're happy about. I believe with the point system, the unintended consequences have turned out to be all good. You go out, you be consistent, you run, stay out of trouble, you get top 10, you're great, you're high in the points. You fall out of a couple of races, get in a hole, now I got to go out and win some races. Good.
Okay.
I'm still in the chase. So it's the best of both worlds, if you ask me.
But looking at the numbers, Darrell, even if you win 2 races, if you fall out of 2 or 3 races early, that's a deep, deep hole to overcome.
Well, and you do have to be in the top 20.
Yes, that's what I mean.
So if you're 21st with 5 wins, guess what?
Doesn't matter.
You don't get to play.
Doesn't count. Krista?
Well, you're talking about consistency, Mike. That is exactly what A.J. Allmendinger has been the model of through 2 races, averaging a 10th place finish. A.J. Allmendinger right now saying his car needs to be just a little bit tighter. It was a little looser on that run. He's also said he's picking up the chatter a little earlier. They're going to make a right front shock change, but A.J. Allmendinger is pretty happy. He says it's rolling through the center really well.
Spent a little time with A.J. this morning, and there's no question, outside of racing, he loves to race. He's been running shifter carts all during the off-season. Next week, one of only 3 off weekends that these drivers has, he's going to be in Kershaw, South Carolina, racing a shifter cart.
Just had a car there, a 38 car, just caught the wall off turn 4 there. He got the right side a little bit. I don't think he did a whole lot of damage. You can see the right rear there was up against it.
You know, we've been to 3 different racetracks this year, and they've all been too narrow for Travis Kvapil.
Runs out of racetrack a lot.
He's just had a bad start. He had trouble in the truck race down at Daytona. He had trouble in the 500. He had trouble in Phoenix.
Tough luck. Casey is 12th quickest. 29.78 is his quick lap so far. Had a nice rebound at Phoenix.
Casey's going to do a little racing on his off weekend. He's actually going to run the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series race next Saturday night under the lights at Darlington on a cup off weekend.
Got way up high on the racetrack there. You saw a lot of dust coming out from under the car as he got up in the marbles, and he's going to pull it in. Matt?
Mike, down in the 11 garage at Denny Hamlin, 23rd on the board. He and Mike Ford had a long discussion. They're going to make a sway bar change in the front. 2 runs ago, it was a combo of issues. Number 1, he wanted to work in the driver comfort area with a headrest, adding about an inch more of padding. Also trying to work on his entry, just way too free. And then it also swung back to the free side on exit when he got back in the gas. He went back out the next run, same exact problem. So they're still trying to tighten up this number 11 machine.
And it's like walking a tightrope with the speed you're trying to run around this place. Over 200 miles an hour, I'm sure we'll see getting in the corner qualifying. You've got to have it good and snug enough to get in the corner, but you have to have that thing rotate and turn through the middle and just be neutral off. You can't be loose like Jeff Gordon, but you can't have it shoving the nose either.
Yeah, what happens here in 3 and 4 is you come down the back straightaway, and when you get into turn 3, you get out of the gas early. And let the car kind of take a step, but then way before the middle of the corner, you're back wide open. And how get?
I mean, it's not good. I guess it's okay.
That's what he says.
Turn 1 is horrible.
10-4 on the horrible. We got that.
22nd fastest, Kyle Busch.
What I was going to say, when you get back in the gas so early in 3 and 4, when you exit turn 4, you are carrying a lot of speed, and you run out of racetrack, and you really have to be on your game, or you'll sit up there and scrape that wall.
Now, Matt Kenseth's last lap was his quickest. 29.62. He is 4th. And but for Jimmy Johnson in second, those Fords hold 5 of the top 6 spots.
Wednesday, on the new hit reality series Car Warriors, the pressure to win turns friend into foe.
You're so full of your eyes are brown.
Car Warriors, Wednesday, 9 Eastern on Speed.
Springtime belongs to the doers. Those of us who know grass doesn't turn green just because the calendar says to. And that a big difference can grow from a small budget. For those of us with grass on our sneakers, dirt on our jeans, and a lawn that's as healthy as our savings, the days are about to get a whole lot greener. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. We're lowering the cost of crowd control on those weeds with this Ryobi trimmer, just $89.
We're thinking seafood? Who's got the best seafood tonight?
How about some tilapia or jumbo shrimp?
And if you had seafood Newburgh, you'd be my hero on an endless dinner buffet.
For around $10.
You got the hook.
Only Golden Corral is a seafood lover's paradise. It's crunchy pecan-crusted tilapia, seafood Newburgh with puff pastry, spicy jalapeno tilapia, and more. It's all part of our endless dinner buffet, still for around $10. $10? I'm hooked. Golden Corral. Help yourself to happiness.
Now at Best Western, stay 3 separate times and earn a free night. It should be easy. They're the biggest hotel family in the world. You see, with 3 types, you can always find the one that's right for your trip. And since each hotel is independently owned, there will always be someone there who cares and rewards you for your loyalty. Best Western, the world's biggest hotel family.
Tomorrow, the Rolex Sports Car Series thunders into South Florida for their second race of the season. Don't miss it, live from Homestead. Tomorrow at noon Eastern, only on Speed. Tommy Baldwin's Axel Construction Chevrolet with Dave Blaney at the wheel. There was a report he might have brushed the wall with the right side, but don't see it.
Well, they want to be very careful with this race car, but remember, they lost a car at Phoenix last week, and this was pretty much their Phoenix backup, their Vegas primary, and their Vegas backup car.
Krista?
A lot of teams switching over to their qualifying setup, including the 42 of Juan Pablo Montoya. I want to talk about the weather. This is a windy day. Is this a good day to fly RC planes? I know that's what you like to do.
No, but it's a day it would be a lot of fun. You know, I mean, it's not ideal if you don't want to break anything, but if you want to play around, it's actually good fun when you're riding to the wind because you just hold the airplane down, just sit still. Good fun.
Is it a good day to race a car with that wind?
Yeah, you know, it's really good. You know, Clark Chevy seems to be very competitive. You know, last week we struggled and we went a different way. This week, you know, we got a lot of all good stuff on it and it seems to be paying off.
Thanks, Juan. Yeah, I know they were really tight last week in Phoenix.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's 8th fastest in this session. And here is Joe Nemechek, who has had a tough day. Crashed his primary Nationwide Series car earlier. He had made a deal with Kevin Conway to run his backup car to fill the field. So they ran that car through inspection as the 97 for Conway. And Joe found out from series officials that after he crashed his primary car, that car was no longer available to him as a backup number 87. It was locked in as the 97 because that's how it went through practice. So Joe's been going through the Nationwide garage trying to find another car to run in tomorrow's race. Conway will start the 97, and we think Joe has put together a backup deal, but won't have the car released to him perhaps until after qualifying. And he's got his Cup car here as well, where Joe is 12th fastest overall.
But say, it just tells you a lot about Joe. He doesn't go out there and just putz around. You know, he didn't come here just to try to get a car in the field.
Right.
He's out there running as hard as he can go. As far as he's concerned, he was trying to set his car on the pole. Got in trouble doing it, but that's just the way Joe operates.
Yep. And here's Martin Truex, who is 11th quickest. The fastest of his 16 laps so far, 29.76.
You know, in our pre-race show last week, we showed where he and his brother Ryan and David Ruderman and Michael Waltrip had went out to do some spring training with the Chicago White Sox near Phoenix, and some of those boys came over to the track. as we're seeing Chad Knaus actually up there talking to Danica Patrick over in the Cup garage.
And she's going to put a headset on and listen into some of their practice session.
Because her next lap will be NNS qualifying in the morning. That's right. But what Martin said after that was, if there anybody's out there that thinks that hitting a baseball with one of those cats throwing it's easy, I promise you it's like an aspirin tablet coming at you when you're trying to swing a bat and hit it.
Yep. Kurt Busch is the other hometown hero, along with his younger brother Kyle. First time since 1988 that two family members have led the Sprint Cup Series standings. Bobby and Davey Allison finished 1-2 in the Daytona 500 that year and took a 1-2 point standing lead on to the next race.
Jimmy Johnson just laid down a pretty good lap. We see Kurt going around in the, that's a little bit different yellow look.
Yeah.
A little almost lemon yellow.
Pennzoil Ultra. It's ultra yellow. And here's Jimmy.
Yeah, he just laid down the second quickest lap. 29-24.
Now I'm guessing, Darrell, but knowing the detailed kind of feedback that Jimmy gives to Chad Knaus, is that what they're trying to get Danica to see and experience, that sort of thing, as she listens in on Jimmy and Chad?
Yeah, what I like, you know, it's the language. It's okay, Danica, this is not an Indy car, and so we have to kind of get this in stock car terms. I think what she's just trying to do is learn the lingo. You know, how do I tell my crew chief the car's doing this over the bumps in stock car language?
That learning process continues. She'll be on track tomorrow in the nationwide race here in Las Vegas. Carl Edwards, Jimmy Johnson, quickest.
The Rolex Sports Car Series shifts into high gear.
You want a race? We have got one for you.
For another epic battle in Florida.
You got to be aggressive like that.
Live from Homestead, Saturday at 12 Eastern, only on Speed.
I felt it all at the Hall, where it's a cool 33 degrees.
We experienced it all at the Hall, where my son became the fastest man ever.
I relived it all at the Hall, where my grandson asked me, "Did you really do all that?"
Experience high-octane fun at the NASCAR Hall of Fame. And once you do, you'll be a fan too.
Do you have a problem with...
What's the big news in Priority Mail flat rate boxes and envelopes from the Postal Service? Over 1 billion used. With envelopes starting at just $4.95, flat rate shipping is the hassle-free way to ship. Pass it on.
With flat rate boxes, there's no need to weigh anything up to 70 pounds. If it fits, it ships.
You ship all different sizes?
Distributor caps to brake shoes, so 4 box sizes come in handy. If it fits, it ships.
Documents to different states?
Coast to coast. With flat rate envelopes, I ship anywhere in the country. International, too, for a low flat rate.
Now we'd like to pass on this offer to you. Call or go online to order your free flat rate shipping kit. You get free boxes, envelopes, and our helpful shipping guide. I'll even deliver them to your door for free. It's an offer too good to pass up.
Call or go online now to order your free Priority Mail flat rate shipping kit, only from the Postal Service, a simpler way to ship.
Sunday, it's the biggest pre-race show in NASCAR. Jimmy, Kurt, and Tony live on the show. Jeff Gordon's historic win in Phoenix. Plus, Rutledge and Brad see if they can find some fun in Sin City. Wonder how that'll turn out? Don't miss NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, Sunday at 12:30 Eastern. Live on Speed. Mike Skinner driving for Frank Stoddard for the second week in a row. They had a strong run in Phoenix last week, finished 24th, ran the whole race for Stoddard's new team. And so they're back at it this week.
Angie Skinner, his wife's been doing, she's on the Sirius 128 now with Dave Moody. She is a hoot, man. I'm telling you.
Very funny, very wry sense of humor.
Yeah, and
talked to her about it in Daytona. She said it took her a week or so to really kind of understand the dynamic of the listeners and understand when they called in, when they were kidding and when they were really serious. But she's having fun doing it. You're right. Paul Menard, 18th quickest right now. 29.86.
We're about halfway through this hour-and-a-half practice session. I think we may have mentioned earlier that we've got 44 cars here, just like in Phoenix. In fact, it's the same 44 drivers and teams that are here. 2 have not practiced so far, Landon Castle in the 60, Micah McDowell in the 66. But again, what this means is only 1 car will not qualify. Last week in Phoenix, it was Brian Keselowski, who had actually qualified for the Daytona 500.
Dave Blaney once again. Blaney and Nemechek are battling to be the fastest of the go-or-go-homers in this practice, and that would mean that they would qualify last in the session this afternoon that you will see live on Speed.
One thing we saw last week with Dave Blaney when he wrecked in practice, he doesn't make very many mistakes. Now that happened to be a very costly one because they weren't really on a plan to use a backup car, but nonetheless, you don't see Blaney making many mistakes.
You know, Mike, you were telling a story about Joe Nemechek and the NNS car with the wrecking the car in practice. That's the box that teams are in, especially in that series. You're so far away from home. You've got back-to-back West Coast races. And a lot of guys, I know we talked to Kevin Harvick about maybe getting Kevin's backup car, but these guys still have to qualify, and they know how much they'll be on the edge qualifying in the morning. Now, once they're qualified, okay, he may have some options of some backup cars.
Yeah, but Kevin can't release that car to Joe to qualify, because if Kevin wrecks and it goes through inspection as the 87, then Kevin can't have it back. So,
and guess when you usually wreck? When you say, "Oh, I'll be all right, I won't wreck."
Right.
That's when you usually have trouble. There's our buddy. We had a little meet and greet this morning with AJ. Really super, man. He's pumped up about this year.
But he was putting a lot of stock that this weekend, because he has struggled here, was going to be a good measuring stick where he's really at, I think.
Yep.
Right now, he's 11th quickest of our 42 cars that's been out so far.
Probably pretty happy with that.
No, not now.
Nothing's worse than a dead battery. And nothing's more reliable than a Duralast battery. Duralast, proven tough, only at AutoZone.
Green flag.
Get great deals on great gear during the Bass Pro Shop Spring Fishing Classic, plus a free VIP discount card with the purchase of any boat package, like the Tracker Pro Team 175 for only $13,995. Bass Pro Shops, your adventure starts here.
You ready?
Yeah. Ready.
It's way more than just another hot, cheesy, meaty snack. It's a tornado. Tornadoes, a whirlwind of in-your-face flavor, all rolled into a crispy, seasoned crust that blows every other snack away.
You're welcome.
That was awesome!
Tornadoes, full force flavor, full force fun.
This is more than a ticket. It's a wallet-sized definition of who you are and where you belong, providing both a place to sit and countless chances to stand up for what you believe in. It's a rite of passage, a declaration of independence, and an invitation to discover 43 new heroes and 100,000 new friends. This is more than a ticket, because it says as much about you as any piece of paper can. Reserve yours today at NASCAR.com/tickets.
Speed's coverage of NASCAR Sprint Cup practice from Las Vegas is brought to you by Bass Pro Shops. Your adventure starts here. Brian Vickers and Casey Kane on track. Vickers has run 28 laps in this practice, and that is the most of all drivers.
But I think one reason we're seeing so few cars out there, this is about the time, if you were in race trim, Krista, that you'll be swapping over to qualifying trim.
Yeah, Larry Mack, that's what a lot of the teams are doing. And Dale Jr. came on the radio on that last run and said the car is miles better. What did you guys do to it?
I don't know if I should be telling you that, but we just started one way and made a change and a completely different theory, and that was the way to go. That was the way they raced it last year, and we tried to show up a different way, and it just wasn't good, but we fixed it. But we need to get over here in qualifying trim, so we didn't get to really work on race trim too much. The swap overs that we had to do were costly on time, and we only got about 45 minutes left, and we need to get as many runs as we can.
You talked to Steve too. Are all 4 of the Hendrick teams doing different things, different setups? You mentioned using some of the notes from last year. What are you guys doing compared to your teammates, especially the 48?
We all have different things. Everybody has different things. Wouldn't need 4 crew chiefs if you wanted to set them all up the same, but everybody has little ideas. The crew chiefs, the teams, the engineers, the drivers. So the cars sort of do show up a little bit different. But we obviously are smart enough to lean on the fastest guy once we're at the racetrack. So whoever's got something working between us or the Haas guys, we all share a lot of information.
Thanks, Dale. And they did say on that last run, Junior's words, I liked it a lot.
Well, good.
If it's like it was last year here, Jeff Gordon was pretty darn good here.
Led the most laps.
I'd love to see David Reagan have a good race here in Las Vegas. Here's a young fellow who is still looking for redemption after what happened in the Daytona 500 when he made the perfect move on a restart to get in front of Trevor Bayne, but ill-timed it before the start-finish line, got penalized for it, did not win the Daytona 500. He is 3rd fastest in this practice now. He was good in practice, decent in qualifying, not last week in Phoenix, but not enough to make him a favorite. It'd be neat to see him come out of here with a really good finish.
I think it's the tale of 2 tapes there when you think about Trevor Bayne. Trevor said, this is something I'll never forget. So did David Reagan.
Yeah. Yes.
Same thing, except for 2 different reasons.
As Krista was interviewing Dale Earnhardt Jr., one thing that I thought about, obviously when you come back to Las Vegas, you look at your notes, because even though the track changes, it's the same racetrack. But when you think about only coming here once a year, and every time we come here, Goodyear changes the tire. It's different from what we had last year. We've never raced the rear spoiler here. This was the last track on the circuit that we had not been to. Plus, you think about the new noses. You look at notes probably more so from like when we were at Homestead and at Charlotte more so recently than a year ago here at Vegas.
Agree.
There's bad news for the rest of the field. Carl Edwards just ran faster than he did before. Now, look at the front bumper of that car, and you see 4 little orange stickers. I've seen that on several cars, different numbers. And I'm wondering if that's a way of identifying for the video evidence that they have what practice session this particular piece of video was taken from.
Yeah, they've got people on top of the roof up here with us that's videotaping each run. Plus, they even have guys down in the corner taking still photos, and when they look at those dots, it'll tell them which run of the practice that it actually was, Matt. And a lot of people are doing this these days.
Absolutely, Larry Mack. I remember a couple years ago, Bono Mannion had big pieces of duct tape, 3, 4, and 5, designating each run. So when they went back to look at the photo evidence to see how close they were getting the splitter to the ground, they knew exactly which setup they were under.
It's amazing the things that these teams do, and when they do them, they look so simple. It's like, wow, there's nothing complicated about that. Just put a dot on the front bumper to indicate what run you made.
Yeah, and how many times have you sat there with your sheet and said, now, was that the 2nd run or was that the 3rd run? And do we need to do that again? So yeah, it just makes sense. Like I said, pretty simple.
Just saw Jimmy Johnson leaving the garage area. He's got a 4th dot that's been added to the front bumper. This will be his 4th run of this practice session.
It does. It sounds so simple.
There it is.
There it is. Carl Edwards is fastest. Jimmy Johnson 2nd. Montoya, Reagan, and Rudiman are the Fast Five right now. Drop that autograph right down there and I'll sign it. Stick a line in the water.
Wednesday, on the new hit reality series Car Warriors, the pressure to win turns friend into foe.
You're so full of your eyes are brown.
Car Warriors, Wednesday, 9 Eastern on Speed.
Honey, could you grab another bag of ice?
On it. See that pass on turn 3? No, I had to feed the pony. The only ponies at this party are underneath the hood. Look, if I don't get this ice. Oh, I don't get this ice. You got a 4G face melter in here, man. Let's do this thing. Okay, yeah, just one lap. One. Yeah, just do one. Yeah.
How's that ice coming?
Fuel your fan with the latest news, stats, and highlights on NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile. Only on the Now Network.
If you had a choice between What's the big news in priority mail flat rate boxes and envelopes from the Postal Service? Over 1 billion used. With envelopes starting at just $4.95, flat rate shipping is the hassle-free way to ship. Pass it on.
With flat rate boxes, there's no need to weigh anything up to 70 pounds. If it fits, it ships.
You ship all different sizes?
Distributor caps to brake shoes, so 4 box sizes come in handy. If it fits, it ships.
Documents to different states?
Coast to coast. With flat rate envelopes, I ship anywhere in the country. International, too. For a low flat rate.
Now we'd like to pass on this offer to you. Call or go online to order your free flat rate shipping kit. You get free boxes, envelopes, and our helpful shipping guide. I'll even deliver them to your door for free. It's an offer too good to pass up.
Call or go online now to order your free Priority Mail Flat Rate Shipping Kit, only from the Postal Service, a simpler way to ship.
Wednesday, the most talked about new car building show on TV, Car Warriors. All-Stars and Challengers race to trick out an El Camino from scratch in only 72 hours. It's all new Wednesday at 9 Eastern, only on Speed.
Boys are pretty serious about what they're doing in 72 hours, too.
Yes, they are. Seeing that 34 go around, it's David Gilliland's car, new associate sponsor for that team. We'll get to that in a second, but that 34 evokes memories of Wendell Scott, who made his first Sprint Cup start on this day 50 years ago at Spartanburg, South Carolina. Started 9th, finished 17th. And as the story went, a racetrack promoter asked the police chief in Scott's hometown of Danville, Virginia, if they knew of an African-American driver who might want to run some stock car races in hopes of bringing that audience to the racetrack. And the police chief said, you need to go see that Wendell Scott. He says, we can't never catch him. And he became, in his own right, a star of this sport. NASCAR's Jackie Robinson, Wendell Scott had 495 starts and 1 win at Jacksonville in December '63, mostly driving car number 34.
And what will be cool, every Sprint Cup Series car that starts the race on Sunday will be carrying a small decal to commemorate this 50th anniversary.
TM1, the new associate sponsor for Front Row, an outsourcing company based in Iowa that outsources jobs within the United States.
Greg Biffle just jumped up to second, and everybody's inching a little bit closer to that quick time that Carl Edwards laid down there a little bit ago. Biffle just ran a 10 to Edwards' 04. Jimmy Johnson a 19 to Edwards' 04, so they're gaining on him.
Yeah, Montoya just jumped up there to 4th quickest in that 42 car, right behind Jimmy Johnson at a 2.9.265.
Landon Castle in the big red number 60 Toyota making his first laps of the day. And that will mean that only one car has not been out for practice. That would be Michael McDowell.
Right now, Brian Keselowski still the slowest of the 43 cars that's been out there.
Matt?
Well, Mike, another car you can put a check mark next to that are swapping over to their qualifying setup is that of the 14 Mobile One Chevy of Tony Stewart. He's going to stay in the race car. The car, though, has been tight through much of this practice session. They have worked on the center of the corner primarily, made a lot of headway. The last run out, he said, we feel like we're right on the money there, so they decided to swap over to qualifying trim. Jerry Ray at the back of the car, he's going to top it off with some Sunoco race fuel. And interesting enough, we were talking about the dots or the pieces of tape on the nose. One thing that you see a lot of, Larry Mack and DW down here, spray paint on the bottom of the front splitter, so that way they can tell just how much they're grinding on the racetrack, getting that nose to the ground, so to speak.
Yeah, and a lot of people, have asked me, well, does the car still have a splitter? Yes, it does. Matter of fact, it's the splitter from the car last year. They just cut it down, and it's bolted to the bottom of the nose to give you just a small splitter effect right along the bottom of the nose there.
Yeah, it's appearance-wise, you don't see the whole width of that splitter sticking out underneath the nose, just probably the last little quarter or half inch of it. Again, it's an effort to make this look more like the street car. It's also a bit more aerodynamic, maybe quicker.
Yeah, you would actually, if you looked at it, you'd say that's a little lip sticking out there, but it's still the splitter. One thing I noticed, Larry, he was talking about Brian Keselowski being the slowest. He is not that far off of what Andy Lally has run, or even Travis Quapple. So he's a little bit more competitive this week than he was at Phoenix.
Yeah, right now he's got his eyeball, though, on Mike Skinner and Landon Castle, because that's who he'll have to beat if he wants to get in this show.
NASCAR on Speed is presented in high definition by Funai. The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series all season long, live on Speed.
Nothing compares to Pizza Hut's world-famous pan pizza with a delicious deep golden crust baked in a seasoned pan until it's crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. And now, for a limited time, choose any pan pizza, any size with any of your favorite toppings for just $10. Even specialty pan pizzas, like a large meat lovers or a large supreme. Add a 2-liter Pepsi and an order of breadsticks for just $5 more. The legendary pan pizza, now only $10 and only at your Pizza Hut.
Jeez.
Things aren't always what they seem out here. Like that big fella over there. Costs way less than I ever dreamed. I don't tell my friends just how affordable it is, because of them, I'm still the big roller, the big cheese, you know?
Oh, Emma. Baby, what you doing?
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, yeah, babe. In a second. Taking care of some business.
It's surprising just how affordable an RV vacation can be. Go RVing.com and get a free video, or visit an RV dealer. Go affordably. Go RVing.
NASCAR's biggest pre-race show storms into Sin City as Jimmy, Kurt, and Tony join us live. And we relive Jeff Gordon's milestone win. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot from Las Vegas. Sunday at 12:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
March 12th, the world's toughest truckers dance with the Lady in Black. That would be Darlington Raceway, the track too tough to tame, where speeds are fast and mistakes disastrous. NASCAR Camping World Truck Series, Darlington, March 12th at 4:30 Eastern, live on Speed. Jeff Gordon looking on as work continues on his DuPont Chevrolet. His teammate, Dale Earnhardt Jr., 7th on the board. And here's Jamie Mack, 16th fastest.
Yeah, Junior said he liked the car last time out, and I guess they went to qualifying trim, and he really picked up. He was on the right side of the board. Now he's on the left. That's a good thing.
Among the go-or-go homers, Mike Skinner now fastest, then Joe Nemechek and Dave Blaney. 3 drivers most at risk, as Larry mentioned: Landon Castle, Mike McDowell, and Brian Keselowski.
And there's no question, for the top 35, this afternoon, they're going to do one and done on as far as the laps, because you lose so much grip from lap 1 to lap 2. The car starts to get hot. So coming through 3 and 4 to take the green, that's about as important of a part of the qualifying lap as the actual lap itself, getting back down this front straightaway.
Well, that's where, you know, we say it all the time, and it's where the phrase "drive it like you stole it." That's what you do when you leave pit road. You absolutely tear out a pit road, giving it everything you got from first gear all the way up to 4th gear, coming to get the green.
One of the great, not oft-told stories about Trevor Bayne's win in the Daytona 500 was the man who saved the Wood brothers, kept that team perhaps from going under and out of business, and that's Edsel B. Ford II. You saw him in all the victory lane photos at Daytona, the gentleman in the white shirt whose great-grandfather won a match race against Alexander Winton in 1902, giving Henry Ford the money to found the Ford Motor Company. And Edsel Ford has kind of been the patron saint of Ford racing for the teams that are Ford supported. Kept the Wood brothers in business, back to prominence. Motorcraft is a Ford brand that sponsors the Wood brothers, and that win certainly was the result of great effort by Trevor Bayne, the Wood brothers, and their crew, but a large measure of credit needs to go to Edsel Ford.
You know, I was talking to Lynn Wood yesterday, you know, one of the sons of the Wood brothers, and we just kept talking about the things that comes with winning that race for Trevor Bayne and for the Wood brothers. And he mentioned to me, considering that they probably will end up a limited schedule, he said if we fall outside the top 35 and we have rain, Trevor Bayne is in the race for the next 2 years, this year, next year, and we're in the race because of going back to winning drivers and winning car owners that get you in the show. He did tell me, we discussed this on our conference call, he said, yeah, we'd love to run more races. And he said Motorcraft, even though they're committed to about 18 to 19 races, they don't have a problem moving those races around if someone else wants to come on board and sponsor us at one of these races.
Good point. Watching Jimmy Johnson, who's currently 3rd. And just a final point on why it was so important for him to keep the Wood brothers in business, because since Glenn Wood founded his race team in what's now the Sprint Cup Series, the only brands of cars the Woods have ever raced have been Fords and Mercurys.
Yeah. You know, when I think about Roush Fenway and I think about what they do over there, it's reminiscent of the days of Holman and Moody. You know, they build the cars and they have all these different teams that they supply cars to, engines to, and that's the way Ford really was set up back in the really the golden era when they were everybody was factory backed. And oh, look at these little guys. Now are they?
He's got his Lightning McQueen shirt and he's watching his favorite team at work.
Oh, that's cute.
And
anyway,
I'll bet he'll go have lunch at McDonald's.
Probably so. Anyway, the Holman and Moody teams back in it that provided all the parts and pieces for teams back in the day kind of reminds me of that same thing with Roush Fenway.
Oh, very much so.
But what a fan-friendly facility that Las Vegas Motor Speedway, Chris Powell and them have done with that neon garage where they can look right down on the race teams as they're working during this practice.
Wednesday, on the new hit reality series Car Warriors, the pressure to win turns friend into foe.
You're so full of your eyes are brown.
Car Warriors, Wednesday, 9 Eastern on Speed.
Springtime belongs to the doers, those of us who know grass doesn't turn green just because the calendar says to, and that a big difference can grow from a small budget. For those of us with grass on our sneakers, dirt on our jeans, and a lawn that's as healthy as our savings, the days are about to get a whole lot greener. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. We're lowering the cost of crowd control on those weeds with this Ryobi trimmer, just $89.
I will always.
I will respect my elders, even as I run over them.
I will embrace victory and everything that goes with it.
I will have more followers on Twitter.
I will never call my friends a posse. I will never refer to myself in the third person.
I will buy my mom a house.
I will enjoy my moment in the sun.
And I will try not to get burned by it.
And most of all, I will always be ready.
For the highs,
the lows,
the unexpected, for life.
For life.
There's Ready, and then there's Gillette Ready. Introducing the Gillette Young Guns, class of 2011.
You ready?
How's practice?
Coach said I was a leader.
You are.
That's what they look for in the military.
That his idea?
No, mine. I like being part of a team and the physical challenge. I think I'd be good at it.
It would be. But I've got some questions. I think someone else might too.
Mom?
Get home early.
Once Trevor and his co-workers experienced the sheet metal strafing intensity of NASCAR, their business trips were never the same.
Hey, she's a little loose coming out of the turns, but overall, I think we had a great car today. You guys did an awesome job.
Forfeiting their preferred status was worth discovering that if everything was more like NASCAR, everything would be more awesome.
I thought our boss was going to need a wrecker, but looks like he made it back.
Speed Inside Deals, your one-stop shop for exclusive ticket offers for Speed viewers. Purchase 2 tickets to Bristol at Speed Inside Deals and receive a track walk with Rutledge on race day. Visit speed.com/deals today. Greg Zipadelli, crew chief for Joey Logano, who is 18th fastest in this session.
One of our Dodges jumped up there just a little bit ago. Brad Keselowski in that 2 car jumped up to 7th, by far the fastest Dodge.
Marcus Ambrose has climbed to 3rd.
Oh, I think there's going to be some movement on that board here as people get to near the end of this practice and tune these things up for qualifying.
About 20 minutes to go. I think you're right. As it gets to the last 10 minutes or so, we won't even be able to keep up with it probably.
Because again, remember, the qualifying order is the inverse of the practice sheet. So if Carl Edwards is fastest among the 35 drivers locked into the field, he would qualify last among those drivers this afternoon. So practice this year takes on a lot of added meaning. Krista.
Joey Logano going around the racetrack looking for that speed, Mike. In fact, on the last run, he told Greg Zipadelli, his crew chief, it is so loose, and I mean loose everywhere, I cannot make any speed. It gets loose into turn 3 all the way through, and it's worse on the X's. Zippy said, okay, we'll tighten it back up. That's what they did, and they're back out on the track now.
He improved a little bit, Krista. He's up to 15th quick, but he didn't pick up a lot of time. He just moved up a couple of spots there.
Greg Zipadelli been there at Joe Gibbs Racing since this 20 team started back in 1999. A rookie, Tony Stewart, starting to drive that car when they first built that race team and put it together.
Got a little debris on track, so caution will come out. I believe it's a soft drink can.
I don't think that's going to make Mark Martin very happy. He was just going out on a qualifying run. Yep. I believe he's coasting back down pit road now.
Now the fastest of the Go-Go homers is Casey Mears. Then Mike Skinner, Joe Nemechek, Dave Blaney, and the 3 drivers at risk of missing the field, and 1 will. Oh, it's a soft drink can and a koozie cup. Okay. Landon Castle, Michael McDowell, Brian Keselowski are on the slow end of that list. As here's a look at the top practice times, and here are the Go-Go homers in order of their practice speed.
So basically, Brian Keselowski would go out the first of the Go-Go homers. Casey Mears would be the last qualifier of the day, the last one of the Go-Go homers.
And Bill Elliott's locked into the field as a past champion. Winding down this opening round of practice for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, Carl Edwards is quickest.
The Rolex Sports Car Series shifts into high gear.
You want a race? We have got one for you.
For another epic battle in Florida.
You got to be aggressive, like that.
Live from Homestead, Saturday at 12 Eastern, only on Speed.
Speed training. It's how Advanced Auto Parts trains our staff to get you the right part even faster.
not bad.
The parts you need, even faster. Advance Auto Parts. Service is our best part. Next!
Friday night hits full throttle on Speed as Kurt Busch and Harry Gant join the biggest party in racing. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from Las Vegas tonight at 8:30 Eastern on Speed.
You don't have to go NCAA March Madness. 4 networks, 1 mission. Every triumph.
You can't be serious!
Every heartbreak. Every game. See what it takes to capture the dream. Watch March Madness on TBS, CBS, TNT, and True TV, March 15th.
During the Nissan Now sales event, get the offer you need on the Nissan you want. Event ends soon. Visit ChooseNissan.com or your Bay Area Nissan dealer now.
We are the face of Comcast.
I'm a perfectionist. At least I try to be.
At Comcast, we solve problems.
If we don't resolve the problem the first time,
we'll extend a courtesy service to our customers.
You're a customer, you deserve it.
If you're a new customer and you're not satisfied with our services,
you can get your money back in the first 30 days.
It's a phenomenal thing to offer to our customers.
We're only as good as our word, and our word is good.
Whether it's giving you a $20 credit if we're late or 30 days to try us out, at Comcast, we're all about the customer, and that's always guaranteed.
Our coverage of NASCAR's weekend in Vegas continues later today with Sprint Cup Series qualifying here on Speed. Tomorrow on Speed, it's the final session of Sprint Cup Series practice. Sunday begins with NASCAR Race Day on Speed, then the Kobalt Tools 400 is on Fox, followed by NASCAR Victory Lane back here on Speed. Coverage continues all weekend long on Speed and Fox. Now, NASCAR has called several cars to the height sticks for measurements during this practice because, as we've detailed, now practice means something. It determines the qualifying order, and one of those cars summoned was this one. Krista?
Well, Mike, in talking with some of the crew guys on the 00 David Rudimann's team, it happened right after they jumped up on the board behind Carl Edwards in terms of fast lap. So in theory, they feel like they were summoned because NASCAR just trying to keep the integrity of everything, because as you said, now that these practice speeds mean something for qualifying, they wanted to make sure that there was no funny business down here in the garage.
The biggest thing I think they want to monitor is you've got to be at a height at the rear spoiler at the back of the car. And the higher you get this area back there, the more downforce it's going to have. And they will only let you start that area so high. I get a feeling they either thought that maybe they had the back of the car up more for more rear downforce, or maybe the front of the car down a little bit for maybe a little bit more front downforce, just to give the car more grip.
We're told that Paul Menard and David Reagan were also summoned to the height sticks for measurements. Matt?
Clint Boyer getting ready to go back out here as practice is winding down. So what about these track conditions? You were telling me it just seems like things, you feel it much more this time around inside the cockpit.
Yeah, I mean, the bumps down on 1 and 2, they're affecting everybody. Everybody's got to get through those. Whoever can make their car get through them the best is going to prevail. It's just kind of down on grip. Seems like even though ever since they repaved this, they've had to bring such a hard tire back that they'll, to make them last, that you're down on grip tire-wise and not really track-wise. But everybody's starting to move around a little bit. Some guys are moving in the middle. I'm going to try to run that middle line and see how that is.
All right, jump in the car. He's getting ready to go back out. New colors this week. Wheaties Fuel.
Yeah, a number of cars out on the run here. Tony Stewart just jumped up to second, but they're still all trying to get up there to that 04 that Carl Edwards laid down way back at the beginning of practice. Jimmy Johnson's on another run here. They've made several here recently. They've helped the car just a little bit on every run.
Just slowed down about a little over 1/2 tenth on that run from his fast lap.
Dale Jr.'s out to see if he can improve. I think he was real happy with his car.
Now, Carl Edwards' mark right now is about 4/10 off of Kurt Busch's track record set last year. Are we going to see a new track record this afternoon?
Well, when the sun, when it cools down a little bit, and remember, these guys always got things they can do to these race cars, fluids, all kind of things they can jack around with to really pick up their performance. I think they're going to be right on top of it.
That sounds like a yes to me.
That's right on top of it.
Okay. Denny Hamlin back out. He is 21st.
watch Denny Hamlin when he goes through 1 and 2 here. You see how the 1 and 2 is starting to get a little bit of shade from those billboards. By the time we qualify, almost all of turn 1 and most of 2 will be in shade. The one corner that probably will never see it is turn 3, and 3 and 4 will get guys in trouble because you go through 1 and 2 and it feels so good. Jeff Gordon said it earlier. You get over there, you don't have near as much grip.
Have a tendency to overdrive it. You'll watch if we have our throttle trace, and you watch the guys that go fast, they'll back off early. We saw it last week at Phoenix with the shadow car. The 4 car went into the corner, and I forget who was on top of him. It looked like he lost time. 4 car did getting in the corner. He got past, but when he got back in the throttle, he drove off and left. I can't remember who the shadow car was, but you could see right there.
David Reagan, top of the board.
There you go, down in the 28s. 28.98, that eclipses Carl's 04 just a little bit.
But yeah, I truly believe, Mike, as Darrell put it, when these guys ramp it up a little bit more with some things, track gains a little grip, I think that track record for the second week in a row could be in jeopardy as it was at Phoenix last week.
I don't know, Larry. I was down in the garage this morning, not in the neon garage, but outside here by the press room, and I cannot get over the difference between this year and last year. In the fans, what's going on? There was music playing in the garage. You could hear it over the PA. The fans are screaming, hollering. They're wanting stuff signed. They're taking pictures. There's just an excitement around this sport right now that I just haven't seen in a long, long time.
Got some great racing. Keep setting lead change records every week. And these guys are racing to win. Anybody that doubts that, just tune in. I think you'll see that it's all about winning.
Right. Jeff Burton, 25th fastest with a 29.54. He's run 18 laps. That's about average for this session. And David Reagan is now quickest from Carl Edwards, Marcus Ambrose, Tony Stewart, and Greg Biffle.
The Rolex Sports Car Series shifts into high gear.
You want a race? We have got one for you.
For another epic battle in Florida.
You got to be aggressive like that.
Live from Homestead, Saturday at 12 Eastern, only on Speed.
If you're going to fish like the pros, you got to wake up early like the pros. Here's a tip. Use a reliable alarm clock.
Now at the Spring Fishing Classic, use your Bass Pro Shops Visa card and get up to $100 in bonus bucks.
Green flag.
You gotta love Sunday. It's like everyone came together and said, if it's good, let's save it for Sunday. So here's to the KFC $10 Sunday Bucket. 10 pieces, $10. Every Sunday. Sunday is a KFC day, and today tastes so good.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup practice from Vegas brought to you in high definition by Funai. Funai is fun and innovative. Experience more at FunaiAmerica.com. Car number 9, Marcus Ambrose has earned a free trip through the height sticks portion of the inspection area. He's just knocked off the 3rd fastest lap of the day as Greg Biffle makes it 4 Fords in the top 5.
Yeah, this is he's on a mock qualifying lap right here. He just started it a second ago. Let's see what he can do. Jumps up to 3rd, 29.08 from 5th to 3rd. So 4 Fords, the top 4 right now.
Stepping it up a little bit at a time. Hey, I want to say hi to everybody over in Nova Scotia. Just got a note from a bunch of fans, said they're over there watching us on Speed today, and it's 8 degrees there. Hope we're having a good time.
Yikes. 8 degrees.
A minus. Actually, it's a minus 8 degrees. I just saw the minus.
That's not spoiler angle, is it?
No, it isn't.
Oh, gosh. Turn on the heat.
Jeff Gordon just jumped over to the left side of the scoring monitor to 14.
That's
yeah,
a good.
10-4. I've been pulling on you the whole day, so I never know where it is.
And that's a big jump up for the driver who spun on his first lap of practice in this session.
One of the people in the media room said, we need another height stick check. Height stick check on aisle 1, please.
Krista.
Well, Mike, over here in aisle 2, we're going to catch up with David Reagan. You came on the radio there after that quick lap and said the balance feels good. Is this as good of a car as it, in the feeling-wise, that you've had at Las Vegas?
Yeah, I mean, everybody back at Roush Fenway has been doing a great job, from the body hangers to building the race cars, and our UPS Ford is very fast. You know, the engine department, everybody's just been working hard over the offseason, and you know, it started to show, I think, with Carl and Matt and Greg, some of the other Fords unloading fast. Man, it just makes life a lot easier when you can unload and be in the ballpark. So, yeah, I'm happy with our Ford.
And did I hear you say you were even a little slower than you thought of, too? There was more speed in that car?
Yeah, I mean, even in the nationwide practice, I've been watching, and you hear everyone talk about the bumps getting into turn 1. So I've been trying to find that sweet spot where I can drive around them. And I kind of got so pumped up that I got such a good run coming off of 4. I didn't really hit my marks getting into turn 1, but our car's got so much grip, I can get back to the throttle real early. And, you know, we're done for this practice. We'll make a couple of minor adjustments and try to go get a good lap for our UPS team.
All right, he's going to be one to watch in qualifying.
Absolutely.
Kid always has such a pleasant attitude. You know, even after last at Daytona, I know he was disappointed, but he expresses himself well, and he really handles himself really well in front of the camera.
It would be great to see him have a breakout day. It really would. Kyle Busch has jumped up the board to 13th now, 29-24, his last of 16 laps. Kyle and Kurt both cut their teeth at the bull ring outside turn 1 here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Ran dwarf cars, similar to Legends cars, out there in their formative years.
Well, don't ever let anybody tell you that there's not a home field advantage. When you come back to a track and it's in your hometown, and there's an advantage there. I just refer, Larry, to my Kentucky Wildcats. When you go into Rupp Arena, good luck.
Hey, Joey Logano up to 6th. 29-14. 6th fastest and the fastest Toyota.
Even with the speeds they're running here, as we see Robbie Gordon in the 7 car start a practice qualifying run at a 1.5-mile racetrack, it's going to be a tight qualifying session. David Reagan's quickest at 28.98. I go over here, and Jeff Burton is 30th at a 54, so just a little over a half a second separating the top 30 cars, and we really hadn't even got to qualifying yet.
Robbie Gordon in a Dodge this year. And here's Paul Menard, 7th quickest.
Menard is the move to Childers over to RC is really paying off for him. He and Slugger Labby have laid down some good races so far.
I think that's the key, exactly the second part you said there. I think it was smart on Childress's part because he did rob from within to make this 4th team a reality. But yet he hired the crew chief and the crew members, a lot of them that had worked with Menard at Richard Petty Motorsports, so they didn't have to go through that learning curve with each other.
Good point. David Reagan is the fastest of 4 Fords atop the leaderboard.
Wednesday on the new hit reality series Car Warriors. A group of hotshots are out to dominate the All-Stars.
It is complete chaos right now.
But both teams are in for a grueling 72-hour build. Sparks will fly. Tempers will boil over.
Why don't you just call it the Rich Evans Show?
And the pressure to win this challenge will turn friend into foe.
You're so full of your eyes are brown.
And after Car Warriors, stay tuned for an all-new Car Science. It all begins Wednesday, 9 Eastern on Speed.
Honey, could you grab another bag of ice?
On it. Did you see that pass on turn 3? No, I had to feed the pony. The only ponies at this party are underneath the hood. Look, if I don't get this ice. Oh, if I don't get this ice. You got a 4G face melter in here, man. Let's do this thing. Okay, yeah, just one lap. One. Just do one. Yeah.
How's that ice coming?
Fuel your fan with the latest news, stats, and highlights on NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile. Only on the Now Network.
Jeez. Jeez.
And the highways I saw, never cities like the same three chords, been helping us along, and the story's told. And the crowd is done and gone, shaking off the miles and trying to make it home.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Everybody wanted to break the Ford stranglehold at the top of the heat. Montoya did. He is now second fastest. And we saw David Rudiman cut the engine off and drop down to the apron in turn 4. Krista, what was that about?
Well, it came on the radio, and Rodney Childers, his crew chief, said, any better on that run? He said, well, I am out wrecked on turn 4, so no, I definitely need it tighter.
That's the reason he all but aborted that run, because he came across the start-finish line slow on the apron.
Yeah, I just looked up and saw him just drop off the racetrack coming out of turn 4. I didn't know if he had an engine problem, but apparently it's a handling problem.
Trevor Bayne has run 21 laps. He is 27th in this session.
I'm at 2 minutes. And a 9:33.
It's about the same as he ran earlier, so he'll stay right now 27th.
And within 100th. Matt Kenseth, new sheriff in town.
Hello.
Kenseth has the fastest lap of the day. Andy Lally there, 41st.
Well, I'm telling you, 4 Roush Fenway cars in the top 5 with Montoya right in the middle in third.
Well, what do you sell the time? They came loaded for bear, baby.
28.93. Track record 28.61. We're well within striking distance of that for this afternoon's qualifying.
Dun, 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 dun. They are circling in the water.
Well, it's kind of a crown moment, that lap for Kenseth.
There's room. And he will not have time, obviously, to get back out there and make another run, so there'll be a lot of conversation and calculated guessing on this car before they go to qualify.
How's the car? Give me 2 tons.
In 4 fresh Goodyears.
Right. Great lap for Montoya.
Oh, yeah.
Third fastest. And there's that new paint job for Clint Boyer.
You can just see those cars kind of hop to them.
31st right now.
Yeah, this is going to be about the last car to make a run here. This will be a practice qualifying run for Boyer.
That thing was nervous getting in the third turn.
Woo.
Tiny improvement.
Picks up 2 tenths. Not much on the sheet.
And that's it. Red flag is out. Jack Roush has won practice. His cars are 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th, with Ambrose 6th. 3 Chevys in the top 10. Montoya, Stewart, and Regan Smith continues to impress.
Paul Menard pretty much carrying the banner as he's been doing a lot this year for RCR in that 27 car.
So we'll turn this order upside down. That's the way they'll qualify. Among the go-or-go homers, Mike Skinner, J.J. Yaley, Casey Mears, Mike Skinner, and Yaley fastest. Kept Brian Keselowski slowest. Qualifying later on speed. Now let's go across to John Roberts and Jeff Hammond.
Mike, thanks a lot. The Dion Garage is hopping right now, and we're getting you set for the Sprint Cup Series race number 3 of the season. NASCAR Live is coming your way next from Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Welcome everyone to NASCAR Live, presented by Geico. Beautiful sunny skies over the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and a lot of laps being turned, a lot of work being done just outside this Neon Garage area. What a great place to watch the best in the NASCAR business practice their craft here. Welcome everybody, I'm John Roberts, glad you could be with us. Let's take a look at the menu, see what's coming up today. We still got a lot to come your way on speed this afternoon and this evening as well. Remember Dale Earnhardt, the day comes up next at 5 o'clock Eastern time. NASCAR Live at 6 Eastern. Sprint Cup Series qualifying will set the grid for Sunday's race at 6:30 Eastern. Trackside presented by Walmart will feature, other than Jeff Hammond, Harry Gant and Kurt Busch as well. And then Speed Center wraps everything up from the entire world of motorsports at 9:30 Eastern time. Now, you just don't know who you're going to run into down here. We've run into Elvis so far, Carrie Underwood, and now Jeff Hammond. And despite popular rumor, he is the real Jeff Hammond. It's not a look-alike down here in the Neon Garage, but I guess no imposters in the Roush Fenway Ford camp.
Absolutely not, JR. And the thing right now so impressive is the fact we've seen a little glimpse of this last weekend at Phoenix when Carl Edwards looked like he had the car to beat before he got messed up. But here so far during this practice session, these guys have really been flexing their muscle, in particular Matt Kenseth, late in practice, putting that number 17 up on the front and top of the leaderboard. Again, they've been solid all during the practice. And when you look down through here, with the exception of Juan Pablo Montoya being there third, we've got 6 Fords right there, or 5 Fords, I should say, in a row almost as far as the strength is concerned. That FR9, the new nose, everything right now really coming together for these Fords.
Yeah, first and second, fourth and fifth are where the Roush Fenway Fords run on top of the speed chart. But let's check in with a couple of the other drivers that were making waves early in the season. See how they did, Jeff, in this practice session. Your first winner of the year, Daytona 500 champion, Trevor Bayne, all the way back in 27.
I don't worry about that right now. He just needs laps here, get kind of feeling what this car will do around this racetrack. Extremely fast racetrack. And let's face it, JR, he did not have a very good Phoenix. Right now, he just needs to kind of sneak up on it.
Jeff Gordon had a great Phoenix, but there he goes for a little spin. Great car control to keep it off the wall, but Gordon's won at this racetrack before, 19th fastest in practice.
It just goes to show you, just because you won last weekend, there's no guarantees you won't have any problems at the next racetrack, and Jeff Gordon kind of showed that.
Clean slate for everybody, including your 5-time defending champion, Jimmy Johnson, has pretty much owned this place over the past few years, 12th fastest in the practice.
Now, he was up as much as second as far as practice was concerned, and late in the round, I mean, everybody started kind of jumping over and leapfrogging over him, but I think he's got a pretty solid race car, and I look for Jimmy to do well this weekend.
And a guy you can always look to do well no matter where you're racing or what you're racing, Kyle Busch, 17th fastest in practice, and again, he's a hometown boy here, Jeff. He wants to really show what he can do here, and he's won here before.
And he's leading the points, so, you know, he wants to kind of maintain all of that. And I'm a little bit surprised. I thought he'd be a little bit quicker in this practice session, being that he has had some practice on the racetrack as far as in the Nationwide Series earlier today. I look for him to be a little bit quicker than what he is. A little bit surprised.
Roush Fenway Fords are leading the way, and Matt Kenseth is the driver who is leading the way. He was fastest in practice, Jeff, a little bit better than 186 miles per hour.
And anytime you see Matt Kenseth running this fast, he's got to have a very good race car. Because normally, he's not the kind of guy that's going to go out there and lay down a fast lap unless the race car is very solid and he's real close to a track record.
And that track record could fall this afternoon as we have Sprint Cup Series qualifying coming your way in just a little while live here on Speed. But right now we're going to have our Geico Garage Report. We've got Bob Dillner and Randy Pemberton patrolling the garage area for you. And we're going to start out with Randy.
Well, they're timing some engines down here. As you can see, practice is over with as they get ready for qualifying later on here this afternoon. A couple of the elements that these teams have been dealing with. The weather has had a major effect on practice here today. Right now the winds are at about 10 miles an hour consistently, but they've been gusting as high as 32 miles per hour, running off of turn 4 all the way over into turn 2. And when that wind hits them, it pushes them up the racetrack. Now, on their side has been the temperature and track temperature. Ambient temperature has been about 65, 66 degrees. Track temperature has only risen about 4 degrees. That's a good thing. So these guys can go out there and AV a lot of things. But one of the other things that they've been dealing with here in practice, this track is awfully rough. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to get these cars to run as close as they can to the racetrack. You remember when we saw at Daytona, these splitters would be right on top of the racetrack? Well, it's very difficult to do that here at Las Vegas. They're doing about 190 miles going into the turn, and the car compresses. So what they want to do is be able to raise this up enough on the straightaway, not get too much air under it, but have it just meet the bottom of the racetrack when they roll in there, and that keeps it going through the corner as good as they can. But it's been a struggle. The other thing is tires. This track is a little rough. What are they going to do when they go out to qualify? We're hearing some teams will go out on stickers, brand new race tires. Others will roll their tires in, just take the goodie off of them, as Larry Mack likes to say. So a lot of different combinations going on in this final practice session as we get ready to go qualifying here this afternoon. Bob?
Randy, let's talk about a feel-good story in this garage area. 1 week ago, we were out in the Valley of the Sun, Phoenix International Raceway, and guess who wound up back in victory lane? After 66 races, this 24 car for Jeff Gordon, the four-time champion, back in victory lane. And it was so emotional for him. Talking to him in victory lane, he was near tears, telling me how excited he was not only to be back in victory lane, but also to hear the fans actually cheer for him when he climbed out of that race car. In this first practice session here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, you'd think they're not too happy because he had a little spin on the racetrack, some great car control for Jeff Gordon to keep that 24 machine under control. You can see he just breaks loose coming off the corner right there, but he keeps it under control. He wound up 19th quick, and basically what this team with Alan Gustafson, the crew chief, and Jeff were talking about as they debriefed after practice was the fact that they needed to get the car better over the bumps in the corner. So that's what a lot of teams are working on here in this garage area, the wind and the bumps down in 1 and 2, Johnny.
Bob, thanks a lot. That certainly was a great emotional win. Thanks for that Geico pit report as Jeff Gordon returned back to victory lane after a 66 race absence. But Jeff, we've had some pretty smooth racetracks so far this season. Of course, Daytona being the smoothest of all, but here we're bouncing around a little bit. What kind of concern does that give the crew chief?
Well, the thing is, it's like, you know, what Randy was alluding to along with what Bob was talking about. The problem is you go off in these corners down in 1 and 2, you're carrying so much speed that when you hit the bumps, they're almost like little choppy whoop-de-doo bumps. And the front end gets down there, it starts hopping and kind of skipping over the racetrack. Well, when it breaks that seal off the racetrack that Randy was talking about, all of a sudden you lose that front downforce, you lose that grip, and the car gets, you know, undrivable. To carry this kind of speed and to maintain that kind of attitude is very important. And a lot of these guys are really fighting what to do as far as the coil binding is concerned, as far as bump stops, I should say, as well as the shock combination, riding those bumps. The key to going around here fast today is getting through 1 and 2, because once you get down in there, if you can get back in that throttle and drive it up with some authority, you can really make good time around here.
Yep, and we potentially could see a record-breaking speed this afternoon when it comes to qualifying. And once again, you can see that live right here on Speed. Got to take a quick break here on NASCAR Live, presented by Geico. But again, beautiful scenery around here at Las Vegas. You should come out and join us if you're not here.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. Brought to you in part by Hamburger Helper. 1 pound, 1 pan, 1 tasty meal. And in high definition by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at funaiamerica.com.
This spring, get more mileage out of your travel plans with $50 in free gas. Stay 2 separate times at Comfort Inn or any of these choice hotels, and you can earn a free $50 gas card. Book now only at choicehotels.com.
We're on the road with the General, talking to people about their auto insurance.
All right, so you need to cut the cost of your auto insurance and save money. One way is to stop paying for more insurance than you need. Just go to thegeneral.com for a super fast online quote. Rates and monthly payments are low, and the down payment's as low as $59. And you'll get instant proof of insurance. For the best car insurance rates online, go to the General and save some time.
No, not now.
Nothing's worse than, and nothing's more reliable than a Duralast battery. Duralast, proven tough, only at AutoZone. It is said that passion is the genesis of racing. It's what propels us forward, pushes us further and faster, to exceed our own limitations. At Continental Tire, our passion for racing drives our technology from the track to the street. Continental Tire, the official tire of Grand Am Road Racing.
Introducing a renewable energy solution that will forge new opportunities for the American worker, as well as advance our nation's energy independence. American ethanol, from America's cornfields to America's racetracks. It's a brand new race day.
With enough talent and dedication, any of these race cars can take a NASCAR home tracks driver wherever they want to go.
Welcome back, everyone, to NASCAR Live, presented by Geico. You know, last year it wasn't really that bad to finish 30th or worse. Denny Hamlin did it 5 times, Jimmy Johnson did it 6 times, and Jeff Hammond, they still made the chase. This year, in 2011, 30th or worse could be a much different story.
It could be, but even for the guys who finished 30th or worse, as far as Denny Hamlin and Jimmy Johnson, they've won more races than anybody else, so they're going to automatically transfer into the chase. So, you know, that's the other part of this thing, is you need to be able to figure out not only how to improve on that, but still be able to win races, JR, and that's what both those teams did last year.
During the offseason, NASCAR wanted to put the emphasis back on winning, and they did exactly that. The last 2 positions in the chase, 11th and 12th, will be decided on the most wins of the guys outside of the top 10 in points. So, Randy Pemberton, if you don't think people are thinking about wins right now, they are already thinking about that, even though we got to get to race number 26.
Well, guys, I think that if we continue to have races like we did at Daytona and then again at Phoenix, where we had 2 big ones, I think, you know, there might be a possibility that wins might be in the back of these guys' mind more than ever. But, David, for your sake, leaving Daytona, you get in a wreck with Michael, and then you get another one, not of your making at Phoenix. I know that's a real bummer for you, but now really with 2 finishes outside the top 30, how does it, if at all, change your mindset as you continue to approach these races?
You know, it just means you better change things around a little bit and try to, you know, turn the tide. I mean, our season's been horrible. We've been running well, just, you know, getting the bad finishes and it's way back in points. So, yeah, it's been a depressing start to the season. I feel like everybody at Michael Waltrip Racing's done an awesome job. Just an awesome job. We've got great cars, and things are going our way in certain times during the races, and then ends up happening, bad stuff happens, and we end up getting caught up in the middle of it. But I think we got a pretty good Tums Toyota this weekend. Hopefully we can get things turned around, and you got to start producing, man. I know it's early in the season, but the farther back you get, the harder it is to make it up, and we just got to try and stop the bleeding here a little bit, get back up front.
A place like Las Vegas here, we don't expect to see you guys bumping into each other as much as we would say at Phoenix like we did. Would you expect this thing to be a cleaner race?
Oh, you know, it's hard to say. We're prone to do things that are unexpected on any given race. So, but this place is really, really fast, and you know, generally widens out some, and there's 2 groups of racing. So, I think you'll see some really, really good racing. Maybe not as much, hopefully not as much contact as we've had in the first 2 races.
All right, good luck to you, and bring this thing back with the fenders on a good finish. That's David Rudiman. You know, when you talk about David Rudiman, you talk about the finishes for some of these guys and where they stack up in points. You know, the interesting thing is, you look at guys that came out of Daytona and then Phoenix, and you have in the point standings a guy like Terry Labonte, who actually is ahead of David Rudiman, he's ahead of Jeff Burton, and he's ahead of Brian Vickers, and he went fishing last week while they all got in a big wreck at Phoenix. This new point system is giving these guys something to think about, as you just heard from David Rudiman.
Randy, thanks a lot. David Rudiman has been so close to making the chase before. He knows what it means to get some wins and get some good points throughout the season. But Jeff Hammond, if you look at Jamie McMurray, he's not used to getting off to a bad start, especially after last year, but now is running 36 in points after 2 of the 36 races.
Yeah, he's not by himself. Because you think about Jeff Burton, he was in the chase last year, and he knows how important it is to be solid as far as finishes are concerned. And Jeff is usually, you know, very methodical. He's able to, you know, put the points on the board, but he's had problems. He's been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Had the engine problem at Daytona. So this is a different feeling for the guys, and I think we're seeing a little bit of panic, at least early on in the season, by some of these veteran drivers, because they don't know how this is going to wind up working out as far as the season goes. But they know that you need to put things back on track. This weekend here at Vegas, you need to have a top 10 finish.
And after the first 5 races of the season, we revert back to this year's points from last year's points. If you're outside of the top 35 right now, you want to get back in a hurry, because you don't want to go to Martinsville and have to qualify on time. Hey, Hammond, coming up tonight on Trackside. It's going to be a good one as usual. We got Harry Gant and Kurt Busch Trackside tonight, 8:30 Eastern Time. I'm going to watch for Busch and Gant, but also for Hammond.
That's it, baby. Don't miss it. Las Vegas.
Wednesday on the new hit reality series Car Warriors. The pressure to win turns friend into foe.
You're so full of your eyes are brown.
Car Warriors, Wednesday, 9 Eastern on Speed.
Hey kid, this car is sick. Get in!
would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Is your computer running slowly?
There is also a very attractive extended warranty option that includes free service and parts for the next 5 years. But there's no need for you to get that. You failed to get the test you needed at the doctor that would have detected disease early enough where it could have been treated. So you won't be around in 2 years to see him grow up, which means the warranty would be useless. Okay, sign here, please.
For a list of tests every man should have, go to ahrq.gov.
We are the face of Comcast.
I'm a perfectionist. At least I try to be.
At Comcast, we solve problems.
If we don't resolve the problem the first time,
we'll extend a courtesy service to our customers.
You're a customer, you deserve it.
If you're a new customer and you're not satisfied with our services,
you can get your money back in the first 30 days.
It's a phenomenal thing to offer to our customers.
We're only as good as our word. And our word is good.
Whether it's giving you a $20 credit if we're late or 30 days to try us out, at Comcast, we're all about the customer, and that's always guaranteed.
Sunday, the biggest pre-race show in NASCAR fires up in Las Vegas. Jimmy Johnson, Kurt Busch, and Tony Stewart all join us live, where we will relive Jeff Gordon's historic win in Phoenix. Plus, Hermie takes a 9G ride with the United States Air Force Thunderbirds. Don't miss NASCAR Race Day from Vegas, Sunday at 12:30 Eastern, live on Speed. Now let's take a look at the top 10 in points. We looked at some of the guys who are at the bottom of the scale. Let's go to the top scale, and you got to go back to Allison's before you find the last time that two people who are related are on top of the points. Kyle and Kurt Busch, not only are they on top of the points right now, Hammond, but they are in their hometown, and they want to win here.
Oh, it's going to be a great battle just because of that fact alone. So you can imagine what they're kind of thinking right now. I want to beat my brother, and the other guy's thinking, I want to beat my brother. So it's going to be fun this weekend.
Yeah, tied for third in points, just 11 out right now, is A.J. Allmendinger. And Bob Dillner, a lot of people are talking about this is going to be the next guy that's going to upset the field and get his first win.
That is right. A.J. Allmendinger, one of the most popular guys in the garage area as far as drivers and stuff go, and 16th quick in that practice session. But taking a look at those standings there a minute ago, man, you wish the chase started now, don't you?
I mean, I think the chase probably should be 34 races long. I mean, that's just me. People might have different opinions, but I don't know why not. I mean, NASCAR's changed the point system. I think we should just change the chase to be 34 races. What do you think?
Serious business, though, okay? He's got the smile on his face here. We talked this week, and a great start to the season. But what about this place? Worried?
I mean, yeah, this has definitely been our worst racetrack, but the Best Buy Ford unloaded pretty good. In race trim, I felt it was really good. Qualifying trim, we're just a little bit too tight right now. I mean, this is a fast place. You got to be on the throttle, so if you're just a little tight, it's magnified by how close the lap times are. But I think we'll go out probably 18th or 19th in qualifying with where we were in practice, which isn't terrible. But so far, it's way better than we've unloaded. We got a lot of fast Fords to go off of notes, so so far so good.
I like to see you smiling, so hopefully we continue this through the rest of the year.
Me too. It's way better than I've ever started. So I mean, I know it's only 2 races, but I start usually kind of slow, so maybe it's a good omen.
Looking good so far in the top 5 in points. A.J. Allmendinger, Johnny.
Yeah, you can look for A.J. to surprise some people this year and perhaps be the next first-time winner we see in the Cup Series. Well, right now, the NASCAR world is centered at the Neon Garage here in Las Vegas, but the world center of motorsports is Speed Center back in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's go now to AA, Adam Alexander.
Thank you, John, and pay attention, okay, because we got breaking news. We begin in the IndyCar world. Firestone announced today it will pull out as the sole tire supplier of the series at the end of 2011. Goodyear, Hoosier, Michelin, and Avon are the names being mentioned as possible replacements. Robin Miller joins us tonight on Speed Center at 9:30 for much more on this breaking story. And former Sam Schmidt Motorsports Indy Lights driver Anna Beatriz is moving on up. She will run full-time in the IndyCar Series with Dreyer and Reinbold in 2011. The Brazilian rookie will team with Justin Wilson. Day 1 of the Rally Mexico still underway. A couple of drivers atop the leaderboard. After stage 6, Citroën teammates Sebastian Loeb and Sebastian Ogier are out front. Ogier is a half a second ahead of Loeb. A big evening on Speed, most of it coming from Las Vegas. Our headliner, 6:30 Eastern Time, Sprint Cup qualifying. We come back your way with Speed Center at 9:30. Back to Vegas after a break.
The Rolex Sports Car Series shifts into high gear.
You want a race? We have got one for you.
For another epic battle in Florida.
You got to be aggressive like that.
Live from Homestead, Saturday at 12 Eastern, only on Speed.
They did it all at the hall, where they were wide open.
I saw it all at the hall, where one day, people will come to see me.
I experienced it all at the hall, where I can be a kid again, a real competitive one.
Experience high-octane family fun at the NASCAR Hall of Fame, whether you're a kid or just a kid at heart.
Oh, he's cute.
Teams win championships, not individuals. If you have dandruff, Dinerex has the winning team. I use therapeutic Dinerex for an all-out blitz, extra strength for follow-up protection, and Zencon to stay dandruff-free. Dinerex, my champion for 15 years.
I'm Megan, and this is my emergency. When my dance company went on tour, I brought plenty of emergency. With 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C and energizing B vitamins, it made a real difference, especially with 10 shows a week. Emergency. Feel the good.
Say hello to Xfinity Voice, only from Comcast. It's the home phone service you've been waiting for, with unlimited nationwide calling for $19.99 a month for 12 months. Chat with friends and family all day, every day. Get voicemail you can check online, and 12 popular calling features, including caller ID and call waiting. Plus, get the best call clarity, all for $19.99 a month for 12 months. Get Xfinity Voice now for this incredible price. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
From official gear to snacks for race day, you'll find everything you need. Gear up, stock up, save, all at Walmart. Back here in the Neon Garage where things are somewhat quiet on the racetrack, but not in the garage right now, as we are fired up here at Vegas for race number 3 of the Sprint Cup season. It wasn't too long ago when Trevor Bayne shocked the NASCAR world by becoming the youngest Daytona 500 winner ever. For more on Trevor Bayne and the number 21 team, let's go to Randy Pemberton.
Well, he's certainly been well documented after winning the 53rd running of the Daytona 500, then going off to Phoenix and having a difficult weekend, crashing in practice and then again early on in the race. But an update on Trevor Bayne here from practice. They were 27th on the board, which is not exactly where they wanted to be. But I just got done talking with co-owner Led Wood about this Motorcraft Ford here. He said Trevor Bayne is not really comfortable with all the bumps in the racetrack. You see, he has no experience here in one of these race cars. So just about everywhere he goes, it's going to continue to come up, no experience. They think they've got the speed in the car, but what he was going to do is once he left practice, he was going to go over and talk to some guys that had some more experience. How about this? Carl Edwards. How about Greg Biffle? You think those guys can hone him in a little bit? But anyway, they were very confident that Trevor Bayne is going to have a much better race than he had 1 week ago at Phoenix. They're very excited down here, guys.
Randy, thanks a lot, and right they should be. Let's take a look at the top 20 speeds and look at those Fords up there. The Roush Fenway camp, Jeff Hammond doing very well in terms of practice. We'll see if they can keep it up in qualifying.
Looks like they got a good handling package right there. You also see Marcus Ambrose also in a Ford. So, they're looking really good so far, early on. But look at the kind of surprises to me. Regan Smith continues to keep putting up impressive numbers along with Brad Keselowski. So, these two youngsters and Joey Logano also in the top 10.
Paul Menard and his somewhat new ride still, the number 27, and Jimmy Johnson, a guy who's won a lot of races here. Ryan Newman, A.J. Allmendinger, we just talked to him moments ago, and he's had a very good start to the season so far. He's in 16th.
Yeah, that's the thing right now. A.J., like I said, he was a little bit concerned about coming in here, but right now being in the top 10 in points, I think is very important for him. A good, solid qualifying effort will go a long ways for kind of setting the tempo for Sunday.
And I think, Jeff, over the years, people have agreed that we got a little bit more sense of urgency because really when we put the chase in, what we basically did was we shortened this year by 1/3, by 10 races.
Yeah, it is. And the thing is, a lot of things that are going on right now with this new point system have got a lot of people scratching their head because, we pointed it out. There's Terry Labonte, has a good run, and then turns around and takes the weekend off, and yet he's still ahead of guys who've run 2 races. So you can see how sometimes it doesn't add up if you don't perform well. So I think a lot of pressure on these guys this weekend to dig themselves out of a hole, guys that are having good years to continue doing that. So it's going to mean we're going to have a great race.
Yep, and it's also going to be a lot of fun to watch throughout this season and a lot of fun to be had out here in Las Vegas. Got to take a quick break on NASCAR Live, presented by Geico from the Neon Garage here at Vegas. We'll be back with more in a moment.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. Brought to you in part by Little Debbie Snacks. When you share the fresh taste and goodness of a Little Debbie snack, you share a smile. And brought to you in high definition by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at FunaiAmerica.com. Save big on Kevin Van Dam's winning gear during the Bass Pro Shop Spring Fishing Classic, like the new Quantum Signature Series baitcaster for under $80 and the Strike King KVD Square Bill crankbait for only $4.49.
Honey, could you grab another bag of ice?
On it. Did you see that pass on turn 3? No, I had to feed the pony. The only ponies at this party are underneath the hood. Look, if I don't get this ice. Oh, if I don't get this ice. You got a 4G face melter in here, man. Let's do this thing. Okay, yeah, just one lap. One. Yeah, just do one. Yeah.
How's that ice coming?
Fuel your fan with the latest news, stats, and highlights on NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile. Only on the Now Network.
Okay, guys, what sounds good for dinner tonight?
I don't know, something.
Something. Mexican.
Thinking Mexican tonight? Hamburger Helper has 5 festive flavors like Crunchy Taco. Hamburger Helper, 1 pound, 1 pan, 1 happy family.
Today, more than 6 million older Americans face the threat of hunger. In just 2 years, the number of people suffering has more than doubled. With your help, we can make this problem disappear. That's why I've teamed up with AARP and AARP Foundation in the drive to end hunger. Join us by visiting drivetoendhunger.org.
This spring, get more mileage out of your travel plans with $50 in free gas. Stay 2 separate times at Quality or any of these choice hotels, and you can earn a free $50 gas card. Book now only at choicehotels.com.
You gotta love Sunday. It's like everyone came together and said, if it's good, let's save it for Sunday. The best games, the best papers, the best times. We're KFC, and we say TGIS. So here's to the $10 Sunday bucket. 10 pieces, $10. Any recipe, any way, every Sunday. The best day of the week just got better. TGIS indeed. Sunday is a KFC day, and today tastes so good.
Wednesday, don't miss the most talked about new car show on TV. Car Warriors, sparks fly and tempers boil over when a team of hotshot challengers race the All-Stars to build a tricked-out El Camino. Not just an El Camino, but a tricked-out El Camino. From scratch in only 72 hours, Car Wars is new, and it is only on Speed. Let's go to Randy Pemberton, who is going to talk to us about a tribute to a true pioneer.
No question about that. It will be a tribute to Wendell Scott. If you remember back in the 1960s, Wendell Scott drove the number 34. He's the first African-American to ever start a NASCAR Sprint Cup Series race and the first African-American to ever win one as well. Coming here in the race on Sunday, there will be a sticker on the B-pillar of each and every race car in the field commemorating his great accomplishments as being the only African-American that has ever really participated to the degree that he has in this sport. We certainly celebrate him. Johnny?
Randy, thanks a lot. And that's a very fitting tribute for Jeff Hammond and Bob Dillner and Randy Pemberton. I'm John Roberts saying thanks for coming along for the ride and joining us here on NASCAR Live presented by Geico. We're going to step away from the racetrack here for a little bit and show you an encore performance of the day. It is up next, but we're back live with a NASCAR Live at 6 o'clock Eastern Time. So long, everybody, from the Neon Garage.
You could see it in his energy. You could see it in his swagger. He was right with the world, it seemed. He knew it was setting up to be a tremendous day for him personally and for him professionally.
Dale told me before the 500, I'm the happiest I've ever been in my life.
Gonna see something you probably had never seen on Fox.
What I thought was the greatest day ever was heading in a direction that would make it the worst day ever.
It was a bad day. It was a day that I hope I never have to live again.
The rising sun shall surely set on days of triumph and tragedy alike. The 2001 NASCAR season dawned like every other, under the Florida sun, where the sport's biggest race of the year was also its first, the Daytona 500. If Daytona was NASCAR's seat of power, one man sat at the head of the table, Dale Earnhardt.
Take him to Daytona and let him go on those big banks. He was just magical, the stuff he would do.
Dale had a knack for Daytona that nobody else had. The way he could maneuver, he knew what he wanted to do with a race car, he knew where he could put it.
People used to say he could see the air, and Dale would debate you with that. He said, I can't see it, but I can hear it and I can feel it. He had an open face helmet for that reason.
To run Daytona and run Daytona really well, you have to have no fear. You just have to be willing to keep your foot in the gas, and you really got to manhandle that car. That's when Dale was at his best.
Earnhardt, Daytona. 2 words combined to tell a Shakespearean tragedy of sport. Earnhardt won every race there was to win at Daytona, but not the 500. Never the 500. 20 years under an unjust sun.
He was frustrated that his career would be measured by it, somehow there'd be an asterisk next to his career that he never won the Daytona 500, no matter how many championships or how many races he won.
At long last, Dale's day in the sun arrived.
Check your finger, buddy. Come on around here, buddy.
20 years of trying, 20 years of frustration. Dale Earnhardt will come to the caution flag to win the Daytona 500.
You think about moments, and I still can see all those people lining up down the pit lane. Everybody knew what it meant to him, and they honored him that day.
Everyone knew that it took 20 years of hell. So when he did triumph, it was a weight lifted.
It was like there was a 12-year-old kid there. You know, that's what he sounded like. He was just so happy and so relieved and able to just celebrate this great event that he had been talked about not winning for so long. It was a big deal.
That trophy right there, my name's on it now. They can't take it off. My car's going in Daytona, USA. I don't care. I love it. I want it to be there. I took me a little spin in the grass so I get the good out of it.
You could see it in his face. You could see it in his demeanor. It meant everything to him that everyone said it was supposed to mean. From that moment on, he was right with the world, it seemed.
Dale told me in 2001 when we were sitting doing an interview, I'm the happiest I've ever been in my life. How do you feel about Dale Earnhardt?
A lot better today than I did several years ago because of family, because of my life, because I think I'm a better person than I used to be. I got it all right now, Darryl. I got it all.
No, you really do.
I'm a lucky man. I have it all.
You would like to be crossing that line first?
And then spin around in the infield.
Spin around the infield.
And then go to victory lane.
Then go victory lane, which is where I'll be do the interviews.
Oh, you gonna be here?
Yeah. What do you mean about me? Fox brought their A-team in here, babe.
Y'all want to see some racing? Watch this.
April 3rd, Goody's Fast Relief 500 at Martinsville Speedway.
We just tested Quaker State motor oil that had driven thousands of miles in New York City taxis. And that used Quaker State still passed these critical tests for brand new oil, even when it's ready to be replaced. Quaker State, real, durable oil.
Don't forget, the Lowe's Tax Refund event is ending soon. So hurry up, grab your refund, and head to Lowe's. We'll give your tax refund a boost. Just stop by before March 14th and load up the Lowe's tax refund card from $500 to $4,000. Then on March 18th, we'll add 10% more to the original value. That's more money.
Woohoo!
Whatever projects you've got on your list, get going and we'll give you the extra funds to get it done. Get more from your refund during the Lowe's tax refund event. Experience Lowe's. Let's build something together.
A young man with ambition met an old man at the top. Asked him if he had a secret, and the old man stopped and thought and said, free cause that's how it ought to be, my brother. Credit cause you need a loan for one thing or another. Score cause they break it down to one simple number that you can use. Time to take a break cause the name is kinda long. Come in honor of the internet that it's on. Put it all together at the end of the song. It gives you freecreditscore.com and I'm gone.
Offer applies with enrollment in Triple Advantage.
Energizer Ultimate Lithium lasts up to 8 times longer versus Energizer Max, which means up to 8 times less waste. Energizer Ultimate Lithium. Now that's positive energy.
And the highways are song, and cities like the same 3 chords been helping us along, and the story is told. And the crowd is done and gone, shaking off the miles and trying to make it home.
2001 was the start of a new era in NASCAR. For new broadcast partner Fox Sports, Dale Earnhardt was the key to success. Just as Dale's key to success was Richard Childress, his car owner and closest friend.
We had a whole lot in common. We raced our way up, we worked our way up to what we got. Nothing was ever given to either one of us. We had a bond and a trust in each other that I think that most men do not have.
After several injury-plagued seasons, Dale was finally healthy and a favorite to win his record 8th season title.
What people don't remember is Dale raced for about a year with a broken neck. He had crashed at Atlanta early in the season, and it cracked a vertebrae in his neck. And because they said the surgery was risky, he didn't want to do it.
His right hand would go to sleep in the car, and I guess that was from pinching nerves, but he would drive with one hand and leave the other one over there on the bar.
What people didn't know is after he finished the race, we'd basically have to help him take his uniform off. I mean, he would unzip it, but we'd have to pull it off of his shoulders and get it down to that point.
He did not get that surgery done until the season was over. And what they did was when they opened him up, there was a sliver of bone that had been chipped off that was wedged into his nerves. So he dealt with that for 8 months.
He told me once Dr. Branch fixed his neck, he said, I'm a new man. In 2000, we came back, I think we finished second in the points, only lost it by a few. And all we could talk about that winter between 2000 and 2001, I felt that we were as prepared to win the championship in 2001 as any year that we had ever been.
That Dale Earnhardt Jr. was ready to challenge Dale Sr. for the title was all according to plan. His son drove for Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, the team his father had built with a focus on the future.
I don't think he did that just because he wanted to build something for Dale Earnhardt Jr. But I do think his belief in Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s talent had a lot to do with it.
He's led 209 laps, and the Intimidator's son is the dominator today.
I ain't seen you in a while. Hey, Superman. Good job, man.
And I remember Dale coming to me and he said, I'm the envy of all the dads in the garage. And he just thought that was the coolest thing.
And Dale Jr. won his first Cup race in Texas. And part of my responsibilities was being in charge of Victory Lane. So, of course, I'm very excited. I have the Budweiser towel and the hat, and I'm ready to run up to the car. And this giant hand grabs me and essentially throws me to the ground. So on national television, there's this red blur and Big E going right past and getting in the car. Of course, that was cool.
And now here's the big man himself, Dale Sr.
The picture of him squeezing his neck at the All-Star race is a dear picture to me because he just really loved the fact that his boy could do the same things that he could do on the racetrack.
DEI was founded on family and friends, with 3 teams starting the Daytona 500. Dale Jr., Steve Park, and Michael Waltrip, a journeyman who'd never won a race in his 16-year career. Now, NASCAR's premier event would be his first race driving for his longtime friend.
Just coming to my mom's house to see Mom the day after my dad died. My phone rang and he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm over here with Mom, just hanging out." He said, "I'll be there in 10 minutes. And he hadn't mentioned coming or anything, but he wanted to come and hold my mom's hand, you know, and just say, you had a special husband, you know. He raised these 2 boys, and these guys are a big part of my life. And so I think that meant the world to Mom, and I think it showed a lot of people in my world that he was a special person.
Maybe Earnhardt saw a friend who needed a helping hand. Or maybe he saw something in Waltrip that others did not.
Michael Waltrip. Scraping along the wall. He's got to pin it right up against the wall. He hit awful hard.
You know, I had started my engine 462 times and hadn't ever been able to win a race.
That is Michael Waltrip, out of control. Try over.
Time was ticking. Time was running out for me to be able to get a top ride. When Dale put Michael in the Napa car, and everybody said, "Have you lost your mind? He's driven 400-some races and had never won a race. Why did you pick him?"
Dale always knew in his heart that Michael could drive, and he always felt like he just needed an opportunity.
That opportunity was at hand. With well wishes and good luck kisses lingering in the gasoline-scented air, engines were ready to start NASCAR's most important day.
You're watching Fox Sports, home to the World Series, Super Bowl 36, and now the 43rd running of the great American race, the Daytona 500.
It's like you get the NFL contract and your very first game is the Super Bowl.
Hi everyone, Mike Joy with the 1989 winner of this race, Darrell Waltrip, after 17 years of trying, and Larry McReynolds, who's been to victory lane in the 500 twice as a crew chief. Gentlemen,
I firmly believe with us going on the Fox network and with the amount of promotion we had done, that we were going to get a very broad audience. So that's why we spent so much time with the camera angles, why we spent so much time with the audio, so much time with the graphics, so that when the big audience was watching, they went, "Oh, I get it. It's not just a bunch of rednecks running around a track. This is really exciting." And I kept hearing in my head Bill France Jr. saying to me, "You've got to stress this is a sport." And so we had to lay out this wonderful picture about why everyone had fallen in love with the sport, and why they'd fallen in love with the sport were these daring young men who were going to risk everything for glory.
Gentlemen, start your engine!
The Unprepared Man's Guide to Fishing. Modern fishing gear has been pivotal in man's conquest of fish, but the unprepared man can make do without. Attach 2 potato crisp cans at a right angle. Mount a lens from a pair of aviator sunglasses to the joint and let the fishing begin.
Don't be that guy. Come into Gander Mountain's first cast event and get everything for your next fishing adventure. We live outdoors.
No, not now. Come on, please.
Oh, great.
Nothing's worse than a dead battery. And nothing's more reliable than a Duralast battery. Engineered to start day in and day out, even under the most extreme conditions. Duralast, proven tough, only at AutoZone.
It's time for the Polaris XP sales event. Sportsman XP, Ranger XP, Ranger Razor XP. 3 extreme machines, 1 extreme event. Get up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 3.99% on select models from the world's best off-road lineup. Deals this extreme won't last long. Get to your Polaris dealer for up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 3.99%. Only during the Polaris XP sales event.
Do you have a problem with...
Get in shape and learn how to eat right with the Take Control Fitness Package, created by fitness celebrity John Bastow and celebrity chef Joe Simonera.
These programs work. They give you the exercises and nutrition information to build the body you want and get fit.
It means better health for all ages, the whole family, from preteens to grandparents.
Call now to order the Take Control Fitness Package.
Don't let the fast food nation of America poison our children.
Start taking control of your body and life today.
Is your internet fast or just fast enough?
If your internet was faster,
Could you get more done? Could more speed lead to more business? We thought our internet was fast.
we've just gotten used to slow.
DSL is outdated technology.
It's archaic.
It's a relic.
We had a growing business.
Our internet needed to catch up, so we switched.
We switched.
We switched to Comcast Business Class. Faster than DSL.
Faster than T1.
Super fast internet.
Period.
It's time to get fast internet from Comcast. Call 1-800-391-3000.
Rolling Thunder rose to life as NASCAR machines rolled off the starting grid. The day's events have been put into motion.
Dale Earnhardt is the most prolific restrictor plate driver in NASCAR history. 11 wins and only 52 plate starts. Today chasing his 35th total victory here in Daytona.
The plan was simple. He said, me and you and Dale Jr. are going to work together and win this race. Thought sounds great, but it doesn't sound very realistic. There's 40 other cars that are going to try to be messing that whole plan up.
At Daytona, you can plan who you want to run with and who you want to draft with, and then they wave the flag.
Pace vehicle is in. The 43rd annual Daytona 500 is set to get underway. Terry Bradshaw waves the green flag. We're racing.
When the race started, my car wasn't exactly right. It was loose, and so I needed to work on it.
Look at Mikey. He's got a handful. That's what we call a handful. When you get the wheel pulled way around there like that, he's got a handful of steering wheel.
I can't help but notice the front of the roof here on Earnhardt's car. It's like it's buffeting. It's because Rusty Wallace, the car in front of him, with that roof flap across the roof, or that roof fin, it's putting dirty air, and it's making the air on Earnhardt's car mad. It don't know what to do.
Here comes Earnhardt down the inside.
Under Marlin, 3 wide through the tri-oval, and he almost took the nose off Marlin's car coming back up.
I believe Schrader led that lap.
He did.
Good man, Schrader.
The first 150, 70 laps, basically, I saw them, but we really there's too many cars. We never could really get together and team up.
Look at Earnhardt.
Right down to the apron to take the lead.
With Jeff Gordon pushing him in the 24 car, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the red car, the 8 car pushing with him.
Dale and Dale Jr. got to the front in a hurry, and I kind of rode in the middle of the pack for longer than I wanted to. Then the crew made some adjustments and made my car right. I could drive the heck out of it.
It's Michael Waltrip up the middle.
Hey, we hadn't talked about Uncle Mike all day, and there he is. Come on, buddy. Give me a chance to talk about you.
There's one time during the course of the race that all 4 of us were running 1, 2, 3, 4. Me, Dale Jr., Steve Park, and Dale.
Pretty impressive. All 3 of them DEI cars up there in the lead.
I've been in so many things in the last 25 laps. I wasn't thinking until the last couple laps and see what happens. You just try to position yourself up there where you're in that group and try to be able to make something happen, or if something happens that you can capitalize on.
It's the big one. It's what we've all been fearing. This kind of racing is going to happen.
A horrible crash on the back straightaway that began when Tony Stewart got turned sideways against the backstretch wall number 20.
You know, it just seemed like the lid was about to bubble off of this pot here, and it just seemed like with that event, we thought maybe eliminated enough cars to make it come down to where we knew who we needed to race and how we were going to be able to accomplish this.
A lot of good cars got taken out in that big crash. And so when the cars are stopped on the racetrack over on the back straightaway, not only are we catching our breath, but so are those guys. And at the same time, they're strategizing.
We pulled to a stop on the front straightaway, and I'll be darned. I looked in my mirror, and I was leading the race. Dale and Dale Jr. were right behind me. And I thought about his plan, you know. I know he's a great race car driver and a champion, but this is crazy what he called out.
Junior was sort of philosophic. It was kind of strange because he got on the radio and told the crew, he says, no matter what else happens, he says, let's be thankful, because he said, we've had a great week, we've had a great race, and we're so lucky that we missed that crash.
I remember him coming on there, and I can't remember if it was before or as soon as the wreck happened or during the red flag, but he said, Richard, if they don't do something to these cars, it's going to end up killing somebody. That kind of always sticks. That's one of the things I can remember, and I don't remember at what point he said that, but it was after Tony's wreck.
Wednesday, on the new hit reality series Car Warriors, the pressure to win turns friend into foe.
You're so full of your eyes are brown.
Car Warriors, Wednesday, 9 Eastern, on Speed. The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series, all season long, live on Speed.
Grand Am Rolex Sports Car Series. 2 classes, 1 race. See it on Speed, Saturday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
Beef, meet flame. Flame, meet flavor. Flavor, meet your crazy cousin. World, meet the BK Stuffed Steakhouse. Flame broiled beef stuffed with bold cheddar cheese and spicy jalapenos deep down inside. The first burger that's fiery from the inside out. The new BK Stuffed Steakhouse, just $3.99, only at Burger King.
It's time for the Polaris XP sales event. Sportsman XP, Ranger XP, Ranger Razor XP. 3 extreme machines, 1 extreme event. Get up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 3.99% on select models from the world's best off-road lineup. Deals this extreme won't last long. Get to your Polaris dealer for up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 3.99%. Only during the Polaris XP sales event.
We gave it a more powerful Duramax turbo diesel and Allison transmission to help it move over 21,000 pounds. And then we gave it an advanced exhaust brake system to help slow it down, saving wear and tear on your brakes and on you. With a powertrain back for 100,000 miles, introducing the new Chevy Silverado HD, Motor Trend's 2011 Truck of the Year.
Hello, sunshine, sweet as you can be.
Wake up to sweetness with Honey Nut Cheerio cereal, kissed with real honey. And the 100% natural whole grain oats can help lower your cholesterol.
You are so sweet to me.
Be happy, be healthy.
The 2001 Daytona 500 had already revealed the brutal nature of the day's close-quarter bumper-to-bumper banging and bumping. In the final laps, Dale Earnhardt would battle not for victory, but to protect his team.
Green flag. There's one point during the race after the red flag where I felt like he let me in line. And I remember thinking, that's never happened before. I know he's never let me in line. I don't think he's ever let anyone in line.
You got to have nerves of steel, folks, to see what these guys saw just now. These cars all flipping and flying through the air and hop right back
just like it never happened.
I was leading the race. My car was handling perfectly. Dale Jr. was pretty safe as well because he had Dale behind him, and Dale was just pushing Dale Jr. and me. So us two had it made, basically, and Dale was in a mess.
Oh! Earnhardt. Sterling got into Earnhardt.
Dale is doing everything he can to keep Sterling behind him because Dale knows that Sterling's got a fast car.
You never saw Dale Earnhardt Sr. do anything but drive offensively. But in the closing laps of that 500, we saw him on defense. You know he wanted to win another 500, but I think he was going to be perfectly content running third that day.
This is when we're going to find out. We're coming around for the white flag.
And I thought, if this motor doesn't blow up and the tires don't blow out, I'm going to go down there and make 2 lefts, and I'm going to come back and win the Daytona 500.
Make that back straightaway wide, buddy. Get all over the place. Come on, man. Come on now. Watch the mirror. Watch it. He's going to make a run inside. I kept trying to tell Dale Jr., just stay on Michael. Sterling started coming. 36 started coming, and all of a sudden, there was a lot of activity around Dale for third place. That'll boy.
3 wide behind them.
You got him, Mikey. You got him, man. You got him. Come on, man.
Last lap at Daytona. Everybody's arguing over space, trying to get your nose in there. If you get your nose in there, maybe you can make the rest of it fit. All of a sudden, I saw his car cut left, and I said, this can't be good.
Come on, get him in the fold. Get him in the 3 cars out. Oh, big trouble. Big wreck behind them.
Beat him back. Come on.
To the flag.
Come on, Mikey. You got it, man. You got it. You got it. You got it. You got it.
Michael Walsh wins.
Oh, man. All right. That's a television dream come true.
And he's about to get the best ride in racing.
Man.
To Daytona 500 Victory Lane. Darrell, is this better than winning it?
Oh, it's better. This is great. I was hoping Dave was okay. I guess he's all right, isn't he?
Our car came to a rest. I'm thinking, wow. I said, I'm going to go over and just shoot the bull with Dale. Mikey and Junior run 1-2. He got crash protecting third on the last lap, so he's not going to be in the best mood, but he's not going to be that friggin' mad. So when I went up to the car and took the window net down, I knew he was in trouble. I mean, I knew right away he was in trouble, and I signaled for the emergency crews to get there like quicker. And they were there quick, but just quicker yet. And I just knew he was in trouble.
I remember when I seen the wreck happen, I just jumped down off the toolbox, yanked my headset off because I knew we had a good shot at winning, and put my headset back on and hollered at Dale. I said, Dale, you all right? You all right, Dale? 2 or 3 times. He never did answer me. So I turned over to Mike Skinner's channel and I said, Mike, stop over there. They'd done took the checker by that time and was headed down the backstretch. I said, stop there and make sure Dale's okay. Make sure it just didn't undo his helmet and got out. Let me know if he's out of the car or whatever. Skinner come on there, he said, you better go to the infield care center. He said, boy, he doesn't look good.
We just kept waiting. Come on, climb out. Come on, help him out of the car. Come on, get him out of the car. He's got to go to victory lane. You got to get him out.
Junior got out, and again, I don't know quite his thoughts at that point, but his thought was, we're going to go to the medical center, the care center in the infield, and see Dad. Junior went in, and he went through and just caught Kenny Schrader's eye just for a split second. And he said it was really then that he knew that something was seriously wrong.
I go to the bus. I get Teresa, Jimbo, the bus driver's with us. And that's when they just got the new infill care center. And we went into there, not really thinking, anything. We get there and they're taking him straight to the hospital. So now we're getting antsy. Okay, something's up.
Richard came in the infield care center, and you're sitting in there, and you got the little curtains and stuff, and Richard those curtains. What's the deal? I probably turned white, and he said, "How is he?" I said, "That ain't good." And he said, "You mean we're gonna be out for a while?" I said, "Oh no, buddy. It's we got bigger problems."
Kenny wasn't himself. He was just as pale as he could be, and he said, took a few deep breaths, and he said, "Look, I'm not a doctor." They had released him from the care center. He said, "I'm telling you, it don't look good. It don't look good." And at that point, my heart just fell. And so Judy and I got in the car and headed to the hospital.
We get in the car and get a police escort to the hospital. We're going back roads around the turns.
I said a lot of prayers on the way to the hospital. That's all I can say.
While we're dealing with that, somebody's won the race and he's going to victory lane.
Started celebrating what I thought was the greatest day ever in the history of NASCAR, and especially in my history. I mean, it was perfect. Everything went just like Dale said it would, and I couldn't wait to see him.
Welcome to Bristol Motor Speedway. The bump and run, the Bristol move. How come I get run over here? He's got it. Oh, the contact.
That's Brad Keselowski. Forget it, man. You play that game, I'll play it back.
That right there is payback, folks. That's Bristol racing.
Kyle Busch is it. This is one of the biggest wins of my career. It's Bristol, baby.
There's racing, and then there's Bristol. 2011 tickets are on sale now.
Free fall training. It's how Advanced Auto Parts trains our staff to install your battery fast and free. Battery testing and installation fast and free. Advanced Auto Parts. Service is our best part. Wipers, go!
If you're going to fish like the pros, you got to wake up early like the pros. Here's a tip. Use a reliable alarm clock.
Now at the Spring Fishing Classic, use your Bass Pro Shops Visa card and get up to $100 in bonus bucks.
I'd love to build birdhouses for the rest of my life, so I've got to take care of my heart. For me, Cheerios is a good place to start.
To keep doing what you love, take care of your heart with Cheerios. The whole grain oats can help lower cholesterol. Love your heart so you can do what you love.
What if a disaster strikes without warning? What if life as you know it has completely turned on its head? What if everything familiar becomes anything but? Before a disaster turns your family's world upside down, it's up to you to be ready. Get a kit, make a plan, be informed today. Learn how at ready.gov.
Say hello to Xfinity Voice, only from Comcast. It's the home phone service you've been waiting for, with unlimited nationwide calling for $19.99 a month for 12 months. Chat with friends and family all day, every day. Get voicemail you can check online, and 12 popular calling features, including caller ID and call waiting. Plus, get the best call clarity, all for $19.99 a month for 12 months. Get Xfinity Voice now for this incredible price. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
As Michael Waltrip drove to the winner's circle to celebrate victory in the 2001 Daytona 500, how could he have known that the seminal moment of his career would be forever shrouded in tragedy?
It was amazing. People that didn't know me a month before, now we're all standing in victory lane celebrating winning the greatest race in the world. Everything was just so cool, and it remained that way for probably 20, 30 minutes.
We kept watching on the camera, and this looked bad. And you can tell by the people around the car, even though it was in a long shot. Then the ambulance came up, and then Dale was taken out and placed in the ambulance. And then we watched the ambulance going to the hospital. And the ambulance was traveling virtually at walking pace, which meant either a broken back or death.
Okay, another subject. Michael Waltrip finally gets his first win after all these tries. Any reaction?
I'm very happy for him. I just wish he could enjoy it a little more because his boss is not there to help him.
Okay, we just got word that they had trouble arriving Dale.
While Earnhardt's driver Michael Waltrip celebrates, Dale Earnhardt rides the back of an ambulance to the Halifax Medical Center.
The last thing you want to do is overstate the drama of the situation, and yet you don't want to understate the possibility that things could go really bad.
I was in victory lane, and everybody, obviously, it was a lot of celebration, a lot of happy people, and everybody seems to be just overly elated, and Michael's got the trophies, and Michael's being Michael. What was beginning to be more and more odd is no Earnhardt was there.
And I remember thinking, where's Dale? I mean, how come he's not here yet? And Dale Jr., how come he's not here? I'm sure they're coming, right?
John Graham, who is the president of the racetrack, came over and he said, hey, who's going to accept the owner's trophy? And I said, well, Dale will be here any minute. Just Dale or Teresa, one of these, somebody will take the trophy. And he says, no, this is Dale's. They're taking Dale over to the hospital. So for the owner's trophy, John basically did the victory lane interview with me, and then he had me stand in the pictures. As soon as we got done with that first photo, I looked over and Ken Schrader walked into victory lane.
Mikey, you just won Daytona 500. And what a big deal. That was such an important moment for him. I love Mikey like a brother, and I wanted to tell him what I thought the deal was.
He made fun of me all the time, you know, about not winning, and finally there's somebody I know coming to say congratulations. I saw him and I said, can you believe it, Schrader? I won the Daytona 500. And he just grabbed me and said, it's not good. And I was like, well, it's not really that bad that I won the Daytona 500, is it?
I just told Mikey that, you know, that I was awful happy for him and stuff. But no, listen, Mike, we got a big problem here. I'm extremely worried about Dale. I remember him looking at me, you know, and it's just like it didn't register because, you know, he waiting for Dale to come in.
And so that pretty much told me that, you know, the celebration was over. You know, what I thought was the greatest day ever was heading in a direction that would make it the worst day ever.
By then, I don't know what to do. I'm wanting to go to Victory Circle, but I don't know if I should. And we're on a quick off. The race went long because of the red flag, and we were at the top of the hour, and so we couldn't stay. and give a report about it. Nobody knew anything. Everybody was real hush-hush about it, and nobody was telling us anything, so we had to go off the air.
Well, thanks, John. We all knew Michael Waltrip had a fast car here in Speed Weeks.
I tried to get both Larry and Darrell to concentrate on the win, on victory lane, on analyzing the race and what had happened, while I tried to piece together all the information we had so that we didn't say the wrong thing, but we also didn't go away leaving people to think that everything was all right.
We're jubilant for the Waltrips, and our prayers are with the Earnhardt family. John?
Well, I was going to go to Victory Circle, but my friend Andy Kesposito, he's a deputy sheriff. He was going to take me down through the crowd to get to Victory Circle. So when I take off the headset and I turn around, he's standing at the top of the stairs shaking his head. And Big Andy's wife she worked at the Halifax Hospital in the emergency room. She had called him and told him to get DW and get down here because Dale didn't survive.
We just tested Quaker State motor oil that had driven thousands of miles in New York City taxis. And that used Quaker State still passed these critical tests for brand new oil, even when it's ready to be replaced. Quaker State, real, durable oil.
Hello, sunshine, sweet as you can be.
Wake up to sweetness with Honey Nut Cheerios cereal. Kissed with real honey. And the 100% natural whole grain oats can help lower your cholesterol.
You are so sweet to me.
Be happy, be healthy.
It's time for the Polaris XP sales event. Sportsman XP, Ranger XP, Ranger Razor XP. 3 extreme machines, 1 extreme event. Get up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 3.99% on select models from the world's best off-road lineup. Deals this extreme won't last long. Get to your Polaris dealer for up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 3.99%. Only during the Polaris XP sales event.
Green flag.
Starting a garden doesn't.
Lead paint poisoning affects over 1 million children today. Dust from lead-based paint could cause violent behavior. If your home was built before 1978, log on to leadfreekids.org.
We are the face of Comcast.
I'm a perfectionist. At least I try to be.
At Comcast, we solve problems.
If we don't resolve the problem the first time,
we'll extend a courtesy service to our customers.
You're a customer, you deserve it.
If you're a new customer and you're not satisfied with our services,
you can get your money back in the first 30 days. It's a phenomenal thing to offer to our customers.
We're only as good as our word. And our word is good.
Whether it's giving you a $20 credit if we're late or 30 days to try us out, at Comcast, we're all about the customer, and that's always guaranteed.
Daytona had reached the crossroads. One road led to victory lane. The other carried a life in the balance. The sport's biggest day had become a cacophony of celebration and sorrow.
I didn't know what to do. Even to this day, I don't know why I went to the hospital. I really don't. Family, NASCAR, although everybody that needed to be there was there.
We're just in the emergency room. We're inside, and it's not a waiting room outside. We are like inside. We're not in front of Dale. They got Dale screened off and everything. So, but we just know it's not pretty.
I can't remember everyone that was in the room, but whoever came in, I think it was a doctor, came in and said we lost Dale.
I have his son standing next to me. There's nobody in this room. So I take care of him.
And we just all sit there and not knowing what to expect next. And I remember some of us just had our heads down, and it was a bad day.
I go into the room where all the team members are at. And I remember just looking at all of their faces and just this junk. So that's kind of where we all were.
I believe I thought about Michael when I left the hospital. I thought, oh my gosh, wonder if he knows, wonder what he's doing.
Buffy was dealing with it all. You know, Buffy was talking to NASCAR and talking to the family, and so she was doing a job, an admirable job of making sure none of that got to me. Then we got in the van together, and it was the first time I'd been alone with her, and she said, Dale's dead. I started wondering how I was supposed to feel at that moment, and I haven't stopped wondering since.
Well, NASCAR officials who I knew what the deal was. I asked them when people were starting to leave and stuff, and I said, hey, is it official? Well, we ain't got any official word. And I never cuss anybody, but I said, listen, you blankly blank, tell me what the deal is. I was just down there, and so then they told me.
Even before the announcement, I believe that it started to filter through that it was a possibility. At that point, I remember Mike Helton coming into the media center and standing up there at that podium and saying those words that are now etched in our brains forever.
This is undoubtedly one of the toughest announcements that I've ever personally had to make. But after the accident in Turn 4 at the end of the Daytona 500, we've lost Dale Earnhardt.
Those words were impossible. I remember walking out in the garage and crew guys and people that had been in the sport forever hugging and sobbing. It was the most surreal scene because people were basically walking around in a daze. It couldn't happen to him.
You know, it had to be close to 2 hours after the race when we finally made it to the motorhome, and
I think I asked him, I said, you want me to come over? You want to come over here? And he said, no, I just want to be alone. because that was hard for him. Because Dale had, you know, done that win meant so much, and to have it, and to not be able to share that with Dale, who gave him the chance, and to first win of his career, Daytona, and he's sitting in his motorhome crying.
And Michael said, this is supposed to be the greatest day of my life, and it's my worst. And all I could say through being choked up, and all I said is, Dale knew. Dale knew you won that race. That's all you can say. So.
All night Sunday night, I never slept, trying to figure out how this could happen, why it happened, what was next. We lost what I would call our franchise of RCR. I lost a very, very close friend that hurt worse than anything. And lost my hunting buddy.
The Rolex Sports Car Series shifts into high gear.
You want a race? We have got one for you.
For another epic battle in Florida.
You gotta be aggressive, like that.
Live from Homestead, Saturday at 12 Eastern, only on Speed.
Wednesday, on the new hit reality series Car Warriors. The pressure to win turns friend into foe.
You're so full of your eyes are brown.
Car Warriors, Wednesday, 9 Eastern, on Speed.
Beating the high cost of auto insurance is a slam dunk with the General. Just log on to thegeneral.com or call us for a super fast quote. All it takes is a couple of minutes. You'll get a low rate, low monthly payment, and a down payment as low as $59. You'll also get instant online proof of insurance.
Show off.
For the best car insurance rates online, go to the General and save some time.
The Unprepared Man's Guide to Fishing. Modern fishing gear has been pivotal in man's conquest of fish, but the unprepared man can make do without. Attach two potato crisp cans at a right angle. Mount a lens from a pair of aviator sunglasses to the joint, and let the fishing begin.
Don't be that guy. Come into Gander Mountain's first cast event and get everything for your next fishing adventure. We live outdoors.
Grand Am Rolex Sports Car Series. 2 classes, 1 race. See it on Speed, Saturday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
Sir, debris heading towards our comm satellite. Impact may cut off communications with ground forces.
Launch avoidance maneuver. 20 kilometers in closing.
Collision averted, sir. All objects are accounted for.
Good job.
Learn more at airforce.com.
In today's cars, there's self-adjusting cylinders, self-deploying spoilers. Why not a self-cleaning engine? Next generation Pennzoil motor oil cleans out up to 40% of sludge. So turn your engine into a self-cleaning engine and feel the clean.
And once again, to update you on our top story this evening, the death of NASCAR legend and giant Dale Earnhardt. At 49, he has died as a result of injury sustained in a crash on the last lap of the Daytona 500 at the Daytona International Speedway.
I remember pulling into DEI after we got Dale home and just seeing the hundreds and hundreds of people that were there and the candles and the We Miss Yous and all of their tributes.
I remember looking at me and saying, if it ever happens to me, you better get a race.
We asked all the employees, if you want to go home and be with your families, go. And I can't recall one person leaving. Their way of overcoming it was to start worrying about Rockingham.
I'd like to ask you to do something. I'd like to ask you to take the hand by the person beside you. Lord, our hearts are hurting. We've lost a great friend, and it all seems so unfair. People ask us, how can we go out and race today? We can do that, first of all, because we know that's what Dale would want us to do. And second of all, because, Lord, we know without a doubt that he is dwelling in your house and will forevermore. Amen.
1 week after a sport's darkest hour, DEI driver Steve Park rose to the moment.
Here they're going to come to the line. It's going to be a photo finish.
Park has the run off the high side. He clears the body, and Steve Park scores the second straight win for Earnhardt Incorporated.
Boy, and that team, they needed that.
It brought tears in my eyes. I don't know what to say. Just, Dale's the one who taught me how to drive this place, and he told me to stay off the brakes, and we stayed off the brakes and won the race.
2 weeks later, Richard Childress, rookie Kevin Harvick, Dale's crew, and a renumbered 3 car delivered their eulogy.
Gordon's going to make the big move on the inside when they get down here to turn 3. Here he comes. He's going to drive it to the bottom.
Oh, Harvick's leaving a lot of bottom.
Just like a year ago, he's going to get him, though. He's going to get him.
Gordon got loose. It's Harvick.
Harvick by inches. Harvick by inches. Harvick by inches.
When NASCAR returned to Daytona, a son carried a message to his father. And perhaps a father carried his son.
Here they come. Turn 4. Final lap. Michael Waltrip in second, but it's going to be Dale Earnhardt Jr. using lessons learned from his father to go from 6th to 1st and score the victory of the Pepsi 400.
I just was so happy I could push him home. Made the night complete, made it perfect. And then to be able to stand on the car and listen to over 100,000 people screaming, it was amazing. I remember thinking, I'm better now. It'll be fine now. You know, this is redemption.
If you watch how each one of those wins were, it was almost like it was meant to be. That was healing for us all. And know how proud Dale would have been of every one of us.
They call Las Vegas the capital of second chances. Who will get their chance at Lady Luck this weekend and end up in victory lane? Welcome to NASCAR Live. I'm Wendy Venturini. Soon we'll hear from Joey Logano. He's not even old enough to gamble, but he hopes to turn his luck around. Hermie?
Well, thank you, Wendy. I'll also talk to surprise newcomer this year, doing a great job so far, Regan Smith, and also hometown hero, Kurt Busch, later today. This is NASCAR Live, presented by Geico from Las Vegas.
Beautiful day here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, just north of the Strip. Glad you're with us here on this beautiful afternoon. Temperatures in the 60s, a little bit of wind. In fact, the weather looks fantastic all weekend long for Sunday's third race of this 2011 NASCAR Sprint Cup season. Hi, everybody. I'm Steve Burns. So glad you're with us. Lots still coming your way here on Speed from the Las Vegas Motor Speedway as we take a look at our menu. Qualifying at the bottom of the hour. Tell you who's fastest coming up here shortly. Really excited about trackside tonight. Handsome Harry Gant will join us, and Las Vegas homeboy Kurt Busch. And after that, tune in for Speed Center from Charlotte. Adam Alexander will catch you up on everything that's happening in NASCAR and other motorsports. Glad you're with us. Phil Parsons here. Phil, I know that we are no longer in North Wilkesboro because there are showgirls. There are people walking around on stilts.
Michael Jackson
Back just performed. Rollerblades, and as you said, it all seems normal.
Yeah, a little bit of everything here, and nobody even gives it a second look.
Well, big qualifying session coming up here on Speed, as we said, at the bottom of the hour. Phil, I really love this new format where the slowest cars go out first. It builds so much drama.
It really does, and we started that a little bit towards the end of the year in the Truck Series, and I think NASCAR liked it so much that they said, let's give that a try in the other series. So it's really, really fantastic, and I just love the fact that it just continues to build the drama from the first car to the very last car.
44 cars practiced earlier today. Let's take a look at who the quickest ones were. And Phil, Juan Pablo Montoya, fastest Chevy driver, 185.957.
And the only Chevrolet in the top 6. The other 5 positions were all Fords.
Yeah, dominated by Fords, including David Reagan out of the Roush Fenway stables. He's just a little quicker at a 28.98, 186.297.
Had such a good run at Daytona. I've got to believe that this is David Reagan's breakout year.
Fords look fantastic at Daytona. And the quickest, a little bit of a surprise. We don't usually see Matt Kenseth at the top of the leaderboard in practice.
And you know he's going to be strong. When Matt Kenseth runs that well in practice and we feel like he'll back it up in qualifying, you know he's going to be strong come Sunday.
Let's go back into the Neon Garage, and we start with Hermie Sadler.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. And one of the teams that have really turned some heads so far this season, the 78 car, Regan Smith behind the wheel. 2 straight top 5 qualifying efforts, top 10 today in practice. You guys have really got a good thing going here.
Yeah, we do. The guys keep building great race cars. The Furniture Row Chevy's been fast the first 2 races this year. It was the same way off the truck today in race trim. I was really happy with it. I think we got a couple little adjustments for race trim, and we got a pretty good idea where we want to go for tomorrow, and we'll see. I know where I can get a little more speed in qualifying, but I don't know how much those guys ahead of us are going to pick up, so we'll have to wait and see.
Talk about this racetrack. Turns 1 and 2 have really developed some swales and some dips, and a lot of the teams are really struggling to keep the car good in 3 and 4 and still get through 1 and 2 as well. What has your practice been like, and what have you guys worked on to get ready for qualifying?
It's been about the same as everybody. First lap on the racetrack, I came on the radio and I said, man, I think my front tires just came off the ground in 1 and 2. That's how bad the bumps felt. So, they just keep getting a little worse and a little worse each year. And, we just work on the cars to manage those bumps and try to get around them as good as we can. And, that's where people that are a lot smarter than me figure that stuff out for sure.
Well, these guys have really gotten off to a good start this year. Got a top 10 finish at Daytona, had a fast car last week, and another one here in Las Vegas this week. Wendy?
Thanks, Hermie. A guy that was fastest in Cup practice, Matt Kenseth. Good to see you on the top of the board. So tell us about your race car. What did you get a feeling out of this racetrack this afternoon?
Well, the racetrack seems a lot rougher than what it was last year, but our Crown Royal Ford had a lot of speed since we got here. Jimmy, Mike, and Nick and them guys worked really hard on trying to get us some speed, and we know how important qualifying's been lately. So we got a good lap in practice, which puts a pressure on me not to mess up our qualifying laps. There's nowhere to go except for backwards from the top. But I'm glad we got that speed, and hopefully I can do my job here in an hour or so and get a good lap in.
How much do these bumps affect your race car? Obviously, we've had 2 smooth racetracks that we visited. Our third track a little bit more bumpy this week.
Well, it affects them a lot, especially, you don't have a lot of travel, and with the timing of the bump stops and all that, you really got to work on that to get it through the bumps. And I was watching Nationwide cars earlier, and it looked like they drove really bad and were really bouncing around the track. So that's definitely something you have to work on here.
All right, Matt Kenseth, 2 wins here, Steve, in Phoenix and Las Vegas. I'll get my cities right, hoping to make it 3 this weekend.
That's okay, Wendy. I almost said Valley of the Sun. Let's take a look at the top 20 here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, Phil.
And you see, this is 11th through 20th, so these guys will actually, Jeff Burton will go out 16th, and then each car above him will go out after him. Great qualifying format. You see Paul Menard, another one of the RCR cars up there in the 11th spot. Jeff Burton down at the bottom of that list, another RCR car.
And Phil, as you mentioned just a moment ago, a lot of Fords up there in the top 10.
There sure are. 5 of the top 6 in Fords, and then we've got you got Juan Pablo we talked about in third, then a couple more Chevrolets, Tony Stewart and Regan Smith that we just heard from, and then we have a Dodge, Brad Keselowski in 9th.
And I think, too, looking at that list, you have to be impressed with the Roush Fenway cars, how fast they are. And Carl Edwards, I know he was disappointed last week. Phil said he had the fastest car by far on the racetrack, and you don't usually hear race car drivers say that.
No, that's right. But Carl Edwards, they turned their season around towards the end of the year, and they're on it. All those guys are on it. David Reagan had such a good shot at winning Daytona until he got black flagged. Carl finished second. So, it would not surprise me for any one of those 4 Roush Fenway cars to get to victory lane.
Marcus Ambrose also quick. We'll take a break and come back with more from the Neon Garage here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Remember, bottom of the hour, Sprint Cup Series qualifying on this fast mile and a half.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. Brought to you in part by Hamburger Helper. 1 pound, 1 pan, 1 tasty meal. And in high definition by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at funaiamerica.com.
Wednesday, on the new hit reality series Car Warriors, the pressure to win turns friend into foe.
You're so full of your eyes are brown.
Car Warriors, Wednesday, 9 Eastern on Speed.
Speed training. It's how Advanced Auto Parts trains our staff to get you the right part even faster. Not bad. The parts you need, even faster. Advanced Auto Parts. Service is our best part. Next!
Get great deals on great gear during the Bass Pro Shop Spring Fishing Classic, plus a free VIP discount card with the purchase of any boat package, like the Tracker Pro Team 175 for only $13,995. Bass Pro Shops, your adventure starts here.
Hello, sunshine, sweet as you can be.
Wake up to sweetness with Honey Nut Cheerio cereal, kissed with real honey. And the 100% natural whole grain oats can help lower your cholesterol.
You are so sweet to me.
Be happy, be healthy.
We're thinking seafood? Who's got the best seafood tonight?
How about some tilapia or jumbo shrimp?
And if you had seafood Newburgh, you'd be my hero on an endless dinner buffet.
For around $10.
You got the hook.
Only Golden Corral is a seafood lover's paradise. It's crunchy pecan-crusted tilapia, seafood Newburgh with puff pastry, spicy jalapeno tilapia, and more. It's all part of our endless dinner buffet, still for around $10.
$10? I'm hooked.
Golden Corral. Help yourself to happiness.
Welcome to an exclusive tour of the 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series. We have big changes to discuss and new faces to meet. But first, we're going to take a look at some of the new cars hustling their way into the series.
Just traded some serious paint with that Mustang.
These are some of the new faces that I mentioned earlier. Of course, their faces aren't always this angry looking.
The 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series. Something new around every turn.
The Nellis Air Force Base, located right behind the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and that would be your basic stealth bomber landing at Nellis. Now that's some horsepower.
Oh yeah, a lot of horsepower.
That's some horsepower there, Phil. NASCAR Live presented by Geico through 2 races in this season. Phil and I are going to take a look at what a difference a year makes. Phil, we've come to expect the big one at Daytona. We had the big one at Phoenix, too.
I don't know that I've ever seen a bigger accident on a 1-mile racetrack than we saw at Phoenix. But look at this now. These are the top 9 plus 14th and 15th in points. And this is where they were last year. The highest of that bunch, Kurt, who's now is second, was 11th. Most of those guys in the 20s.
And Phil, as we were talking about earlier, a direct result of the 2 big wrecks we've seen. And it's got guys like Joey Logano, Greg Biffle, David Rudiman in a pretty deep hole early in this season.
Yeah, I think it's too early to push the panic button because you know how strong these teams are. You know they're going to turn around. It's just a matter of not just putting some consistent runs together.
Back to the Neon Garage and Hermie Sadler.
Yeah, guys, and one of the people y'all are talking about is Kurt Busch. You've looked at it. second in points right now behind only his brother, Kyle Busch. He got a top 5 at Daytona, finished 8th at Phoenix last week, and found himself in a good situation in the points. Now, Las Vegas obviously is the home track for Kurt and Kyle Busch. Only 31st fastest in practice. You know he wants to get his first career Sprint Cup Series victory at his home track here at Las Vegas, but just had a few words with Steve Addington. They still feel like in race trim the car is pretty good. A little bit tight through turns 1 and 2, off of turn 2. They can continue to work on that, but first order, what's really worked for them so far this year is having good qualifying runs and being able to start up front. So they're working on the qualifying session here. And interesting thing, and you guys mentioned it, talking about points. Different perspectives here on the points of those guys who got off to a good start and those guys who are way down in points. They don't really know when to hit the panic button because we've never seen this new point system play out over a number of races. So a lot of chatter in the garage area about the points. Only 2 races in, Steve.
Yeah, thank you very much, Hermie and Phil. I think that's a great point. I mean, I asked Carl Edwards about this. I said, if you're your teammate, Greg Biffle, do you show up to Las Vegas to win, or do you have to stop the bleeding? And he said, hey, look, we're always going to show up to win, but you may not pull the trigger as hard late in the race and ruin a good finish.
Or maybe gamble on fuel or something late in the race. I think once you get some races under your belt, maybe get a little bit of cushion. But remember, with the new chase situation, you can get a win. You can be 19th in points and have a win and get in that chase. So people also have to think about that. But I think, again, way too early to push the panic button.
But, then again, Phil, I think to Hermie's point, what we don't know yet is the overall impact. We know that if you finish 30 or worth, you've had a tough day points-wise, but this is still a moving target.
Oh, it really is. Nobody exactly knows, hasn't done the math to know exactly where they need to be. I mean, before you could say, okay, you need to average 127 points and you'll be in good shape. Well, now they don't know what that's going to be. I mean, they can figure out that finishing position, but the way it fluctuated before with a 5 points difference, 4 points and 3 points, they don't exactly know where they're supposed to be.
All right, well, tomorrow the Rolex Sports Car Series thunders into South Florida for the second Slayman race of the year. Fenders banging, emotions run high. Don't miss the Rolex Sports Car Series live from Homestead tomorrow at noon on Speed.
For the past 52 years, the Coca-Cola 600 has been the great Memorial Day tradition at Charlotte Motor Speedway. As family, friends, and fans, we unite to proudly salute our beloved troops and thank them for our freedom. We stand and cheer as our favorite NASCAR heroes wage war for 600 grueling miles. The Coca-Cola 600. The tradition continues, and we let freedom race. Call 1-800-455-FANS for tickets today.
Springtime belongs to the doers. Those of us who know grass doesn't turn green just because the calendar says to. And that a big difference can grow from a small budget. For those of us with grass on our sneakers, dirt on our jeans, and a lawn that's as healthy as our savings, the days are about to get a whole lot greener. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. We're lowering the cost of crowd control on those weeds with this Ryobi trimmer, just $89.
So my uncle calls and he says he's dizzy and he's losing his balance. I'm like, Unc, you want me to take you to a doctor? He's like, no, I'm gonna look up the symptoms. I said, your symptoms are you're dizzy and you're losing your balance. So he said, I can't get on the internet because my arm is numb. I said, well, use your good arm and dial 911.
Stroke's no joke. If you or someone you love is showing symptoms of stroke, don't wait because it might be too late. Dial 911. Time lost is brain lost.
If you're an Xfinity customer and subscribe to Bollywood Hits on Demand, you can now watch online for free. You get a full access pass to movies, music videos, and so much more. So go to xfinitytv.com to sign in. And if you haven't ordered Bollywood Hits on Demand yet, call 1-800-XFINITY or go to comcast.com/Bollywood.
.360 degrees of everything is now on sale. Visit NASCAR.com/tickets today.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. At the bottom of the hour, we're going to have NASCAR Sprint Cup Series qualifying for you here from the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Joey Logano off to a sluggish start at the start of this season. He was 23rd at Daytona, had an engine problem last week in Phoenix, finishing 33rd. Wendy Venturini has more on that.
Thank you, Steve. Yes, Joey Logano definitely wants to turn his luck around here in Las Vegas. I said you're not even old enough to gamble, but regardless, how much do you want to turn your season around starting with this third race?
Obviously, we do a lot. You know, Vegas for me is one of my favorite racetracks. We always had good runs here. I think back when I first started, you know, it's probably where I had my first pretty good run. So I was excited about that, and always excited to get back here. Home Depot Toyota is pretty fast, I think. We worked really hard in practice, though. It didn't unload right where we needed it to, but the guys did a really good job getting this thing pretty quick, and hopefully find a little bit more speed for qualifying and try to get up there on the front row. I feel like I got a really fast race car, though, and you know, I think in race trim is good.
When you say it doesn't unload quickly, we know what that means, but explain to the race fans, what do you work on in that hour and a half that you had with practice to try and get it faster for you?
Whatever your problem is at the time, you know, for me, I was really loose. I was loose everywhere, and you know, the big thing here is getting over the bumps. You know, the bumps down on 1 and 2 are huge. It seems like it gets worse every time you come here, so you know, to be able to get your car to turn good over that, because eventually you have to race over those things. So they did a good job getting it good over that, though. I feel like I'm pretty confident in what I got right now. We just got to find some luck this year. That's our biggest problem we got to figure out.
All right, sounds good. And hey, I did hear you had a middle seat coming out here on your flight. If anyone is watching, can somebody give Joey a little bit better upgrade there? A middle seat, son?
Times are tough. Someone's got to do it, you know. I had to get out here somehow. You know, I wasn't going to walk, so I take the middle seat. It's okay with me.
All right. If you were on the flight, you saw young Joey Logano in the middle seat, Steve.
Wendy, I don't know what's going on here, but Trevor Bayne had a middle seat as well, but he was able to score a window seat before they took off. Now, drivers looking for luck. Wendy just talking to Joey Logano. There's a long list of some big names there, Phil.
For sure is, and it's almost just the polar opposite of the list we saw before, the top 10 in points, and where they were a year ago at this time. It's just the opposite here. And Joey Logano finished last year so strong, so everyone really thought this year was going to be his year, maybe to get that thing in a chase. And certainly he's not out of it. We've talked about that the entire show. But a couple tough weeks so far.
Hey, you know, Phil, this is a good racetrack for Joey Logano to turn things around, get his luck headed in the right direction. Started 6th, finished 6th 1 year ago, and I'm guessing that makes a driver feel good about this place.
Oh, without a doubt. Anytime you can come back to a racetrack that you've had some success, you just really get you up a little bit, you know. And for Joey Logano, that's what he needs, another 6th place finish here, or 5th or 7th or whatever. Just start getting the ball rolling in the right direction.
Gain some positive momentum. Boy, this is a lightning fast racetrack. Well, right now we're going to leave the Las Vegas Motor Speedway and shoot it back to Charlotte, North Carolina. AA Adam Alexander is in Speed Center.
All right, thank you so much, Steve. I know you guys have been busy in Vegas. We have been busy in the center as well, and we begin with some breaking news today out of the IndyCar world. Firestone announced it would pull out as the series' sole tire supplier at the end of 2011. Goodyear among those being mentioned as possible replacements. Robin Miller joins us on Speed Center tonight at 9:30 with much more on this story. In other IndyCar news this week, Sam Schmidt Motorsports has acquired all the assets of Fast Racing, meaning Alex Tagliani will drive the entire 2011 season for Sam. And remember last week, Joey Saldana racing his sprint car at Texas goes up and over. No problems in Vegas on Wednesday night. He gets his first win of the year. Steve Kinzer won last night. So who can stop Scott Pruitt and Mimo Rojas in the Rolex Sports Car Series? Tomorrow in Homestead, they go for their 5th consecutive win, and they will start second behind Gainesco, who is on the pole. A big night right here on Speed. We've got Speed Center at 9:30. More NASCAR Live after a break.
NASCAR on Speed is presented in high definition by Funai. The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series all season long, live on Speed. On the road of life, there are many paths. The secret is not being afraid to pave your own. Star Motorcycles, we build it. You make it your own.
We just tested Quaker State motor oil that had driven thousands of miles in New York City taxis. And that used Quaker State still passed these critical tests for brand new oil, even when it's ready to be replaced. Quaker State, real, durable oil.
I'm Robbie Gordon, and we choose MagnaFoc on our race vehicles because it sounds cool, has great performance. Whether it's Daytona, Baja, or the Dakar Rally, we can count on MagnaFlow.
It's race time at Walmart. From official gear to snacks for race day, you'll find everything you need. Gear up, stock up, and save. Let's go back into the Neon Garage. That is not Jeff Hammond on those stilts. Just looks like him. Hermie?
Yeah, catching up, Denny Hamlin, the FedEx Toyota, going through inspection here, and you can see they got a little bit of a project going on, and we've seen this with 4 or 5 cars today here at Las Vegas, not just with this car. But basically, NASCAR says the rear end housing can only have 2 degrees of camber. And we've seen cars come through 2.1, 2.2, and what they can do to try to fix it at the racetrack is heat and cool the rear end housing quickly to try to get that moved back in up at the top to get it within tolerance. A lot of things can affect that, not only the camber that's built into the housing, but also air pressure in the tires as well as the sidewall of the tire. We've seen 4 or 5 cars come through today and have to do the same kind of maneuver to get through inspection, but NASCAR says it cannot be 2.1, it cannot be 2.2, it has to be 2.0, so Denny's guys trying to button this back up and get him through the line for qualifying. Phil?
Thank you, Hermie.
Hey, you know, Phil, we talk at Daytona about qualifying. At Daytona, qualifying your position isn't that consequential. At Phoenix, it is a big deal. You want to be in that top 10. Interesting to note, though, about Las Vegas, a lot of the winners have come from outside the top 10.
It really is an amazing statistic, and obviously Jimmy Johnson has won twice on the old track and twice on the new track. And to me, anything that happened prior to 2007 really doesn't matter, because the only similarity between this racetrack and what we had before 2007 is it's in the same location. But right now, this is a great racetrack, but you can see the average start of a race winner is 14th. Jimmy Johnson in his 2 wins started way back.
Yeah. Interesting note, too, speaking of Jimmy Johnson, talked to Jeff Gordon on Race Hub this week, Phil, and he talked about knowing that Alan Gustafson said it was the best car they'd ever had leaving Hendrick Motorsports, yet when they got to Phoenix, they didn't have any speed in it. Jeff didn't, his starting position was 20th.
You know, what's really amazing is with the simulation programs that they have today, they can simulate these racetracks. Obviously last week, simulating Phoenix. And so it's amazing that they would really start off a little bit off, but they kept getting better and better and better as the week wore on. And then obviously we saw what happened Sunday with him in Victory Lane.
He still has the heat, doesn't he? Said he has something to prove. Hey, qualifying at the bottom of the hour here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. We're in the Neon Garage. Stay with us.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. Brought to you in part by Little Debbie Snacks. When you share the fresh taste and goodness of a Little Debbie snack, you share a smile. And brought to you in high definition by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at funaiamerica.com.
This spring, get more mileage out of your travel plans with $50 in free gas. Stay 2 separate times at Comfort Inn or any of these choice hotels, and you can earn a free $50 gas card. Book now only at choicehotels.com.
Hey race fans, it's time to kick off the 2011 season opener of the Lucas Oil Off-Road Racing Series at Firebird Raceway, March 19th and 20th. Be there as the 2010 champions of short course defend their title, while series veterans and rising stars will be tuned up and ready to give their all to dethrone the champs. Don't miss all the high-flying, door-pounding action as the nation's top short course teams thunder around the 8/10 of a mile stadium course. Tickets just $30 at the gate, or visit firebirdraceway.com for more info.
No, not now.
Nothing's worse than a dead battery. And nothing's more reliable than a Duralast battery. Duralast, proven tough, only at AutoZone.
Brand and Rolex Sports Car Series. 2 classes, 1 race. See it on Speed, Saturday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
It's time for the Polaris XP sales event. Sportsman XP, Ranger XP, Ranger Razor XP. 3 extreme machines, 1 extreme event. Get up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 3.99% on select models from the world's best off-road lineup. Deals this extreme won't last long. Get to your Polaris dealer for up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 3.99%. Only during the Polaris XP sales event.
Wednesday, on the new hit reality series Car Warriors, a group of hotshots are out to dominate the All-Stars.
It is complete chaos right now.
But both teams are in for a grueling 72-hour build. Sparks will fly, tempers will boil over.
Why don't you just call it the Rich Evans Show?
And the pressure to win this challenge will turn friend into foe.
You're so full of your eyes are brown.
And after Car Warriors, stay tuned for an all-new car science. It all begins Wednesday, 9 Eastern on Speed.
Wednesday, don't miss the most talked about new car building show on TV. Car Warriors, sparks fly and tempers boil over when a team of hotshot challengers race the All-Stars to build a tricked out El Camino from scratch in only 72 hours. Car Warriors is all new Wednesday at 9 Eastern here on Speed. And Phil Parsons, I know somebody that wants to trick that El Camino.
Chris Devoda.
Chris Devoda has it bad for an El Camino.
Steve, I couldn't do it in 72 days, much less 72 hours.
I keep asking Mike Joy to bring home a 67 Camaro from Barrett Jackson, put it in his luggage, but he hasn't done it yet. Back to the garage and Hermie Sadler.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Step out on here to the grid as we get ready for qualifying. And as I look out here on pit road, one of the things that's interesting so far today is stickers versus scuffs. I walked down through the garage and out here on the grid. It looks like about a 50-50 split between stickers and scuffs. A scuff would mean in practice you'd go out and run a corner or a lap to knock the new off the tire. So I asked one of the crew chiefs here in the garage, why so much disparity between stickers and scuffs? And he says stickers are better, except some drivers were having trouble on the get up to speed lap. So when the cars leave pit road, coming through 3 and 4 to get the green flag is just as important as the actual lap you take for qualifying. So the guys that could get up to speed right away on stickers were sticking with them, and the drivers that needed to get rid of that little bit of a squirrely feeling coming to get the green have gone with scuffs. It'll be fun to watch what happens with that during qualifying. Wendy?
Hermie, we're still getting used to our new routine here on the qualifying day. Of course, they start with the fastest guys going towards the end of qualifying. So our fastest guy in practice was Matt Kenseth. He'll go out 35th. Going out 34th in front of him was second fastest in practice David Reagan, followed by Juan Pablo Montoya and another Roush Fenway racing car, Carl Edwards, right in front of Juan. So you could tell who was fast in practice since we only had one practice. By the way, they're lined up. It's inverted, of course. This is something to get used to the qualifying order, but definitely some trickery in the garage. This is a story we've been following over the weekend. What are teams doing to get that one fast lap to get them to go towards the end of qualifying? Because we know, Steve, the advantage of going at the end of the day can make a big difference where you start this race.
Yeah, it certainly does, Wendy. And again, a stat that Phil and I found, 8 of 13 races have been won from outside the top 10. But Phil, not to underestimate the importance, pit selection is still an important aspect of the race.
Boy, it certainly is, because there are only just a handful of really good pit positions on this racetrack, on this pit road, and those guys want that opening. That's very, very critical. You know, I think Hermie made a really good point. You know, when you watch qualifying, you watch the telemetry. When a car gets to the line and he's tracking in the 30s, it's so hard for him to gain on that. So I think Hermie made a great point. That get up to speed lap is so important. When a guy's up to speed, when he gets to start finish line to start his lap, then he's going to have a good lap.
Jimmy Johnson has won 4 of the last 6 races, and as Phil and I were looking before we came on the air, he's won 2 of those on the new configuration, 2 on the old. And we say configuration, it went from 12 degrees of banking to 20.
Real racetrack now.
Yes, it is. It's fast. Well, it's time to find out who the fastest of the fast is. NASCAR Sprint Cup Series qualifying from the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. We go upstairs and join Mike Joy.
Time for NASCAR Sprint Cup Series qualifying at Las Vegas Motor Speedway on Stratosphere Pole Day. Well, it's turned out to be a gorgeous day. The temperature never got to 70 as expected to both Saturday and Sunday. The wind has abated somewhat. It was as high as 26 miles an hour earlier, but it's just been beautiful, clear skies all day. So we're getting set to run for the pole here at Las Vegas. With Darrell Waltrip and Larry McReynolds, I'm Mike Joy. This is the second week for NASCAR's new qualifying procedure in the Sprint Cup Series, where the fastest lap in practice gets you what is believed to be the best qualifying position down at the bottom of the list. And in practice, Darrell, NASCAR took some steps to make sure people weren't stepping over the line to get a really quick lap in practice.
We sort of felt like that eventually these teams would say, okay, if this is how they're going to do it, here's how we're going to react to it. And already we saw that today. You know, like you said, all you need is that one fast lap, and there's all kind of, you know, get your car a little too low, get the spoiler down a little bit, all the little things you can do to the car to make it go fast for one lap. Apparently, there may have been some people.
They were suspecting that.
Yes, there may have been some people down there that were having a little fun and games today.
Maybe just a little, we'll see. But now, Roush Fenway Racing has 7 poles here across NASCAR's top 3 series, 1 Cup pole, and Larry, they pretty thoroughly dominated practice.
But we've been seeing this coming slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. It started at the end of 2010. It has bled right into 2011. They have their act together as a group, not just one of the teams, 2 of the teams, all 4 teams. David Reagan in the 6 car, right up there near the top of the chart. So I think that this is going to be a good racetrack for them, as it has been in the past, and could be a good day as far as qualifying, because all 4 of them go right at the end of the top 35 guys.
And the one spoiler from the Ford parade at the front, Juan Pablo Montoya's Chevrolet snuck into the top 5 in practice. But that was just practice. Nobody wins practice, right?
Wrong.
We'll see.
Wednesday, on the new hit reality series Car Warriors, the pressure to win turns friend into foe.
You're so full of your eyes are brown.
Car Warriors, Wednesday, 9 Eastern on Speed.
Honey, could you grab another bag of ice?
On it. Did you see that pass on turn 3? No, I had to feed the pony. The only ponies at this party are underneath the hood. Look, if I don't get this ice. Oh, I don't get this ice. You got a 4G face melter in here, man. Let's do this thing. Okay, yeah, just one lap. One. Yeah, just do one. Yeah.
How's that ice coming?
Fuel your fan with the latest news, stats, and highlights on NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile, only on the Now Network.
Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? Does it take 2 to tango?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
The Unprepared Man's Guide to Fishing. Modern fishing gear has been pivotal in man's conquest of fish, but the unprepared man can make do without. Attach 2 potato crisp cans at a right angle. Mount a lens from a pair of aviator sunglasses to the joint and let the fishing begin.
Don't be that guy. Come into Gander Mountain's First Cast event and get everything for your next fishing adventure. We live outdoors.
Once Dave and his friends experienced the bone-rattling intensity of NASCAR, they knew it was time to reconfigure his surround sound.
All right, guys, here it comes.
15,000 watts later, they realized that if everything was more like NASCAR, everything would be more awesome.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup qualifying from Vegas, brought to you by eHarmony.com. eHarmony, love begins here. And by Toyota. So to review the procedure, from slowest to fastest in practice among the top 35, and then from slowest to fastest among the go or go homers, there are 9 of them for 8 positions. Getting ready to qualify. Let's get downstairs to Matt.
Mike, second quick in practice, tried to deliver a pole, his first ever in his Sprint Cup Series career, is David Reagan. So to quote that movie that should have won an Oscar, Spaceballs. Are we going to see ludicrous speed here this afternoon as temperatures come down?
If that sun will just keep easing down, there'll be some more speed. I love this new format for qualifying. You know, in the years past, the 6-car, man, we went out 6th this race a year ago, and that's a big factor. You know, that's a 10th or 2 either way, and if you can get another 10th, sometimes that's a difference between a pole and a top 10. So our UPS car is fast, and man, it feels so good to just unload and be in the ballpark.
And when you look over your shoulder, you see all the flags on top of the motorhomes in the infield. It looks to be now a headwind off of turn 2 versus a crosswind in practice. How's that going to change up things?
You know, it's still not blowing as hard, so I don't think that's going to make a huge difference. You always have a lot of wind here at Vegas anyway, and it's you know, it is what it is. I try not to get too complicated and studying the wind and the shadows and praying for a cloud to
You don't hang out with Larry Mack a lot, do you?
Yeah, I know some of our guys do. Drew, he'll be stressing out for a cloud, but there's not a cloud in the sky here. So, you know, we're fortunate. We've got a very fast race car. All the Fords look good. Man, everyone at Roush Fenway back at the shop, our R&D department, our chassis shop, everyone's worked hard, and it's finally paying off. So one of the Fords are going to sit on the pole, and hopefully it's a UPS car.
The Ford definitely was fast in practice, Krista. His best ever start in Sprint Cup, 4th at Martinsville a few years ago.
Well, Matt, someone who has other ideas about a Ford sitting on the pole is last year's pole sitter, Kurt Busch, and you were on the front row the year before that. You've always started really well here at your home track, but haven't had that win. Where do you rank this in terms of tracks you want to get a win at?
Oh, it's in the top 5. Everybody, you know, they want to win Daytona. Got Indianapolis, and then for me and Kyle, we got Vegas, but I think a lot of guys really enjoy coming here and trying to put this on their mantle. It's just one of those marquee events that you want to win.
And how was practice different than maybe other times we've been at Vegas? Are you anticipating a different type of qualifying today or even a race on Sunday?
Well, we got a big mess going on with our little program right now. Our Pennzoil Ultra Dodge has been struggling through the bumps. Whatever those Fords have got, Roush has definitely figured it out because you can see it across the board with their speed. So we've gone actually back to what we ran last March because we're lost for ideas right now. So we'll see how we shake out. We're just going to give it our best, and hopefully the double deuce will be close to the front.
All right. Thanks, Kurt.
Kurt Busch is the track record holder at 188.7 miles per hour. Most veteran observers, that means the two to my right, think that track record could well fall this afternoon. Stay with us.
Going down today.
The Rolex Sports Car Series shifts into high gear.
You want a race? We have got one for you.
For another epic battle in Florida.
You got to be aggressive. I like that.
Live from Homestead, Saturday at 12 Eastern, only on Speed. NASCAR's biggest pre-race show storms into Sin City as Jimmy, Kurt, and Tony join us live. And we relive Jeff Gordon's milestone win. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot from Las Vegas, Sunday at 12:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
Now at Best Western, stay 3 separate times and earn a free night. That one. With 3 types of hotels and over 4,000 independently owned locations, you can always find the perfect one for your trip where you're cared for and rewarded. Best Western, the world's biggest hotel family.
If you're going to fish like the pros, you got to wake up early like the pros. Here's a tip. Use a reliable alarm clock.
Now at the Spring Fishing Classic, use your Bass Pro Shops Visa card and get up to $100 in bonus bucks.
Starting a garden doesn't.
I think someone at my friend's school has this thing called autism. My friend's brother's son has autism. My neighbor's son has autism. My son has autism.
Autism is getting closer to home. Today, 1 in 110 children is diagnosed with autism. That's a 600% increase in the last 20 years. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org.
Sometimes things just come easy. Found it. And right now with Xfinity, saving money is easy. Switch to Xfinity Voice, only from Comcast. Now for $19.99 a month for a whole year. Talk all you want with unlimited nationwide calling. Get 12 popular calling features plus voicemail you can check online. And get the best in call clarity. Get Xfinity Voice for $19.99 a month for a whole year and start saving today. So beat the clock. You won't want to miss an offer this good. Call 1-800-XFINITY now.
Thunders into South Florida for their second event of the season. Live from Homestead tomorrow at noon Eastern, only on Speed. Let's join Krista.
Mike, one of the guys who stayed out on the West Coast between Phoenix and coming here to Vegas is David Gilliland, because you were doing a little sand dune racing and you already had an adventure.
Yeah, we've had a lot of fun out there. We broke down, got kind of stranded out there. Anytime you go out to the desert, it's an adventure. So we had a lot of fun, got to relax a little bit, and now we're back to work. We got a new sponsor on the car, TM1, and we're excited to have those guys back on board, and hopefully we can have our talk about Ford Fusion faster today. I feel good about qualifying. We made some good changes, and hopefully we pick up here a little bit.
When we talked to you last week, too, you said coming off of Daytona, guys were coming up to you in the garage saying, way to go. Are you getting more of that even every week?
Yeah, I think so. I think Front Row Motorsports as a whole is more competitive this year, and you find yourself racing with different people on the racetrack and everything else, and people that look at how we ran last year, it's different than how we're going to run this year, and so it's going to take time, but yeah, definitely, Daytona was a big shot in the arm for everybody at Front Row Motorsports and myself, and I really noticed it a lot out there on the racetrack.
A few days ago, he was stranded in the desert. He's looking for a fast lap today, Mike.
Thanks, Krista. I wonder how you get kinda stranded.
Well,
I guess that's when you he must not have had Sprint. Maybe he had kinda cell phone service.
That means someone knows where you kinda are.
And they can kinda find you.
Kinda find out where you.
You heard David Reagan talking about a little more shade, and if we look down here to turn 1 and 2, that was it we're looking at right there. There's billboards there, and those billboards are actually shading a lot of turn 1 and 2. Now, I don't think that turn 3 will ever see any shade during this qualifying session, but the more that gets shaded, the more grip it's going to have down there. But Daryl and I were talking earlier as we're looking at 3 and 4, you'll go through 1 and 2 so well, and it'll feel so good because it'll have more grip. As happened to Jeff Gordon in practice, that got him in trouble because when he got in 3 and 4, didn't have near the grip that he had in 1 and 2.
I just believe you're a man of constant sorrow if all you do is walk around looking for clouds in the sky.
Clouds and shadows. Krista?
Something's not right about that.
Well, the sun is shining right now, and Clint Boyer was. What is going on? These Fords have been so fast in practice. I know you guys were watching them. I can tell by your face right now, you're a little disgusted by that.
Yeah. Who wants to get beat by a Ford? But no, they're doing a good job. They're on top of the game. They're getting through those bumps better than everybody else. I don't know what they're doing to get through them bumps better, but at the end of the day, the cars that are getting through those bumps are the ones that are running well. So we've worked on our a little bit. The Wheaties Fuel Chevrolet was a little bit off in practice, but that's what's good about practice. You get to learn from those mistakes, and hopefully we've corrected the problem and be good here.
And is that the biggest issue, is the bumps in this racetrack? It's not anything new or different or the wind, it's the bumps?
It sure seems like it. I mean, the track's so fast. It carries so much momentum into those bumps. These things want to be sealed off and right down on the ground. And anytime that gets disrupted, gets that air underneath that splitter, you just slide up and you have to wait on it. Wait till it lands and get pointed the right direction before you get to the gas. It's just that split second. But if you look how close everybody is, that's all it takes.
Thanks, Clint.
All right, as Tony Raines hits the racetrack, he'll be our first qualifier. A quick review. 5 of the 6 fastest cars in practice were Fords, led by Matt Kenseth. Montoya, third, was the fastest Chevrolet. Brad Keselowski was the fastest Dodge, 9th, and Joey Logano, the quickest Toyota, 10th, as Tony Raines is our first qualifier.
But, normally you say, well, they got an horsepower advantage or they got an aero advantage. They don't have none of that. They get through the bumps. They got some advantage that they figured out setup-wise to get them through the bumps.
And there they are, right in the middle of turns 1 and 2. That car porpoises just a little bit for Tony Raines. Off the corner on his first time lap, and we think the first lap will be the money lap.
Yeah, because the further you go, you're going to lose more and more grip with the tires. Actually, we anticipate our top 35 guys in particular that are locked in the show, that they'll probably only take 1 lap of the 2 that's out there.
So the race fuel energy drink Ford of Tony Raines at 30.45, 177.2 miles per hour.
Picked up about a 10th from what he ran in practice earlier today.
Yeah, looks like he's going to play too.
Yeah, I think you're going to be surprised. A lot of guys will.
Okay.
I think it depends on your tire setup. Depends on how much air you got in your tires. You go for that first one, get it done, or you take it easy on the first one and try to do it on the second one. It depends on your philosophy about qualifying.
And Raines runs identical laps within the 100th of a second. Travis Kvapil up next, then Andy Lally and Robbie Gordon as we begin pole qualifying in Las Vegas.
NASCAR on Speed is presented in high definition by Funai. The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series, all season long, live on Speed.
Hey kid, this car is sick. Get in!
This has gotta win.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
You like who you are, the man you've become. And you learned something along the way about the world and yourself. This is the age of knowing what you're made of and knowing how to get things done. So why would you let something like erectile dysfunction get in your way? Isn't it time you talk to your doctor about Viagra? 20 million men already have. With every age comes responsibility. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Do not take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease or loss in vision or hearing. You didn't get to this age by having things handed to you. This is the age of taking action. Viagra. Talk to your doctor. See if America's most prescribed ED treatment is right for you.
And the highways are song. Never cities like the same 3 chords. Been helping us along, and the story is told. And the crowd is done and gone, shaking off the miles and trying to make it home.
Sunday, the biggest pre-race show in NASCAR. Jimmy, Kurt, and Tony live. Jeff's big win last week. Rutledge and Bad Brad go looking for fun in Sin City. Oh my goodness, it's NASCAR Raceway built by the Home Depot. 12:30 Eastern, live on Speed. Andy Lally making his first NASCAR start at Las Vegas. Ran 7 Cup races last year. The Eco Fuel Saver Chevy for the 3-time Grand Am champion.
Caught up in wrecks the first 2 races of 2011 at Daytona and at Phoenix last week. He ran a 30.06 earlier in practice.
This is the track where this team got its first ever top 20 finish in Cup, so they're very excited about the chance to come here and try to back that up. Andy's first lap 30.098, so he is quickest at 179.4 miles an hour.
Right on top of his practice speed, so he can possibly pick it up on his second lap. I think he should be able to.
You know, Darrell, another thing that we've not mentioned, this is kind of an unusual schedule here. Track has sat for over 2 hours in the heat of the sun, especially in 3 and 4. And when that happens, you really don't want to be one of the first few cars to go out there and run. The oil's just pulled up from the asphalt.
And that's a common occurrence everywhere we go. Anytime a racetrack sets for an hour or 2 before qualifying, it affects the track that way.
Lally's second lap is slower, so the first will be the lap of record.
Yeah, well, watch this see what the pattern is here. Tony Raines' laps were identical. Lally slowed down to 10th. We'll see how that unfolds as we go along here on his second lap.
Robbie Gordon due out next. That car's, or Travis Kvapil due out next, then Robbie Gordon. Let's see who's going. It's like drag race. It's a race to see who can be the last to stage. You know. Something's running. I think, and it's Robbie.
It's not like Robbie to wait long.
No. He's an impatient man.
That's right. He's very impatient. If you're not going, get out of the way.
The Speed Energy Drink Dodge of Robbie Gordon, whose best start and finish in Las Vegas, 12th.
see their 3 career wins. A lot of people maybe don't realize Robbie drove for Richard Childress Racing for a few years and got 3 wins, a couple on road courses. He now, speaking of winless streaks, 250 races since he last went to Victory Lane back in 2003.
Which does not lead the league. It's second, but it's not the highest one. We'll let you ponder that one for a while.
Oh boy, here we go. Gonna tell us tomorrow?
No, but I'll tell you when he qualifies in about 8 more drivers, okay? Krista.
Casey Kane hanging out by his race car, and I know you guys overcame a lot of adversity last week to finish strong in Phoenix. What are you looking for here qualifying here at Vegas?
Well, just to get through the bumps. We've kind of struggled a little bit getting through the hole in turn 1. It's pretty violent, so it throws the car around and get tight or loose, whatever it may be. Other than that, I felt like our Red Bull Toyota was pretty close. If we can just get through that hole, I think we can pick up a lot of speed pretty quick. So we were 21st in practice. I think we can do a lot better than that, depending on the track.
Okay, thanks, Casey. And he said violent, Mike. That's how he described those bumps.
Wow. And Robbie Gordon is the 3rd driver to take away the pole. He at 29.76. That's how we expect this to work. Gordon is quickest. Travis Kvapil is next.
Wednesday on the new hit reality series Car Warriors. A group of hotshots are out to dominate the All-Stars.
It is complete chaos right now.
But both teams are in for a grueling 72-hour build. Sparks will fly. Tempers will boil over.
Why don't you just call it the Rich Evans Show?
And the pressure to win this challenge will turn friend into foe.
You're so full of your eyes are brown.
And after Car Warriors, stay tuned for an all-new Car Science. It all begins Wednesday, 9 Eastern on Speed.
Springtime belongs to the doers. Those of us who know grass doesn't turn green just because the calendar says to. And that a big difference can grow from a small budget. For those of us with grass on our sneakers, dirt on our jeans, and a lawn that's as healthy as our savings, the days are about to get a whole lot greener. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. We're lowering the cost of crowd control on those weeds with this Ryobi trimmer, just $89.
If you had a choice between...
Folks, why won't we go to the doctor? My uncle called, speech all slurred, complaining his arms numb. He called everyone. He even called my daughter Tiara, because, she's got a year of nursing. Everyone thinks he needs to go to the doctor, including me. So he said, well, will you take me? I'm like, I'm on the road. He goes, I'll wait. Stroke's no joke. If you or someone you love have symptoms of stroke, don't wait. It may be too late. Dial 911. Time loss is brain loss.
Have you looked at your bill yet?
Your phone bill. Your internet bill.
We looked at our bill from the phone company. We were wasting money.
Throwing it away.
I hate wasting anything, especially money.
We wish we'd looked sooner. Wish we'd looked sooner.
Ridiculous. Shocking. So we switched.
We looked at our bill and we switched to Comcast Business Class.
Great deal.
Fast internet.
Better phone. Tools from Microsoft.
So, have you looked at your bill yet?
Find out how much your business can save. Call Comcast at 1-800-391-3000.
Any of these race cars can take a NASCAR home tracks driver wherever they want to go.
3 drivers have qualified so far. Each has been quicker than the driver before him. Robbie Gordon is the pole sitter right now at 29.76. And this is Travis Kvapil, the Truck Series champion of 8 years ago. 4 races here in the Cup Series. 1 top 10 start, 1 top 10 finish.
In theory, we should have a new pole sitter every time somebody goes on the racetrack.
Correct.
In theory.
You talked about Travis being the Truck Series champion from a number of years ago. He actually won the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series race here in 2007 at Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
Time to beat 29.76. Looks like he's 1 spot away, but within about 3 100ths, 4 100ths now, as you see right there. And that gap climbs just a little bit. 29.85. Kvapil is second of 4 in the Long John Silver's Ford.
It's a half a second pickup from what he ran in practice.
Now he's on it. Now he's on track for pole. And you see that number in the blue block down there is A-, meaning he is quicker than the fastest lap so far.
This is where if you adjust your tires to run 2 laps, then you've got a good shot at picking up.
Had a little loose coming off 4, and he's not going to get it. 29.79. Robbie Gordon holds on to it by 2/100ths.
I think it was just that little bit in turn 4 that just cost him that roughly about a half a tenth from sitting on it.
But that's where you're going to lose grip. On the second lap, turns 3 and 4, most time coming off 4, you're going to lose a little grip in the tires, and you're going to get one of those, just that little bobble. That's all it takes.
Catch and pitch. Pitch and catch.
Krista?
Well, I'm going to take that pitch and catch it and talk to Jeff Burton, who had 2-time back-to-back winner here at this racetrack. But everyone's talking about those bumps, Jeff. How bad are they?
It seems like the track's a little rougher this time than it's been in the past. Or we haven't been here for a while. We're not used to it, one of the two. So, I think you're going to see some people try to qualify above the bumps in 1 and 2. But it's rougher than I remember it being all the way around the racetrack. The worst ones are obviously in the middle of 1 and 2, but there's a lot of bumps that are spread out around the racetrack. Again, some of it might be we just don't remember how rough it was, but I do think it's a little rougher.
Short-term memory.
Thanks, Chris, to David Gilliland. The Taco Bell Ford did some off-road racing, as he talked about during the week between Phoenix and here. Carrying the number 34, that was the number of NASCAR's Jackie Robinson. Wendell Scott, 50 years ago today, drove in his first ever race in what's now the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, a race at Spartanburg, South Carolina. Most of Scott's races were run in car number 34, and he ran nearly 500 of them and won 1. So today we salute Wendell Scott, and hopefully soon he's a candidate for the NASCAR Hall of Fame.
Show you how fast you're going here, Larry. I just noticed the hood on that car is really caved in a little bit. They may want to take a look at that on the right side over there.
New sheriff in town, 29.507. It comes down by a quarter of a second.
So over on that right side over there.
You can definitely see where it's pulling that hood down, and that definitely disturbs the aerodynamics.
That just tells you how, I mean, they're running 200 mile an hour down that back straightaway, so it's getting down through there. Right at it.
And he's quicker on lap 2. Good run for Gilliland. No, 29.64. He was quicker until that exit of turn 4, same as his teammate.
Just a little bit off 4. But David's been doing an awesome job in this car. I mean, he's had 2 great races. Come home the way he did at Daytona. Got through Phoenix pretty good. Pretty good shape.
Sitting 10th in the points right now after 2 races.
On Sunday, all the cars in the race will carry a sticker commemorating the career of Wendell Scott. There's one of those number 34s that he ran out of Danville, Virginia. A great racer. At the time, underfunded, used a lot of hand-me-down cars and parts. And I don't think at the time, Darrell, many people in the sport understood just how much he was able to accomplish with so little in the turbulent times in which he raced.
There's a lot of stories about Wendell and how he survived, and I always remember the time at Nashville when he got to the track and he took the engine out of the tow truck. He blew the engine in the race car, took the engine out of the tow truck, put it in the race car, ran the race.
Wow.
Didn't start and park, ran the race, put the engine, when the race was over with, middle of the night, took the engine out of the race car, put it back in the tow truck so he could get home.
Oh my gosh.
Always had a lot of family help.
Yes.
And just a sweet man, really nice.
So here is Kurt Busch, the track record holder in the Pennzoil Ultra Dodge, looking to break his own track record of 28.614.
You could hear the concern in his interview a while ago that he's not real sure what he's got here. You could see it just get sideways off turn 4. But it's good enough to go to the top of the chart. Not a track record, but 29.03.
Well, the way the car looked, and he didn't, I'm sure he's not, I know he's not happy with the car, and the way the car looked, particularly off of 4, that's a great lap.
You know, Mike, 10 starts, he's never started outside the top 10. That might be a little borderline on that today.
Friday night hits full throttle on Speed as Kurt Busch and Harry Gant join the biggest party in racing. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from Las Vegas tonight at 8:30 Eastern on Speed. This March,
NASCAR is coming to the only track where they race 5 wide.
Go, 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 go.
When the biggest drivers bring the excitement of NASCAR to Auto Club Speedway, it's your one chance to
go.
Experience NASCAR action stacked 5 wide at Southern California's home for racing. March 25th through 27th at Auto Club Speedway. For tickets to the Auto Club 400 weekend, call 800-944-RACE.
An everyday moment can turn romantic anytime. And when it does, men with erectile dysfunction can be more confident in their ability to be ready with Cialis for daily use. Cialis for daily use is a clinically proven low-dose tablet you take every day, so you can be ready anytime the moment's right.
Tell your doctor about your medical condition and all medications, and ask if you're healthy enough for sexual activity.
Don't take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure.
Do not drink alcohol in excess with Cialis. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease or loss in hearing or vision, stop taking Cialis and call your doctor right away.
Ask your doctor if Cialis for daily use is right for you. For a 30-tablet free trial offer, go to Cialis.com.
In today's cars, there's self-adjusting cylinders, self-activating wipers, even self-deploying spoilers. Why not a self-cleaning engine? Next-generation Pennzoil cleans out up to 40% of engine sludge, sludge that lesser oils can leave behind. Feel the clean and turn your engine into a self-cleaning engine. Visit Pennzoil.com for a chance to win a trip to Memorial Day's 2 biggest races.
It's race time at Walmart. From official gear to snacks for race day, you'll find everything you need. Gear up, stock up, save. 6 drivers on the clock. Kurt Busch is the fastest at 29:03. Here is Clint Boyer, driving the Wheaties Fuel Chevrolet for Richard Childress. Started 13th last year, his best start at Las Vegas in 5 appearances. Second on lap 1, 29:17.
Yeah. Picked up about 2/10 from practice, but 7 drivers. I think we've had 5 different pole sitters in those 7 drivers.
Correct.
Just loose. It didn't hit and it was loose.
Think we'll hear that a lot today?
Oh, I think so. These tires seem to be like maybe for a lap or two. They don't just get a lot. They don't have a lot of instant grip. And when you go out there taped up trying to put on a fast lap, you're going to be a little loose.
Last week's winner, Jeff Gordon. Here's Krista.
Mark Martin discussing some things with Casey Kane. Sorry to interrupt, but we wanted to talk to you about your car. I know you talked about it was pushing off of 4 in practice. Did you guys figure that out or get the car where you want it to be?
Well, we need to pick up a little bit more speed, but I'd really like to get a good, extra good qualifying lap here for this team. They worked really hard today in a short amount of time. I couldn't believe the wrenches that were slinging in the garage, and we started out extremely loose in race trim, and then when we got that about fixed, then we went to qualifying trim and we were extremely tight. So a little off on speed, but we'll go out here and hope to get us a magic lap here, and we got an hour and 15 minutes tomorrow, and love this racetrack, and I look forward to it.
We've had a lot of success here, Mike.
It's true. Thanks, Krista. David Ruderman started and finished 4th here in 2009. Both of his wins came on 1.5-mile racetracks, but oh my goodness, Darrell.
I didn't even want to look because I thought he was gone, man.
You see that right there, though, when he went off into turn 1, 202.
He was trucking, and the car's just loose. And one thing I'll say for David Ruderman, he will hang on to it and get you a lap.
He's coming back. He had dropped way down past 5th, 6th, 7th. Brings it right back up the board to 2nd at a 29:10.
And that was really ugly in turn 1.
Matt?
Mike, a wild qualifying effort by Kurt Busch. So the human stopwatch portion of you, how much did you lose off turn 4 when you had it sideways?
Yeah, it felt like I wanted to hold it down, but I lost so much speed getting it to the apex at 3 and 4 that I was like, man, I just better hold it down and see if I can't shorten up the racetrack. Just been struggling all day getting it through the bumps. We did a lot better on that run with our Pennzoil Ultra. It's cool to have a different paint scheme on right away with these Shell Pennzoil guys, and nothing's closer to factory clean than Pennzoil Ultra. So I love these guys. They're a great sponsor, and we'll see where that stacks up. We hurt ourselves by struggling through practice because we had to go out early in this session. So we'll see how much the track cools down.
Thanks, Carl.
All right.
Well, I'm holding Trevor Bain's new bio sheet, and it's a little longer, Darrell, than the one you held up at the end of the 500.
Yeah, 2 lines.
It's got 2 lines on it for the 2 races he has run this year for the Wood Brothers.
You know, you talked earlier today about Trevor Bain Day at Knoxville last Monday, and there's a company called Rising Sports Stars, and what they do, they evaluate more than 45,000 athletes and celebrities, and Trevor Bain was at the top of their list in March as a rising sports star. Over 45,000 athletes evaluated.
Andy Jeffers, who works with us on the telecast, told me earlier that they had a high school choir come and sing as part of the Trevor Bain Day celebration. Thought that looked a little odd until he learned Trevor Bain sang in that high school choir.
Wow.
And he's about to be singing the song of a man who's going to the top of the chart right here.
He got a little high off turn 4, but he's still carrying some pretty good speed right there.
Car looks pretty solid.
Yeah.
He is our new pole sitter, 28.95. That beats Kurt Busch by 8/100ths as the speeds continue to increase, and he wants another.
Where is Donnie Wingo when we need him? The crew chief for Trevor. I believe I'd be on that radio and say, that's a pretty good lap there.
You just can't stop a 20-year-old. I'm telling you. Yeah.
Second lap, a little slower, but that's okay. He's top of the chart right now.
29.11. That's a good pickup in practice. That's about half a second. Good pickup.
I'd say so. Trevor Bain is quickest. Bobby Labonte and Dale Jr. next.
Wednesday on the new hit reality series Car Warriors. A group of hotshots are out to dominate the All-Stars.
It is complete chaos right now.
But both teams are in for a grueling 72-hour build. Sparks will fly. Tempers will boil over.
Why don't you just call it the Rich Evans Show?
And the pressure to win this challenge will turn friend into foe.
You're so full of your eyes are brown.
And after Car Warriors, stay tuned for an all-new car science. It all begins Wednesday, 9 Eastern on Speed.
You gotta love Sunday. It's like everyone came together and said, if it's good, let's save it for Sunday. The best games, the best papers, the best times. We're KFC, and we say TGIS. So here's to the $10 Sunday bucket. 10 pieces, $10. Any recipe, any way, every Sunday. The best day of the week just got better. TGIS indeed. Sunday is a KFC day, and today tastes so good.
Can't find what you need in that.
Texas Hold'em is the hottest game on the planet, and we've got the best action outside of Vegas. Come to the all-new California Grand Casino and play today. It's your best bet in the Bay Area, off Highway 680 at Concord Avenue.
Hold on for the ride of your life with AMA Supercross on Speed. Ryan Dungey, James Stewart, and the world's greatest riders rip through the dirt. Full contact, bar to bar, and out of control. Don't miss the two-wheeled insanity of Monster Energy AMA Supercross all season long, only on Speed.
Brought to you locally by East Bay Motorsports in Hayward, your #1 motorsports dealer with the largest selection in Northern California. Minutes from everywhere in the Bay Area. Come see us today.
Looking for a big payday? The biggest cash jackpots are right here in your own backyard. Come to the all-new California Grand Casino and play today. It's your best bet in the Bay Area, off Highway 680 at Concord Avenue.
Gant's here. He's going to be on trackside tonight along with hometown hero Kurt Busch. NASCAR trackside, 8:30 Eastern, only on Speed. Harry told me, you're going to need to ask him this, Darrell. He told me at lunch last year, he says, when Mark Martin's ready to retire, let me know.
Is he going to come back?
Yeah, he might. Now here is Bobby Labonte in the Kingsford Charcoal Bush's Baked Beans 47. He's going to be third quickest at a 29.08. And he is the holder of the longest 0 for streak among Cup drivers right now at 254 races.
Homestead Miami Speedway in 2003. You saw the same thing I saw, that his little strategy in 1 and 2, didn't you, Darryl?
He's not going to mess with those bumps. I can tell you that. There aren't any bumps up next to the wall, and that's where he went in 1 and 2. He avoided that.
Actually, it worked out pretty good based on what the stopwatch is telling.
Not a bad lap.
Second lap, slower by 0.2. So Labonte stands third, and Trevor Bayne remains on pole. Matt?
Well, Mike, he's dropped down to third, but on the positive side, you said you felt like the attitude of the car has picked up from practice.
Yeah, we were a lot better. That we got off in practice with a temp to it, and just couldn't really, the first qualifying run we made was pretty good, and then after that, we just couldn't seem to get the car tightened up enough, and then the car was tighter, but still, we're going to suffer a little bit here, going out early, and it's going to get a little cooler, and the track's going to get faster, so we're still not going to have a very good qualifying position, but in the end, we made the car better. We had a big pickup. We just didn't pick up as much as we needed to.
Always looking at the positive. Krista?
Well, Trevor Bayne won the Daytona 500 and then spun in practice at Phoenix. Jeff Gordon wins the race at Phoenix and then makes things interesting here at practice. What happened?
Just a little bit looser than I thought it was going to be. Car felt really good getting in the corner, and I got into the gas and it didn't stick. So luckily we didn't hit anything with the DuPont Chevrolet, and slowed us down a bit, and we've been playing catch up, but right there at the end I thought we made some big gains for qualifying, and looking forward to seeing what kind of lap we can lay down. I mean, you got to be very aggressive right now with these conditions, and last year we were able to do that, and look forward to that challenge again here today.
I like the challenge and back in the familiar DuPont colors.
You can see all that tape over here on the windshield on his on the inside of the windshield there. He's anticipating that sun being in his eyes a little bit as he goes down in front here.
Jeff goes out 17th, right in the middle of the pack of cars guaranteed in the race.
There's another guy, Larry, that decided he wasn't going to play bumps.
Yep, got above him down in 1 and 2.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., the National Guard Chevy, with 2 runner-up finishes here and 2 second-row starts, 3 second-row starts at this racetrack.
He got pretty happy with the feel of his race car in practice, but still, when it was all said and done, he was only 25th quickest.
So taking the long way around in turn 1 will get you 29.35, 6th fastest.
And he's about the first one to actually slow down from practice. I don't remember seeing him run that high, though.
No, he didn't. He went through those bumps when he ran good in practice.
Coming up, Brian Vickers, Kevin Harvick, and Mark Martin.
The Rolex Sports Car Series shifts into high gear.
You want a race? We have got one for you.
For another epic battle in Florida.
You got to be aggressive. I like that.
Live from Homestead, Saturday at 12 Eastern, only on Speed.
Wednesday, on the new hit reality series Car Warriors, the pressure to win turns friend into foe.
You're so full of your eyes are brown.
Car Warriors, Wednesday, 9 Eastern on Speed.
No, not now.
Nothing's worse than a dead battery. And nothing's more reliable than a Duralast battery. Duralast, proven tough, only at AutoZone.
Kevin Van Dam!
Save big on Kevin Van Dam's winning gear during the Bass Pro Shop Spring Fishing Classic, like the new Quantum Signature Series baitcaster for under $80 and the Strike King KVD Square Bill crankbait for only $449.
Can't find what you need in that
NCAA March Madness. 4 networks, 1 mission. Every triumph.
You can't be serious!
Every heartbreak. Every game. See what it takes to capture the dream. Watch March Madness on TBS, CBS, TNT, and True TV, March 15th.
During the Nissan Now sales event, get the offer you need on the Nissan you want. Event ends soon. Visit ChooseNissan.com or your Bay Area Nissan dealer now.
Bill Brandt Ford in Brentwood is tough on the competition. We offer great prices, great service, and customer satisfaction that's tough to beat. And if the thought of driving a truck makes your heart pound, you've got to visit Bill Brandt Ford in Brentwood now, because it's Truck Month. Power, torque, towing, horsepower, we've got it all. And during Truck Month, get a 2010 or 2011 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months or up to $5,500 in Ford factory rebates. Come experience Bill Brandt tough for yourself. Bill Brandt Ford in Brentwood.
Cup qualifying from Las Vegas, brought to you by Bass Pro Shops. Your adventure starts here. And by freecreditscore.com, get your score. Brian Vickers in the Red Bull Toyota, our next qualifier. He did race here last year, started and finished 31st, and his first lap is second quickest by 3/100ths.
Car looks good. I mean, he ran high in 1 and 2 to get above the bumps. Looks like I got to get a little push off of 4 here. Might hurt him quite a bit.
And second verse, same as the first.
Same.
Here's Matt with the man who is fastest.
Mike, unlike Daytona and Phoenix, the only issue before the field set, someone pulled a fire alarm last night at your hotel. So describe your qualifying effort. Impressive.
It's not bad for us, man. These guys went to work on our Ford Motorcraft Fusion over here and really worked some wonders on it, from our practice runs to qualifying runs. And I got to watch some video of what the other drivers were doing, because our Ford teammates are really fast, which they go out at the end, which kind of stinks for us because now we're just sitting ducks here waiting to watch them go. But man, I'm pumped about it. I didn't expect to be that fast. When they called out my time, I was like, wow, because we got tied up off the corner over there, had to get out of the gas a little bit to wait on it to turn. So I'm happy with it though, man. It's a good start for us. We're still learning, but Donnie Wingo and all these guys are working really well for me.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. I think they're still high from the Daytona 500 win, and who wouldn't be?
You know, I was so afraid that he'd get down after what happened to him in Phoenix, but you can see right now that Daytona 500 is going to carry him all the way through this year, probably.
I'll say, when you won the Daytona 500, you were up for the first half of the season.
I could always look back and say, yeah, but I won the Daytona 500.
That's right.
And I'm sure there's a button you can push, but I just don't know if I could see him down on anything, about anything.
Got a good attitude, that boy does.
Kevin Harvick, 202 into the corner.
Woo. You can see the cause and effect. The bumps cause it, and the steering wheel getting juked around is the effect.
Ran second here last year in the race, or finished second, that is.
The real problem with those bumps, if you go through there, and I think a couple of drivers that they've touched on this, if your car is pushing, it just makes it push worse.
And his is.
And then if you're loose, you just get looser as you go through those bumps. The car just starts chattering.
So 29.11 is the lap for Harvick. That is sixth fastest. And here's Kristen.
Mike, for the last 3 years, a Busch brother has sat on the pole. Will we make it 4 in a row?
Kurt already went out. So I'm going out earlier than I'd like to be going out with this new inverted system. So I don't know. It's tough. We'll see what we can have out there. The Stickers PB squared card wasn't that great in practice, and not really getting the speed we want to off the corners today. So unfortunately, I would have to say that it might just be a Roush car today. So I'm hoping not, but being realistic about it, we'll give it everything we got.
Well, it's Vegas. You don't always bet on the odds.
Yeah, roll the dice. Roll the dice.
and of course the beads have got to help. PB squared is a kind of peanut butter. Matt?
Brian Vickers currently second. So which end of the racetrack did you have the most difficulty?
Well, the car was actually good in both of them. I left a little bit on the table in 1 and 2. I apologize to the guys. Huge gain in the car. We were happy with it in a race trim. We went to qualifying trim. We were kind of rushed. We didn't get as many runs as we wanted, and I wasn't really happy with the car at all. They made some changes, and I went out there. The car was awesome. I didn't even need to go to the bottom in 1 and 2. I was trying to run high. I could have carried more speed, but I feel like I got most of it at 3 and 4 and got a little bit more of the second lap, but should be a good starting spot.
Thanks, Matt. Mark Martin won the opener here, the first Cup race that was held in 1998. Has one second row start here at Las Vegas.
He's one of the ones that got up 200 miles an hour going into turn 3 there.
He was wassing around a good bit down there in 1 and 2, but I don't think it hurt him that much the way he went down the back.
Listen to the crowd. They'll tell you.
Yeah.
28.847. New pole sitter Mark Martin.
Just keep creeping closer and closer to that track record.
We're going to be on top of it, Larry.
A little piece of something down in turns 1 and 2. It's not so little.
If that were a piece of rubber, that almost looks like an dry belt, pump belt, but that might just be a small piece of metal off of something. Boy, what the heck is
I'm not sure what it is. I don't think it's an oil pump.
No, I don't see any.
It did have a little bit of a look.
Doesn't have any teeth. No teeth. It's just a piece of
something that shouldn't be there.
Looks like a piece of weather stripping, maybe.
Oh. Casey Kane will be the 15th driver to qualify. He has 2 poles here. Both came in driving Dodges and a second-place finish. First time here in a Toyota as he moves to Team Red Bull for this season, and he's got a handful.
That's coming to take the green
right.
for turn 3 and 4.
Tell you what, got through there pretty darn good.
Yeah, you could hear it. I mean, he just breathed the throttle back a little bit, and right back to it wide open.
Just not quite carrying the speed he's going to need.
Car looks like it's handling awful well, though.
Yeah, you're right. It just no speed in it. He's just barely going to crack the top 10.
9th at a 29.27 for Casey Kane. The Jeffs are next. Burton and Gordon.
NASCAR's biggest pre-race show storms into Sin City as Jimmy, Kurt, and Tony join us live. And we relive Jeff Gordon's milestone win. NASCAR Race Day built by the Home Depot from Las Vegas. Sunday at 12:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
Wednesday, on the new hit reality series Car Warriors, a group of hotshots are out to dominate the All-Stars.
It is complete chaos right now.
But both teams are in for a grueling 72-hour build. Sparks will fly, tempers will boil over.
Why don't you just call it the Rich Evans Show?
And the pressure to win this challenge will turn friend into foe.
You're so full of your eyes are brown.
And after Car Warriors, stay tuned for an all-new car science. It all begins Wednesday, 9 Eastern on Speed.
For 125 years, Sunoco's been fueling victories on and off the track. Why? Because winning is the greatest feeling in the world.
Welcome back to Geico Radio. It's savings on the radio.
Kate from Mill Valley, it's all yours.
Well, I'm shopping for my first car.
Nice. I do hope you'll choose Geico, save a good bit of cash.
Oh, what color is the car? I bet you look great in a blue car.
No, actually, I'm torn between a fuel-injected inline-6 and a higher torque turbo diesel.
Yeah, that's quite a quandary. I mean, of course, you could save either way.
Yeah, but is one of them blue? Because I go with the blue one.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Now at Best Western, stay 3 separate times and earn a free night. It should be easy. They're the biggest hotel family in the world. You see, with 3 types, you can always find the one that's right for your trip. And since each hotel is independently owned, there will always be someone there who cares and rewards you for your loyalty. Best Western, the world's biggest hotel family.
Jeff Burton in the Caterpillar Chevrolet of Richard Childress, who won twice in a row here for Roush Racing, is 4th quickest at a 29.02. He is the 2nd fastest Chevrolet. Mark Martin is fastest, Trevor Bayne, Brian Vickers, Jeff Burton, and Kurt Busch. At least one of each make in the top 5 right now. Matt?
Mark Martin said, hurry up and get to me before I get bumped off the pole. You said you wouldn't want to do that qualifying effort again. How treacherous was it?
I wouldn't do that again. Just kudos to Lance McGrew and everybody on the GoDaddy.com crew. Man, they slung wrenches and were doing it in the garage area, putting on a show. We were off in practice, and they made it better every time we went out. And we were comfortable on the last run and slow. And usually, to pick it up, you just got to buckle down and loosen it up. So I told them maybe they might free it up. I was leaving, and I didn't ask them, and they did. And I cheated death in 1 and 2, and I got down in 3 and 4, and my foot just started kind of bouncing off the floor a little bit. I couldn't quite hold it on the mat there. It was right rear was tracking outside to right front a little bit, and I was thinking this thing's gonna get backwards on me for sure. So. I wouldn't do it again if you gave me a chance. I'm tickled to death. That's going to be better than we practiced, and I'm just proud of these guys.
An elbows up performance by Mark Martin.
Absolutely.
And don't you know, you look over at Mark Martin and 51 years old, and you look right across to him, right beside him right now, 20-year-old.
Yeah.
30 years. 30 years difference in their age.
Jeff Gordon won here 10 years ago today, and he is 2nd to Mark Martin, his Hendrick Chevrolet teammate. The DuPont Chevy at 28.89, 5/100ths difference.
Considering how his day started, backwards off turn 4, I'd say he'll be pretty happy with that.
Next, Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch.
The Rolex Sports Car Series shifts into high gear.
You want a race? We have got one for you.
For another epic battle in Florida.
You got to be aggressive like that.
Live from Homestead, Saturday at 12 Eastern, only on Speed.
Springtime belongs to the doers. Those of us who know grass doesn't turn green just because the calendar says to. And that a big difference can grow from a small budget. For those of us with grass on our sneakers, dirt on our jeans, and a lawn that's as healthy as our savings, the days are about to get a whole lot greener. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. We're lowering the cost of crowd control on those weeds with this Ryobi trimmer, just $89.
I will always. I will respect my elders, even as I run over them.
I will embrace victory and everything that goes with it.
I will have more followers on Twitter.
I will never call my friends a posse.
I will never refer to myself in the third person. I will buy my mom a house. I will enjoy my moment in the sun. And I will try not to get burned by it. And most of all, I will always be ready. For the highs, the lows, the unexpected, for life.
For life. There's Ready, and then there's Gillette Ready. Introducing the Gillette Young Guns, class of 2011.
You ready?
We're thinking seafood. Who's got the best seafood tonight?
How about some tilapia or jumbo shrimp?
And if you had seafood Newburgh, you'd be my hero on an endless dinner buffet.
For around $10.
You got the hook.
Only Golden Corral is a seafood lover's paradise. It's crunchy pecan-crusted tilapia, seafood Newburgh with puff pastry, spicy jalapeno tilapia, and more. It's all part of our endless dinner buffet, still for around $10.
$10? I'm hooked.
Golden Corral. Help yourself to happiness.
Hey, Kurt, it's Kyle. Hey, you got a minute?
Not really. Kind of busy.
You've got to check out the new NASCAR.com race view. I mean, these new virtual graphics make my car look almost real. Did you know fans can customize this to follow me
all race long
and listen to my in-car
audio? And now my fans
can even watch you try to keep up with
me in the new head-to-head view. I mean, how cool is that?
Check out the brand new and dramatically improved race view, only at NASCAR.com.
Kurt, hey, Kurt.
Denny Hamlin in the FedEx Ground Toyota of Joe Gibbs Racing, trying to improve on a previous best start here of 16th. He is fourth quickest at a 28.96. He is now the fastest Toyota. As 18 drivers have qualified, we're halfway through the cars that are locked into the field. And here comes next, not Jimmy Johnson, he's getting ready, but the driver who with his brother are the first brothers to lead the points, we believe, since 1951 in NASCAR, when Tim and Foddy Flock were 1-2. Herb Thomas ended up winning the title. But Kyle and Kurt Busch top the point standings, coming here to their hometown, a track where he's had 2 poles and 1 win over the last 3 seasons.
I thought this was really funny. I talked to Jeff Gordon this morning. This is Ella, his daughter's favorite car. And Papa beat her favorite car last Sunday. And she favorite car because she loves candy.
Loves M&M's car. You know, in 2001, Kyle made his debut here in the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. He was only 16 years old. They didn't have an age limit back then, but it wasn't long after that he finished 9th that they did have an age limit of 18 for the Truck Series.
He's going to take the pole away from Mark Martin, it looks like, in the Snickers Peanut Butter Toyota.
He got down turn 4 to here pretty quick, I can tell you that.
You hear the partisan hometown crowd for Kyle Busch, 28.79. He is the new pole sitter.
You know, you mentioned he won here from the pole a couple of years ago. He actually had to do that from the rear of the field because they changed engines that weekend. So we've drifted down into the 70s now.
We're getting there, buddy.
Matt?
and Jeff Gordon drops down a spot. Your teammate said he was flirting with disaster with his lap. How was yours?
Well, you know, I felt like Mark laid a pretty good lap down. I didn't think mine was flawless, so to come as close as we did to him, I was pretty happy. And then to see what Kyle just done. You know, with this new format, you just know cars are going to keep getting faster. But I like the pickup. You know, I like the grip the car had, and you know, it's been an interesting day for us. So I think we're going to end on a fairly positive note here, and I'm happy about that. You know, so we'll take it with the DuPont Chevrolet.
His day started with a spin. Currently looks very fast after his run in qualifying.
A.J. Allmendinger in the Best Buy Ford for Richard Petty Motorsports. 2 Cup starts here, neither memorable. Maybe this one. Good lap getting up to speed. And right now he's on pace for the pole.
Talked to AJ earlier today, and he said he felt like this track was going to be a huge measuring stick how they really stack up, because he has really struggled here ever since he started running here in 07.
Really feathered the throttle between 3 and 4. Going to be close. No, second, 28.83 for the Dinger.
Good job. Nice lap. Very confident. He likes his crew chief. They really communicate well together. Pretty happy right now.
Krista?
Joey Logano in practice was extremely loose. Listening to you on the radio, you talked about not being able to get any speed because you were so loose. Did you guys make the adjustments you need to?
Yeah, it seemed like our last qualifying run, we picked up a lot of speed, which is going to help us here for our qualifying spot. Going out late here seems to help. So hopefully it tries something similar to what we had there in the last run in practice, and you know, I can find a little bit, I think, in myself to find a little bit more speed. So I got a good Home Depot Toyota. Just got to get the balance just right.
Okay, thanks, Joey.
Thanks, Krista. The Rocket goes out next. There's his boss, Tony Stewart, getting ready to run. Ryan Newman in the Haas Automation Chevrolet this week has only 1 pole here. He has 3 front row starts at this racetrack, but only 1 pole position set in Roger Penske's Dodge in 2005.
I'd like to be at the racetrack when Smoke and Lewis Hamilton trade cars. So, because Smoke's going to drive one of the Formula One cars, and Lewis Hamilton's going to drive his stock car. Remember when Montoya and Jeff Gordon did that up at Indy a few years ago, and of course Montoya ends up down here. So, what do you think?
Does it mean Lewis Hamilton's coming here?
I wonder.
Or does it mean Tony's going to go race Formula One?
Where are they actually going to do that, Darrell? What track?
Watkins Glen.
I believe it's Watkins Glen, Larry.
I think that's where it was.
And on that particular day that Montoya and Gordon did it, I promise you, Gordon had a whole lot more fun than Montoya did.
Ryan's lap, 28.84, 187.2 miles an hour. That is the quickest Chevy so far, but it's 3rd overall. No pole
lap
today for the Rocket. Matt.
And catching up with Kyle Busch, and I like the way you characterize your qualifying run to your team. Turns 1 and 2 was like the pole run from a year ago. What about 3 and 4?
I wrecked. It got sideways, man. It was just crooked through the center at 3 and 4 there, but she held on somehow, and you know, it wasn't bad. Put up a good lap. So a lot better than we expected it to be, but still, I don't know. There's a lot of good cars left behind us to go here. So I wish I could make it 4 in a row for a Busch brother on the pole here, but you know, like I said, there's some good cars here left to go, and can't thank these guys enough on this you know, Snickers PB Squared Camry this weekend. They've done a nice job today, and we kind of struggled out the truck a little bit, but they've made some good changes to it. Dave and the guys, we talked quite a bit. Thankfully, I could spend some time with them. I didn't have to run back over to a Nationwide garage today. So
no hybrid.
Yeah, no hybrid this week. Denny's in the hybrid this weekend on the Nationwide side. So, like I said, we'll just see how it stacks up and see where it gets us.
Thanks, Gary.
Yeah.
And the hybrid is the Interstate Batteries car. Don't worry, it runs on Sunoco race fuel just like all the others. Here's Jamie Mack in the McDonald's Chevrolet, whose previous best effort here of 4th came in his first tour of duty for Chip Ganassi Racing, and that was a hamburger kind of ride right there.
It was ugly, but he stayed in the throttle and didn't really lose a whole lot of time right there.
Car looked like it's real tight off both corners.
5th fastest for Jamie Mack, 28.86. Hang on.
Wednesday on the new hit reality series Car Warriors. The pressure to win turns friend into foe.
You're so full of your eyes are brown.
Car Warriors, Wednesday 9 Eastern on Speed.
With deposits in your engine, it can feel like something's holding your car back.
Let me guess, 16. Yeah.
That's why there's Castrol GTX, with our most powerful deposit-fighting ingredient ever. Castrol GTX exceeds the toughest new industry standard. Don't let deposits hold your car back. Get Castrol GTX. It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
Is that him?
Yeah.
Talk to me.
I want $1 million. I want a helicopter to take me to the airport. And when I get there, I want a fully fueled plane waiting. And if my demands aren't met, I eat one of the hostages.
Did he say eat?
Yeah, you heard me. Eat. Psst. I think he's gonna eat Gary.
And it's gonna be delicious.
Better ingredients, better pizza is not
ESPN, your NBA destination.
He is so fun to watch. And the finish. Mama, there goes that man.
The NBA on ESPN. Wednesday and Friday nights all season long on ESPN and ESPN HD.
ESPN, serving sports fans around the world.
Toyota Care now comes standard on every new Toyota. Complimentary maintenance for 2 full years plus 24-hour roadside assistance. Just one more way we keep you moving forward. Toyota.
I've got big news for millions of satisfied Allegra users and allergy sufferers alike. You no longer need a prescription to get Allegra because it's now over the counter, so you can get it right at the shelf.
Prescription strength Allegra is now available without a prescription.
It's the same exact medicine, same full prescription strength.
Only Allegra delivers fast, non-sedating 24-hour relief for your toughest allergy symptoms.
Allegra, prescription strength allergy medicine, now available without a prescription.
Separated by 4 1/1000ths, and right in their midst, 4th place, Martin Truex Jr., the Napa Toyota, 28.846. As the track picks up speed, it is now fully shaded from the start-finish line to almost the exit of turn 2. Next up, 5-time. Introducing him in a press conference this morning, the track called him Lord of the Rings, Jimmy Johnson. He doesn't own this place, Bruton Smith does, but Johnson's got enough for a healthy down payment out of this place. 4 wins, a couple of 3rd-place starts in the Lowe's Chevy.
Look pretty
good. He took the approach of running higher than the bumps and really carried the speed off the corner down the straightaway.
Yeah, but I don't like what I'm seeing right there, man. He is up the hill, and then when he tried to turn it down, got a little loose. Whoa. Yeah, good job. Hung on to it.
Like Kyle Busch, he wrecked up there in 3 and 4, just didn't hit anything.
Yeah.
And Jimmy is 8th with a lap of 28.91.
He had his hands full. Once he got to turn 3 and trying to cut the thing down, he did a nice job of not losing that.
So last week, the title sponsor of the race car won the pole. This week, not quite.
Watch this. He gets in a little high right here. It's a little higher, and you want to get into 3. Right here, the back end sticking out, and he's trying to cut it to the bottom, and just really had his hands full right there. Corner entry, trying to get the thing to the bottom of the racetrack.
And it looked like he was trying his best not to yank or jerk the steering wheel.
I think it was that free, Larry. He just couldn't.
All right, Paul Menard will be next, Matt.
Mike, I think everybody down at Best Buy store 289 happy with that effort, but you kept saying, hurry up, get to me, because you wanted to be on the front row when we talked to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to get my interview over here quick, but there's a lot of fast guys behind us, this new format. There's a lot of fast Fords. It was pretty bad that I was like 15th in practice and I was the slowest Ford out of everybody. But no, I mean, it was Best Buy Ford's been quick, not my best racetrack, so race trim, the car felt awesome. Qualifying trim, we've been a little tight and just got a little bit tight again in 3 and 4, but all in all, fairly happy. Had some fun yesterday at store 289. Saw some dance moves from some guys out there. It was a lot of fun. I didn't show my skills.
Thank goodness.
But I'll save it for the racetrack on Sunday.
Allmendinger second right now. Paul Menard in the Menard Chevrolet had his hands full and brings it back in 11th place.
Well, just think about it. If the shade is over here in 1 and 2, where's the sun? I mean, it's still brightly shining on the 3rd turn there, particularly 3rd and 4th turn. And that's where the guys are getting speed. Like Larry mentioned in the opening, you get through 1 and 2 much better now because there's more grip. Now you're sailing into 3 a little quicker than what you think.
Krista.
All right, this is what we've been waiting for, these Roush Fords, to see what they have. Everyone says it's going to be a Roush Ford on the pole, so let's do a little campaigning, Greg Biffle. Why is it going to be you?
Because it's cool, black, posted 3M car looks so cool. I don't know.
whoever holds the gas down the longest doesn't hit the racetrack too much, doesn't get a little bit loose like we saw the 48 car off of down there in the middle of 3 and 4. My car is a little bit tight there, one run, a little loose there. So it's going to take a perfect lap to be on top.
Hey, it's the Post-it car. Make this lap stick.
Well done. Well done.
She's going to join my brother at the Mirage tomorrow night.
She'll be appearing here all week. Joey Logano, the Home Depot Toyota. Top 10, 6th place start and finish here last year for Joey.
Pretty good looking lap halfway down the back straightaway into 3.
Now he looks like he got in there pretty nicely, got it to the bottom.
Yep. Picked up a spot.
Here he comes. Looks like he's got a nice grip on the wheel, not really chopping on it much. Let's see what he does.
Great lap, great lap.
Wow, second fastest Toyota is Logano at a 28.82. Right now, it's an all Toyota front row.
The biggest thing this group wants to do is still be running at the checkered flag on Sunday. It's been a while.
You bet. Bad Brad and Regan Smith next.
Welcome to Bristol Motor Speedway. The bump and run, the Bristol move.
How come I'm getting run over here?
He's got it. Oh, the contact.
That's Brad Keselowski. Forget it, man. You play that game, I'll play it back.
That right there is payback, folks. That's Bristol racing. Kyle Busch is. This is one of the biggest wins in my career. It's Bristol, baby.
There's racing, and then there's Bristol. 2011 tickets are on sale now.
In today's cars, there's self-adjusting cylinders, self-activating wipers, even self-deploying spoilers. Why not a self-cleaning engine? Next-generation Pennzoil cleans out up to 40% of engine sludge. Sludge that lesser oils can leave behind. Feel the clean and turn your engine into a self-cleaning engine. Visit Pennzoil.com for a chance to win a trip to Memorial Day's 2 biggest races.
Truth is, if you don't have your motorcycle insurance where you have your car insurance, you're paying too much. At Allstate, when you combine, you save up to 30%. Dollar for dollar, nobody protects the rider better than Allstate.
Nothing compares to Pizza Hut's world-famous pan pizza with a delicious deep golden crust baked in a seasoned pan until it's crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. And now, for a limited time, choose any pan pizza, any size with any of your favorite toppings for just $10. Even specialty pan pizzas, like a large meat lovers or a large supreme. Add a 2-liter Pepsi and an order of breadsticks for just $5 more. The legendary pan pizza, now only $10 and only at your Pizza Hut.
No, not now.
Nothing's worse than a dead battery. And nothing's more reliable than a Duralast battery. Duralast, proven tough, only at AutoZone.
On track, Brad Keselowski in the Miller Lite Dodge, looking for his first top 10 start in this will be his 3rd Las Vegas appearance.
Dodge is not showing a lot of muscle here today in qualifying.
No, 14th for Keselowski, 16th for Kurt Busch, 29.02. Now that's only 0.2 of a second off pole, but it's in 14th place. Wednesday, the most talked about new car building show on TV. A team of pros, a team of amateurs in just 72 hours will build a tricked out El Camino from scratch. What could you accomplish in 72 hours? Nothing like these guys. You got to see it. Car Warriors, all new Wednesday, 9 p.m. Eastern on Speed. Matt?
Gibbs Toyota's looking strong now. You seemed a little disappointed, though, Joey, with the effort off turn 4.
Yeah, I felt like my 1 and 2 was awesome. That felt really good. And went into 3, got down in there good, picked up the gas, and started picking up a little bit of a push. And I didn't get it down as aggressive as I thought I should have. I think if I held it wide open, I probably wouldn't have hit the wall. I don't think I would have, but you never know. But still good run for us here. We got a decent starting spot with that, and go from there. I still think I got a really good Home Depot Toyota. Just felt like I guess could have maybe had a little bit more, and that would have been right where we needed to be.
Regan Smith is on a flyer. He was 204 miles an hour into the corner in the Furniture Row Chevy.
One reason for that is he went in a corner really, really high. So he really was able to arc it in there with a lot of speed.
He and Jamie McMurray have identical laps, 28.864. Tied for 7th as we move into the fastest 7 drivers in practice. Krista?
Down here with Carl Edwards and Bob Osborne, his crew chief, giving him some final words of advice. And, you know, Carl actually has had a very busy day. Not only are you going for the pole, but did you take part in a wedding earlier today?
I was the best man in Bill and Tammy Ford's wedding.
But this was not planned.
This was not planned. I ran into them in the media center. They had all this Carl Edwards gear on. I was like, hey, cool, nice to meet you guys. I said, what are y'all doing? They said, we're getting married. And they said, you want to be the best man? So I walked out there and had a great service, and it was really cool. All the fans, it's in Victory Lane. All the fans got into it, and it reminded me of how lucky I am to be married to Kate. And I had a lot of fun. It was really cool.
And a pole would be a great wedding gift, by the way.
That it would. Tony Stewart on track in the Mobil 1 Chevrolet.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Man, I thought that thing was gone.
He almost had that thing down on the apron, below the line.
Stewart has a second place start, and a second place finish here. Got a little work to do here.
Yeah, that's
7th in practice.
I would probably describe that as just a little evil.
Yeah. Yeah, 11th, an identical lap to Trevor Bayne. 28.950.
When 2 drivers tie out to the thousands, the tiebreaker is whichever driver is highest in the points at that time.
Now, Trevor Bayne would be higher in points, but he's not running for Sprint Cup points. So Stewart would get the spot, and the second lap will be a little slower.
Watch this thing, Mike. This is as close to wrecking as you're going to get and not wreck.
He hauled it down in there, didn't he?
He did.
NASCAR's biggest pre-race show storms into Sin City as Jimmy, Kurt, and Tony join us live. And we relive Jeff Gordon's milestone win. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot from Las Vegas. Sunday at 12:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
One look can turn the everyday into romantic. An accidental touch can turn ordinary into something more. Moments can change anytime, just like that. And when they do, men with erectile dysfunction can be more confident in their ability to be ready with Cialis for daily use. Cialis for daily use is a clinically proven low-dose tablet you take every day, so you can be ready anytime the moment is right.
Tell your doctor about your medical condition and all medications, and ask if you're healthy enough for sexual activity.
Don't take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure.
Don't drink alcohol in excess with Cialis. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease or loss in hearing or vision, stop taking Cialis and call your doctor right away.
Ask your doctor if Cialis for daily use is right for you. For a 30-tablet free trial offer, go to Cialis.com.
You gotta love Sunday. It's like everyone came together and said, if it's good, let's save it for Sunday. The best games, the best papers, the best times. We're KFC, and we say TGIS. So here's to the $10 Sunday bucket. 10 pieces, $10. Any recipe, any way, every Sunday. The best day of the week just got better. TGIS indeed. Sunday is a KFC day, and today tastes so good.
Introducing a renewable energy solution that will forge new opportunities for the American worker, as well as advance our nation's energy independence. American ethanol. From America's cornfields to America's racetracks. It's a brand new race day.
Welcome back. Now, the reason Tony Stewart will start ahead of Trevor Bayne with identical times is not because of driver points. It's car owner points. And for the first 5 races, we used last year's car owner points. Stewart's 14 was ahead of the Wood Brothers 21 in final standings. So Stewart will start ahead of Bayne. Here is Marcus Ambrose in the Stanley. Ooh, Stanley DeWalt Ford, and he's on a flyer.
Yes, he is.
It's a good one.
He was 6th quickest in practice, and he'll go to the top.
Did it, 28.69.
All right, P1. There you go. 28.69. Good job. That's what I'm talking about.
And, you know, Todd Parrott, that wasn't by micro.
Boys, awesome feeling. Just a great car, great teamwork, great team. Let's not get carried away. We've got a long race on Sunday, but...
Now, he didn't do that by micro or nanoseconds. He was a full 1/10 of a second quicker than Kyle Busch.
Yeah, Dale Jarrett won the pole here. Maybe the first time we came, and Todd was his crew chief.
We have now topped 188 miles an hour, and that's average around this 1.5-mile racetrack.
I think. I think. Maybe they reverted back to last year's car on their points.
And we're 8 1/100ths off the track record as we move into the Fast Five. From the early practice, here is the car that they hope sticks. It's the Post-it Notes Ford for Greg Biffle. The Biff has a pole here. And one top 5 finish.
Well, so for the prediction, that's not necessarily a Roush in-house car, but certainly that's a Roush supported car.
Greg made sure he did not overdrive 1 and 2, and he was able to carry that speed down the back straightaway. I don't know if it's going to beat Ambrose, but it's going to be close.
I think he got a little high off of turn 4.
Second with a 28.72. He misses the pole by 3 1/100ths.
I think it was turn 4 down here. He got a little high getting out of that corner.
Marcus Ambrose climbs out. He's on the pole at the moment.
See, this is what Marcos was hoping for. He wants to have some success on ovals too.
Download the free Speed app for your phone. Keep speed at your fingertips and fuel your passion for NASCAR between events with Speed on your phone. Latest stats, results, and news as soon as it's available. Download the app from iTunes or the Android market now. And then there were 4. Carl Edwards started outside pole here in 2008 and won it, not letting any grass grow under his number 99 Ford.
And this is where they start breaking the track record. From here on.
I'd say that's a pretty safe statement.
The Scotch Ford
204.
Whoa.
Hello. And he got through there really sweet.
Last week's pole sitter.
Big number down the back. Let's see what he's got going into 3.
Darrell, he lost a little bit in turn 2, though. Just didn't quite take the speed there.
Marcus Ambrose looking at the monitor as the tracker slips one spot. Did he get it? No. 28.70.
Oh.
Edwards is second.
Look at this. Look at Marcus. Look at the smile on Marcus.
6 1/1000ths of a second. Right.
Looks like a contestant on The Price is Right. He's waiting to see. What do you think, Matt?
He asked me when I ran. I told him, he goes, "What's that mean?" I said, "That means you're still on the pole at this juncture."
Look, I'm just so proud of my Stanley team. Everyone's just doing a great job, and Richard Petty for having the faith to put me in this car. You know, I've been under a lot of pressure. We started Daytona really badly, and I just want to thank everybody for the opportunity. It's just a dream come true, and you know, we're out here, we're winging it, we're doing fast speeds. It's my first time in this car for a 1.5-mile racetrack. Thanks, Craig. Thanks, mate. And, you know, just a fantastic car. Todd Parrott's done an awesome job on the top of the box there for me. And don't know if it'll stick. It doesn't matter, man. I'm so proud of my guys, so proud of our effort. And we've got a long race Sunday, but it's going to help a lot starting near the front.
Now, Carl Edwards did run a second lap, but he was 12 1/100ths slower on lap 2. Here's his exit of turn 4, Darrell.
Watch his hands. See all up on the wheel, and man, that's a lot of correction right there. That's that late exit. What that is, that's called push loose. You've got wheel in it, turning, and once the front bites, the back snaps.
That lap, though, would have been good enough for 5th, and he ran with it doing all of those things.
Trying to spoil the Ford Fan Fest at the front is Juan Pablo Montoya in the Clorox Chevrolet of Ganassi Racing with Felix Sabates.
Now, this is a typical line for Juan. He usually likes to run high up in the corners. Most of the time, everybody else will be around the bottom. He'll find a high line that works for him. And then he'll bring it to the bottom on this end and kind of run down the hill a little bit.
But just not a good run at all, Mike.
No, he looks loose off the corner.
Not working on the stopwatch. Montoya is 22nd with a 29.03. Now again, that's only 3/10 off the pole, but it's 22nd place. Not a great lap for the Clorox Chevy.
He'd be really unhappy with that, I think.
Now, watch Carl Edwards pull in, and watch Marcos Ambrose Marcos, hello, excuse me, pardon me. Boom. Yeah, you had to see that one again. That's a couple good friends right there.
Again, 6/1000ths of a second.
2 drivers to go among the top 35. And one of them laid down the second fastest lap of practice. That would be David Reagan in the UPS Ford. He's never had a top 10 qualifying run here, but he was fast in practice.
Somebody asked me, why are we seeing these track records? What have they done? I think it's a combination of things. It's the nose. It's giving the cars a little bit better balance.
Oh, Reagan loses it.
Oh, no.
And saves it.
Wow.
Oh, goodness.
You got to give him credit. He was going for it.
Sorry about that, guys. Damn, that was
Darrell, he never stopped driving it, and he saved that race car.
Well, he's going to take it easy coming back to the garage, or he'll
see all the tires are flat.
Tear the fenders off that thing with those tires.
You hear the reception he got from Motorhome Row back there.
Gets to bouncing just a little bit. And even though it takes this long, he gets high off that corner. Saw the little dust flap behind the rear tires, and then here I thought he was going to nose it in the outside wall. What an amazing job! Brake. You see the tires turning, they're off the brake, on the brake. Really good car control.
But you know what? A tip of the hat to the racetrack for all of that asphalt in that runoff area back there. If that had been grass, it'd have been Katie bar the door.
Yeah, he just got up too high there and got into that kind of loose stuff. You saw the dust, and then watch him lock the wheels up. Let it off a little back up there. He had to work the brake. Nice job of saving it. It's too high right there.
Yep, you could see the dust flying.
No grip up there. And David Reagan did not post a qualifying time, and will start in the back on Sunday.
4 fresh tires needed.
He'll be able to use this race car, which he knows is fast. Hard to follow that up with this promo, but how do you stage a Hollywood mega crash? Tune in Wednesday when Car Science breaks down the science of stunt driving. Turn off the traction control and hit the gas for an all-new Car Science Wednesday at 10 Eastern on Speed. Here's how you avoid a mega crash right here.
Watch what I'm talking about now. He gets the thing out from under him right here. Now watch, he's going to get on the brakes, locks it down, lets it loose, locks it down, and rides it out.
Never quit driving it, did he?
No, sir.
All right, the fastest man in practice is yet to go, and then the go or go homers will make their qualifying attempts. Matt?
Carl Edwards still messing with Marcos Ambrose as he does other interviews. I really don't want to say it. I should say maybe 6/10 you missed a pole by, but
Yeah,
6
right.
without some.
I wish it was 6/10. I love a lot more than 6/1000s out there, but that's what's tough about qualifying right now. You don't know how hard to go. Marcos did a great job. So right now it's either second to Marcos or third to Marcos and Matt, I guess. But you never know; those guys going out later might be fast too. But just awesome for a Scott's Easy Seat Fusion. But yeah, 6/1000s, boy, it's gonna be a hard night tonight to go to sleep. That's a fast race car, and I have a sense that it's a Ford that might be in victory lane here on Sunday, though. That's good.
We've seen it here before.
You know, Mike, we don't need to discount those 9 guys like J.J. Yaley that'll be going out as a go or go homer, but when you're only sending one car home, those guys, they just need to make sure they don't do the same thing that David Reagan in that 6 car just did.
Right, and not only that, Larry, but the fastest go or go homer was 30th overall in the practice session. So as David Reagan gets a polite golf clap from the crowd, it's down to Matt Kenseth versus Marcos Ambrose for the pole.
Well, theoretically, if we're going to have a track record, this is the guy that's going to have to do it, theoretically.
Matt's never had a front row start in Las Vegas. He does have back-to-back wins here in 2003 and 4.
Now, Ambrose picked up 4/10 from what he ran in practice earlier today.
Now, Matt Kenseth has won 2 poles in Nationwide Series races here. He was easy into turn 1 and picks it up. Welcome back. Now, the reason Tony Stewart
For 125 years, Sunoco's been fueling victories on and off the track. Why?
Because winning is the greatest feeling in the world.
If you're going to fish like the pros, you got to wake up early like the pros. Here's a tip. Use a reliable alarm clock.
Now at the Spring Fishing Classic, use your Bass Pro Shops Visa card and get up to $100 in bonus bucks.
I can see clearly now, the rain is gone.
In my life, I don't have time for allergies, so I live Claritin Clear.
I can see all obstacles in my way.
Only Claritin is proven to keep me as alert and focused as someone without allergies.
Here is the rainbow I've been searching for.
I get relief from my worst symptoms without drowsiness.
Bright, sunshiny day.
Live Claritin Clear.
Now at Best Western, stay 3 separate times and earn a free night. That one. With 3 types of hotels and over 4,000 independently owned locations, you can always find the perfect one for your trip, where you're cared for and rewarded. Best Western, the world's biggest hotel family.
In today's cars, there's self-adjusting cylinders, self-activating wipers, even self-deploying spoilers. Why not a self-cleaning engine? Next-generation Pennzoil cleans out up to 40% of engine sludge that lesser oils can leave behind. Feel the clean and turn your engine into a self-cleaning engine. Visit Pennzoil.com for a chance to win a trip to Memorial Day's 2 biggest races.
Welcome back to Las Vegas, where Matt Kenseth has just broken the track record set by Kurt Busch last year, and we move into knockout qualifying. From slowest to fastest in practice, we begin with Brian Keselowski's number 92 Dodge. Now, Brian was the slowest of 44 drivers in practice at a 30.614. He made the show in Daytona with a push from little brother during his 150-mile dual race. Missed the show last week at Phoenix. Let's see if he's found some speed in this Dodge. First lap, not the slowest of the day, 30.208.
That's a big pickup from his practice. He was a 30.7, I believe it was, in practice. So felt like he was holding a little something just based on how he practiced.
All you'll have to do is, if you just beat one car, you know you'll race on Sunday of these go-or-go-homers.
Well, he was sitting right on top of, there were 3 of them at the bottom of the sheet there that were real close together, and that lap there may be just good enough to do it.
Trying for 2 in what's entered as the MGM Dodge and MGM Grand Dodge, and he's quicker, 30.05.
I think he got that first one in there safely. Said that felt pretty good. I'm gonna go for some more. I tell you, that's 30.05. It's not a bad lap.
No, it's not.
Must have been that little lion on the rear quarter panel. There's Doug Yates with Matt Kenseth. It's a man who puts the power under the hood.
I believe I saw back in the background there Carl's husband and wife couple that he helped get married out there.
The newlyweds.
The newlyweds.
Yeah. Well, maybe outside pole, wouldn't be, well, third wouldn't be bad, as a wedding present. It's still a good omen, right? Here's Michael McDowell, got a little bit of practice, not a lot, in his number 66. Phil Parsons, Randy Humphries car. Glendale, Arizona driver trying to time his way in and make his second Vegas Cup race.
Now, Brian Keselowski and Michael McDowell, they were the only two cars that did make it down to the 29-second bracket in practice earlier. Looks like Michael's just going to be a little bit quicker than Keselowski.
Keselowski's 33rd right now, and McDowell will race on Sunday. 29.708, 31st overall. And Keselowski stays on the hot seat. So good lap for McDowell. Next up will be Bill Elliott, who we know will race on Sunday. He has the past champs provisional available if needed.
Certainly Bill's capable of putting down a good lap.
Yep. He has a 4th place start and a 4th place finish here in Vegas.
Just since he knows he's in the show, I think he'll probably approach us a little on the conservative side.
Driving for James Finch in the Ridex Chevrolet.
You know, something that blew my mind that I read this week, we know that Bill has been running limited schedule here of late, but his last top 5 finish was a win at Rockingham in November of 2003.
Wow.
His last top 5.
I'll never forget when he was driving for Ray Abraham at Homestead race.
Yes.
Had that race won, white flag, blew the right rear tire out.
When they interviewed him.
The car was sitting there, the right rear tire was on fire, and they asked Bill what he thought. He said, I was thinking about dumping some gas on it.
When we first came here to Vegas in '98, Bill started 4th, finished 9th. He won't need that provisional. He's the quickest score go homer at a 29.67.
Tell you what, that car is doing a dance through those bumps.
He's in.
I think I'd probably just shut her down, Bill. Bill? Come in, Bill.
Yeah, he's busy. He's awful busy, Darrell, with that steering wheel.
Must have unplugged his radio.
Yep. Second lap is slower by 0.2. We're in knockout qualifying. Next is Landon Castle and Dave Blaney.
Wednesday on the new hit reality series Car Warriors. The pressure to win turns friend into foe.
You're so full of your eyes are brown.
Car Warriors, Wednesday 9 Eastern on Speed.
Springtime belongs to the doers. Those of us who know grass doesn't turn green just because the calendar says to. And that a big difference can grow from a small budget. For those of us with grass on our sneakers, dirt on our jeans, and a lawn that's as healthy as our savings, the days are about to get a whole lot greener. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. We're lowering the cost of crowd control on those weeds with this Ryobi trimmer, just $89.
Proud to stand on our own, proud to be homegrown. A familiar face and a name you know. Come on, we know you, we know your needs. We know what being a neighbor means. And got a reputation to uphold. Can you hear it? Fueling the American spirit. No matter when, no matter where, Marathon will take you there.
Better ingredients, better pizza is not.
Pants. I am folding the pants. The pants are long. Do they go on my head? Do they? Do the pants go on my head? No. They go on.
Everyday moments can become teaching moments because learning starts long before school does. Give your child the start they need at bornlearning.org.
With the growth of the new energy economy, exciting new careers are being created. Careers in energy efficiency, energy and environmental paralegal, and sustainable interior design. Ecotech Institute in Denver, Colorado is the only college in the nation fully dedicated to preparing you for a career in these fields. A career that will grow with you. A sustainable career. Call Ecotech Institute in Denver, Colorado today at 877-326-5576. Make the world your workplace.
6 cars to go in knockout qualifying. 1 driver to go home. Brian Keselowski on the hot seat. And here is Landon Castle in the big red Toyota. He has 4 starts on 1.5 mile tracks in the Sprint Cup Series, but none here. 16 Cup starts last year with 3 different teams. Made the show at Phoenix, but finished 38th.
Told the story last week. Landon told me at Phoenix that what he has figured out how he needs to go about this is he's taken the iRacing program and he's put a qualifying program in it and will work on it for 4 to 6 hours before coming to a racetrack each week, knowing he's going to have to qualify on time.
Now, he did something interesting there getting into 3, Darrell. He was completely out of the throttle going into 3. But recovers nicely, and he is now the fastest go homer. Landon Castle, 29.65. He will race on Sunday.
Yeah, that's really the way to approach that corner. Drive it in there, get out of it, and then get right back in it wide open and try to run wide open all the way through the corner. If you can do that, you're going to go fast.
Second lap will be slower. And he got the message.
Once you go in, if you overdrive turn 3 and you get the car sliding up the track, you've killed your whole lap. But if you can get it in there and get it set and you can run the bottom of the corner right around that white line, then you're going to have a good lap.
So Landon Castle is in. And we move to Dave Blaney. There was a report during practice that Blaney had brushed the wall, but we saw no damage on his car, the Axel Construction Chevrolet of Tommy Baldwin. Now Blaney has 1 top 10 start and 2 top 15 finishes here. Former World of Outlaws champ and known throughout his Cup career as a strong qualifier.
Always figures out how to find a little bit extra. You can see flirting with inside the top 25. It fell back a little bit off the exit of turn 2. It's like all of our go homers right now are almost bunched right together at a 65, a 67, and a 70. Castle, Elliott, and McDowell. And that's about where Dave Blaney's going to be, right there on top of those guys.
Yep. Pretty much.
He's the quickest so far of the go homers, 30th overall with a 29.50. And he will race on Sunday. Brian Keselowski remains on the hot seat.
I guarantee you, owner Tommy Baldwin was on the radio right there.
Yeah, he's going, okay, back it down.
Lost a car last week in practice at Phoenix.
Yeah, they ended up having to run this car at Phoenix. It was their backup for Phoenix and primary and backup for here because they did not return to North Carolina between the 2 races, as many of the teams did. Front row, Joe Nemechek has a front row start here. The second time we came to Las Vegas, or excuse me, a second row start. He qualified 3rd. That's his best here. And he has 2 top 10 finishes here. Somehow second row Joe doesn't sound as elegant.
There's a cat in the hat. Congratulating Matt on a great run.
I mean, it's been almost 2 years since Matt sat on the pole. Darlington back in May of '09.
Yeah, Matt's strong. Matt's always been the strongest coming from the rear of the field. I mean, you know, if he qualified in the top 20, he was feeling really good. And normally it was 25 to 30, and he'd still find his way to the front most of the time.
Joe Nemechek had trouble in the Nationwide Series, crashed his car in practice, and found that his backup car, which he had lent to Kevin Conway, he could not reclaim as a backup because it had already gone through inspection as the 97. They couldn't change it back into an 87. But you put that out of your mind and you qualify this car 29th fastest, 29.27. Joe Nemechek is fastest of the go homers, and he will race on Sunday.
I mean, he's sitting there and he's qualified with this car with no sponsorship support right there around Dale Earnhardt Jr., Casey Kane, Boyer, Harvick. I mean, this group just gets a little money to race on. They'd probably be amazed at what they could do.
Good point.
Yeah, because there's a telltale sign about what his plan is for tomorrow. And all you got to do is look right over that right rear tire. There's nothing there, and that's what he'll do tomorrow. He can only afford to most likely start this race and park.
J.J. Yaley next up. Former midget, sprint car, and IndyCar star. Carrying Darlington Raceway on the hood of his number 46. He's had 3 Cup starts here in Las Vegas. 1 top 15 start, 2 top 20 finishes.
Big couple of months coming up for Darlington. The Cup cars are off next week. The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series will be there next Saturday night. Of course, it'll be on speed, and we're there May 7th with the Cup race, Southern 500.
That's turned out to be a great weekend for them. Since they lost the Southern 500, having that race on Mother's Day weekend has turned out to be actually a pretty good deal.
Yaley will be second fastest among the Go-Go homers, 29:31. So he will race on Sunday, and Brian Keselowski remains on the hot seat with 2 drivers left to qualify.
Honey, could you grab another bag of ice?
On it. Did you see that pass on turn 3? No, I had to feed the pony. The only ponies at this party are underneath the hood. Look, if I don't get this ice. Oh, I don't get this ice. You got a 4G face melter in here, man. Let's do this thing. Okay, yeah, just 1 lap. Yeah, just do 1. Yeah.
How's that ice coming?
Fuel your fan with the latest news, stats, and highlights on NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile, only on the Now Network.
Welcome back to Geico Radio. It's savings on the radio.
Call us, Steve. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I just got a free rate quote on Geico.com. Saved a ton, and it only took me 5 minutes and 12 seconds. I was wondering, is that some sort of record?
That's a good question. Let's have a look.
Not quite. Someone's got you beat by 8 seconds.
Still, I mean, that's quite fast.
Well, what if I told you I only use 1 hand?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
You ready?
Ready.
It's way more than just another hot, cheesy, meaty snack. It's a tornado. Tornadoes, a whirlwind of in-your-face flavor, all rolled into a crispy, seasoned crust that blows every other snack away.
You're welcome.
That was awesome!
Tornadoes, full force flavor, full force fun.
With deposits in your engine, it can feel like something's holding your car back.
Let me guess, 16. Yeah.
That's why there's Castrol GTX, with our most powerful deposit-fighting ingredient ever. Castrol GTX exceeds the toughest new industry standard. Don't let deposits hold your car back. Get Castrol GTX. It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup qualifying in Las Vegas brought to you in high definition by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at FunaiAmerica.com. By Allstate, dollar for dollar, nobody protects riders like Allstate. Are you in good hands? And by Tornadoes, bold is how we roll. Mike Skinner, former champion of what is now the Camping World Truck Series, has 2 truck wins here, 3 poles in the Truck Series, and he's going to try to put Frank Stoddard's car into the show for the 2nd week in a row.
I normally can understand drivers when they speak with their hands and make motions and gestures, but I just saw Matt Kenseth. I have no earthly idea
what he was describing.
What he was describing.
I don't either, but he was talking with Matt Yoakum.
That might tell you something.
The U.S. Chrome Ford for Mike Skinner. The Southern Pride machine clocks in quickest among the Go-Go homers, 29-23, 28th overall. Now, they were here last week at Phoenix to run the whole race and did. Top 25 finish.
Now, you tell me, Larry.
Okay. That's goggles or a viewfinder. Turn it that way, turn it that way. Nah.
Focus. And that's, still couldn't see it.
No, I
still don't know what it was. So I looked again. I think that's what he was seeing when he went across those bumps, Mike. My eyes were going this way, my eyes were going that way.
Well, that could be.
Car was going jibbity. I don't know what was going on.
I think we'll find out here in just about a minute. Casey Mears will be the final car to qualify in the Geico Toyota. He was the fastest Go-Go homer, 30th overall, but already 2 drivers in this group have qualified in the top 30. Casey has 3 top 10 finishes here.
Missed the Daytona 500, but came to Phoenix. Fastest of the go-homers in qualifying. Got him a top 20 finish out of it, and actually had to recover from some damage he received in one of those wrecks on the backstretch.
10 different drivers have held the pole position today. And this is a good-looking lap for Casey Mears. He could be the quickest of this group.
I believe he will.
Beat Mike Skinner by 1 spot. 27th for Mears, beats him by 2, 29.15. He is the quickest of the cars not locked into the field. And it means that Brian Keselowski is the one driver who goes home today disappointed in Las Vegas.
And with that will wrap up.
Brian put up a great lap, though, for where he was in practice.
The front four drove Fords: Kenseth, Ambrose, Edwards, and Biffle. Matt is with the new track record holder.
A new track record for his racing resume, and yes, this is Matt Kenseth. Congratulations.
Thanks. We get one about every 3 years, you know, whether we deserve it or not. But seriously, we had a real fast car, obviously, for me to be able to sit in the pole. We really need to thank Jimmy and my engineers, Mike and Nick. They've really been trying to, think out of the box and think of some stuff for qualifying to get me to qualify a little bit better, because I'm kind of usually the weak link. So this is about as nervous I've been for qualifying for about probably 5 years, because I knew he had a shot at the pole, and I was just praying that I wasn't going to be the weak link and mess it up like I did last week. So them guys did a great job, and it feels good to get a good lap in.
And that's a lot of pressure on this new format, knowing you were P1 in practice and sitting there seeing fast car go after fast car.
Yeah, I mean, you either back it up and they're like, oh, okay, well, you had the fastest car, or else you're the GOAT that runs 20th after the fastest in practice. So I haven't been the fastest in practice very many times, but I usually don't like it because there's nowhere to go but backwards. Either back it up or you mess it up. So I was glad I was able to get a good lap. And like I say, the car was flawless. I had a ton of speed since we got here. And I really also need to thank Doug Yates and the engine shop. All the Fords are right up front, and without our motors being that much better, I don't think we'd be there. So they've done a really good job of giving us even more power again this year, and I'm really excited for the season.
He'll chase his third Vegas win on Sunday.
Thanks, Matt. Matt Kenseth, the track record holder and pole sitter. Marcus Ambrose on the outside, and Carl Edwards, best man earlier today and a bridesmaid in qualifying.
Truth is, most motorcycle insurance costs about the same. What's not the same is the coverage. Now you can get the Allstate protection you need for a price you can afford. Dollar for dollar, nobody protects the rider better than Allstate.
Nothing compares to Pizza Hut's world-famous pan pizza, with a delicious deep golden crust baked in a seasoned pan until it's crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. And now, for a limited time, choose any pan pizza, any size, with any of your favorite toppings for just $10. Even specialty pan pizzas, like a large meat lovers or a large supreme. Add a 2-liter Pepsi and an order of breadsticks for just $5 more. The legendary pan pizza, now only $10 and only at your Pizza Hut.
Only Polaris delivers true razor-sharp performance. The ultimate combination of power, suspension, and agility. The only trail-capable side-by-side, the 50-inch Ranger Razor. The only sport performance side-by-side, Razor S. The only 4-seat sport, Razor 4. And the only extreme performance side-by-side, the all-new 88 horsepower Razor XP. Razor-sharp performance only from Polaris.
This spring, get more mileage out of your travel plans with $50 in free gas. Stay 2 separate times at Comfort Inn or any of these choice hotels, and you can earn a free $50 gas card. Book now only at choicehotels.com.
No, not now.
Nothing's worse than a dead battery. And nothing's more reliable than a Duralast battery. Duralast, proven tough, only at AutoZone.
This is more than a ticket. It's a wallet-sized definition of who you are and where you belong, providing both a place to sit and countless chances to stand up for what you believe in. It's a rite of passage, a declaration of independence, and an invitation to discover 43 new heroes and 100,000 new friends. This is more than a ticket, because it says as much about you as any piece of paper can. Reserve yours today at NASCAR.com/tickets. NASCAR on Speed is presented in high definition by Funai.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Welcome back to Las Vegas. Matt Kenseth is the new track record holder and the pole sitter for Sunday's Kobalt Tools 400. We understand that due to a problem in the delivery of our signal, some of you did not see Matt Kenseth's record run, so we'll show it to you.
I'd like to see it again. Pretty smooth lap.
Little high entry and late arc, Darrell, there in turn one.
Just trying to miss those bumps, and he did a nice job. He's right on the edge, left tire's right over the edge of him. Carried maximum speed in there, got back in it wide open. Here's where he made time, though. Got that thing right on that white line. She's digging right here, boys.
Working that wheel a little bit.
Just tweaking it. Tweaking that bad boy just a little bit, trimming it out.
Now, listen for the eights. If you're wondering what number to play this evening and you hear that crowd, 28.58 seconds, 188.88 miles per hour. If you need a number for tonight, I think I got one.
Does anybody here drive 88 that we know of?
Well, I just, 17. 1 and 7 is 8. His number's 17. 1 and 7 is 8. I got a feeling. And he's got the pole. Marcus Ambrose, great run for Ambrose. He's on the outside pole. Carl and Greg make it a Ford foursome at the front.
You got the feeling, and he's got the power.
That's right.
Yeah, we only had 2 Chevrolets in the top 10. Newman is 8th. Mark Martin is 10th.
Quickest Toyota was Kyle Busch. The fastest Dodge back in 20th, Brad Keselowski.
Sort of broke the Busch brothers stranglehold on the pole here.
Yep.
Speaking of the Busch brothers, Kurt Busch never started outside the top 10 here in 10 races. Won't happen when he drops green on Sunday.
Fastest score go homer, Casey Mears, followed by Mike Skinner.
Well, RCR group's got some work to do way back there in row 13 and 14.
Sure did.
Speaking of the 88.
Yeah, there he is.
Yep. Speaking of work to do.
That's the guy that's got work to do, but if the numbers mean anything, Mike, 88.
I said 8, not 88. That's all right. And at the back, David Reagan, disappointed after a great practice run with Michael McDowell, and Brian Keselowski will be the one car going home.
I think I just saw Hammond going over that mountain.
Do you see a goat?
Or over the hill?
No. Krista.
Well, this season has already had highs and lows for Casey Mears. Today's a high. You were the fastest of the go or go home cars. Is that an extra boost of confidence for this race team?
I mean, it is. It's good to be the fastest go or go home guy, but at the same time, we're setting our goals higher than that. We want to be better. And 27th, going out this late, we hope to be a lot better than that. But definitely feels good to be in. After missing Daytona, every race that we make is a big deal. So real happy that the Geico Toyota performed well enough to get in. Felt really good about how it was in race trim, which is good too. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow to refining that. And you can blame Jimmy for my scruff here. I got up and worked out with him this morning. I thought we were going to go back to the hotel and then come to the track, and he wanted to go straight to the track, so I got some scruff.
But as I say, now you may have to keep it, though. It made you pretty fast out there.
Yeah, I might run it through the weekend, see what happens.
What do you guys work on in practice tomorrow now?
We just want to refine it. I feel like the Geico Toyota was really good. The balance was good. We couldn't run a real fast lap, but we were just a little bit tight. We kind of chipped away at it, got better. We got some ideas to start and a little bit freer for tomorrow, and hopefully from there have a good race car. Really, really happy with the performance that the guys gave me in Phoenix. The pit crew, everybody did a great job battling back from that incident that we had and got involved in, and hopefully gonna have another solid day.
All right, thanks. Casey's in the race on Sunday.
Yeah, he'll start 27th. Our coverage of NASCAR's weekend in Las Vegas continues tomorrow on Speed. Final practice for the Sprint Cup Series. Sunday begins with NASCAR Race Day on Speed. Then you'll find the Kobalt Tools 400 on Fox beginning at 2:30 Eastern Time, followed by NASCAR Victory Lane on Speed as our coverage continues all weekend long on Speed and on Fox.
Thinking back to David Reagan, certainly not the magnitude of 2 weekends ago, but once again, he's going to leave the racetrack thinking, what if I could have made that lap, being second fastest in practice?
I think the kid's under a lot of pressure. It's a big year for him, and I think he's under a lot of pressure.
So Matt Kenseth is the second Roush driver to win a pole in the Sprint Cup Series here. And he becomes the 10th different pole winner at Las Vegas. Here's another look at what happened to David Reagan.
Just got up too high. You can see the dust flying, and once he got up there, no grip. The back end came around. Have to give him A for effort, though, hanging on to it, keeping it out of the fence. That's a plus.
In the end, a nice save, but it means that Reagan will start at the back of the pack.
So what will our news story be coming out of this weekend, considering our first 2 weekends of racing?
Hey, I'm going to go down and do trackside, guys. Harry Gant, Kurt Busch tonight. Big show, really big show.
Well, let's see tomorrow night. Eric Clapton or George Thorogood, or maybe an early night on the pillow. Huh?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Sprint Cup practice tomorrow on Speed, and we'll see you for the Kobalt Tools 400 Sunday on Fox. Thanks for joining us. Congratulations to Matt Kenseth.
What a start to this 2011 season. 20-year-old Trevor Bayne shocks the world, wins the Daytona 500. The four-timer Jeff Gordon shows he still has the heat in the Valley of the Sun. From Phoenix, Arizona to Las Vegas, a track that's oh so fast. 13 races, 8 different winners.
Mark Martin has his 23rd career win, his 14th on a super speedway, and first win for 4 tourists in NASCAR Winston Cup competition. Here is Jeff Burton crossing the finish line and winning the Las Vegas 400 for 1999.
Would have liked to seen it go green. You know, the fans deserve green flag racing. This isn't the most dramatic way to win a race, but, well, Vegas has been very good to me.
I believe we won in Vegas in $1 million. You guys are awesome! Awesome! Yeah!
Right now, Sterling Marlin saying it's all about me. Sterling Marlin brings the Coors Light Dodge across the line for his ninth Winston Cup victory.
I got the greatest race team in the world. Man, these things fun to drive. It's the most fun I've ever had driving a race car in my life.
Jimmy Johnson.
It's Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson wins his 3rd Las Vegas victory in a row.
Can you say 3-peat?
Carl Edwards wins the UAW Dodge 400.
Way to go, Carl.
Kyle Busch will win as he flashes across the start-finish line. The first win of 2009 for Kyle Busch. Jimmy Johnson will secure his 49th career win as he takes the checkered flag.